Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can subscribe for a tier monthly in my Patreon, where you will find many novels there that can't be published here in YouTube due to copyrights. Or you can make a one-time payment to join a Telegram group for a specific novel. You will find the novels list and the price to join in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Before our audiobook starts, this is a list of our big donors in our Patreon this month. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 51 Reward Time 2. The tensions were running high. However, most of them except those who finished in the top 5 were too exhausted to do anything. The Gruntas might have tried to instigate a fight, but even they were not going to waste their precious time on such a squabble. But Anna siding with a mutt came as a surprise to all of them. She was of noble descent, in fact, her family was one of the first ones to mobilize and fight against the humans. Why the hell was she siding with someone who was once a human himself? Anna, do you think you're making a wise choice? Nicole asked her, while her voice was as polite as it could possibly have been. Her eyes were filled with disgust. We are werewolves, not vampires who believe in blood supremacy. Anna shrugged her shoulders before replying, we are supposed to encourage the strong ones to reach beyond their limits. I for one will like to have capable soldiers by my side than useless nobles who can do nothing but talk. Her last line was obviously a jab at Lucas. After all, it was no secret that talking was all he was good at and nothing else. Hell, he couldn't even properly wield a sword even if his life depended on it. Anna, you're crossing the line. Before Nick could complete what he was saying, he was interrupted by a sudden sound of clapping. Well said, Miss Swan. But then again, I would have expected nothing less from the heiress of the Holy Kingdom of the South. It's a pleasure to be praised by Madam Director herself. Anna, who was about to burst into flames, quickly regained her composure and respectfully greeted her composure. Oh my, and here I was thinking I would have to introduce myself. Thanks for the assist on that part, Miss Swan. Madam Director gave her a curt nod before facing the nobles. Looks like you need to be taught a lesson if you think nobility is superior to others in anything apart from the privileged upbringing most of you have. I am a so-called mutt. The director continued, do you still think mutts are weaker than those with pure and noble blood? No one had any answer to her question. In other words, could be said that none of them was foolish enough to talk back with someone of her status and strength. The city of Contingent was the only place where nobility could be looked down upon. Albeit no one openly admitted it. It was also one of the reasons why the merchants set up shops there instead of the nearby kingdoms. That way they don't need to deal with the hassle of dealing with the nobility and paying unnecessary taxes. They could do their business without worrying about offending a noble or anything. However, just getting them to go silent wasn't enough. Also, she had taken a liking to both Ashton and Anna. Therefore, she wanted to give them their rewards for entertaining her during the first round. On the grounds of provoking violence on Academy campus and propagating hateful speech, I hereby strip Nicole and Nick Grunta from their places on the leaderboards. The director proclaimed and snapped her fingers. The following moment there was a change in the leaderboards and the first and second places had been interchanged with the third and fourth place, effectively making the Gruntas go from occupying the first and second place to third and fourth place respectively. Just like that, Ashton and Anna got the first and the second place respectively. The rest of the board remained unchanged. However, it did not look like the Gruntas were going to stand for such blatant favoritism. This is not fair. Nicole yelled at the top of her lungs as the director essentially stripped their rewards away from them. You cannot do this. I think I know very well what I can and can't do, Ms. Nicole. Also, your and your brother's qualification score is currently being investigated for foul play. You should be grateful that I am still keeping you on the list and not throwing you out this instant. The director immediately shot her down, so if you don't want that to happen, I'll suggest you keep it down or I'll be forced to revoke your admission altogether. But Nicole wasn't going to stop. She had completely lost her calm demeanor and was about to make another absurd remark. However, before she could do that, Nick stepped in and cut her off. I would like to apologize on behalf of my sister, Madam Director. You won't hear any complaints about us from now on. I wouldn't count on it, but I guess I can give you a second chance. Do not disappoint me. The director nodded before turning to face Ashton. Now, gentlemen, would you accompany me to the rewards room? Although Ashton was happy that he will get the best of the rewards, the look on the faces of the others had him worried. His plans to stay low-key had been obliterated to shreds. On top of that, he wasn't so sure that the Gruntas or the other nobles were going to stay true to their words. Here we are. The director mumbled, entering a fairly empty room with just a chest in the center of it. Your rewards, well, you can keep the items obtained during the exam for yourself along with the belongings of this chest as well. I'll leave you to it then. Thank you. If you hadn't intervened, things might have gotten a bit out of hand. Ashton gave her a genuinely respectful nod. Don't mention it. Goodbye, Ashton Fenrir. Ashton smiled and turned around to unlock the chest. But then he turned back as fast as lightning. How do you know my name? To Ashton's surprise, there was no one standing there. The director had disappeared, already leaving him perplexed. For all Ashton knew, his real name was never revealed to anyone there. Then how the hell did the director know his real last name? I have a feeling I should stay away from her, she's too enigmatic. Ashton shook his head, but first let's take a look at the rewards. He opened the chest and was blinded by a sudden golden glow coming out of the chest. It took a couple of seconds for the glow to subside, but when it did, it left Ashton in shock. Just a few hours ago he had obtained his first skill after hitting level 10 on his werewolf genes. The skill he obtained back then was a basic skill, as the skill page looked like a normal piece of paper. But this time he had obtained a golden skill page. These were extremely rare. So much so that even the mistress had a hard time obtaining a couple of these for herself and Donovan. Yet he had obtained one with minimal efforts. It was no wonder that Nicole was pissed after being stripped away from claiming the first place rewards. Ashton was so excited he tore the page in half without even going through its contents. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 52. 1 skill? More like 3. Shit. This I don't know much about golden skill pages, but I'm pretty sure this ain't normal, damn it. While tearing the skill page, Ashton thought he was gonna get an absurdly overpowered skill, and he wasn't wrong. But the thing was, he didn't get 1 skill but 3. 1 for each type of genes he possessed. Golden skill pages were the only skill pages that did not show a specific skill that could be redeemed after using the page. Instead, the skill page awarded a skill based on the user's capabilities and genes. As Ashton had not 1 but 3 sets of genes present in him, he ended up getting 3 skills instead of 1. You would think he was going to be happy about it, and he was for a moment. Until he realized they were supposed to undergo a scan to see which ability the winners had obtained. Apparently, the students from prior batches had tried to lie about it. Therefore, the words of the examinees could not be trusted. Each one of the skills was overpowered to say the least, but Ashton was worried the scanner might be able to show his skills even if he deactivated the genes associated with the said skills. If that happened and the officials realized that he is a tribird being, attending the academy would be the last of his worries. I have deactivated the genes and that's all I can do for now. Ashton sighed heavily. Worrying about it would only make me look more suspicious. Ashton Bismarck, please step into the scanner. Yes. Ashton nodded and stood inside the gigantic pod in front of him. A moment later the glass pod closed and got filled with a colorless gas. Ashton felt the air around him get heavy, and it almost made him drowsy. Apart from that, there was the laser which was continuously scanning from all angles while he stood naked. Thankfully, there was no one inside the room apart from the director and the operator of the machine. Both of them had their eyes glued to the screen in front of them, as if they were trying not to make any awkward eye contact. Wait, there seems to be something wrong with the machine. The operator mumbled before pointing at something. The stats appear to be malfunctioning. Can there be a fault in the machine? The director replied, even though she said that she herself appeared to not believe that there could be any fault in the machine. For a second, Ashton's heart jumped to his throat. It felt as if his secret was going to come out much sooner than he had anticipated. Honestly, at the moment he was wondering whether or not he should try to make a break for it and get out of there. But he knew doing so would be like putting the final nail into his coffin. In other words, Ashton did not have any choice but to stay there and hope for the best. I would be hoping for miracles if I didn't know how shitty my luck was. However, it appeared this time the luck was actually on his side as, after a second of fluctuating, his stats suddenly normalized. There was nothing more Ashton needed to worry about. Level 10 already, huh? It's quite impressive, Mr. Bismarck. The operator smiled and looked up, at some place she shouldn't have, and immediately averted her gaze. Let's assume this thing never happened. Haha, Michaela, we're all adults here, and I'm pretty sure Ashton would mind a lady looking at him. Will you, Mr. Bismarck? The director smiled as Ashton's face turned darker than crimson. That's don't worry, kiddo. She's just messing with you. No need to stay naked anymore. You are free to get dressed. Ashton took the operator's word for it and jumped out of the pod before getting dressed as quick as lightning. He then headed towards the director to get his student card and uniform. It was a black and silver outfit similar to the ones that he had seen numerous other volunteer students he had seen before the exam started. This card will serve as both your identity and as a cash card. The director explained it to him, however, the weekly allowance you will get will depend on the rank you receive in the second round of the exams. But as you have claimed the first place, some money had been already deposited into the card for you. As the director said that, the card blinked once and a number popped up in front of Ashton. 10,000 blue units. Ashton was wide-eyed. Obviously, the mistress had taught him about the global currency they used, and 10,000 blue units were something Ashton never thought he would have. Just to get a gist of it, white units were the smallest denominator of currency they had. Daily basic necessities could be bought with about 100 white units per week. But these were only the basic necessities like food, water, and a place to live. Nothing extravagant. 100 white units were equal to 1 red unit, which was considered to be the currency of the lower middle class. An average working household would be able to bring about 20 red units per week into their homes. It wasn't too much, but it was enough for them to lead a quiet life. After red units came blue units. 1 blue unit was equal to 100 red units and was probably the highest denominator of currency that higher class workers could afford. Then came the silver unit, one of which was equal to 1,000 blue units, then gold, which was equivalent to 100 silver, and then at last the black unit, a currency that even the ruler of Lycania did not possess. That was the reason why having 10,000 units in hand left Ashton flabbergasted. This was the final surprise the director had prepared for him, and to say that it was a welcome surprise would have been an understatement. Before you leave, I have a piece of advice for you. You have received quite a unique skill, Ashton. Make sure to only use it under special circumstances. The director said with a serious tone. Using it recklessly might cause you more harm than good. Is that understood? Ashton nodded and left the room. But he was a bit perplexed. What was so good about his aggravate skill? It was overpowered a bit as it rendered the effect of healing potions and other healing abilities useless on the wounds he made. But in his opinion, it wasn't something as serious as the director was making it out to be. I wonder what she would have said if she knew about my other skills, Ashton thought as a notification popped in front of him, listing the abilities he had obtained from the skill page. Unique werewolf skill. Can be evolved along with the user's grade. Aggravate. Wounds made while in werewolf form won't heal unless the user allows them to. Causes severe hemorrhage, can lead to death if not controlled effectively. Unique vampire skill. Can be evolved along with the user's grade. Blood poison. Effectively turns the user's blood into poison, which can be used to inflict continuous poison damage upon enemies. Unique undead skill. Can be evolved along with the user's grade. Corpse parade. This skill allows the user to temporarily make a lower level undead do their bidding. Can also be used to make skeleton soldiers to temporarily aid the user in battle. If anything, the skills I earned for vampire and undead genes are much more dangerous. Author's note. Detailed explanations of the skills would be provided in the upcoming chapters. Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 53, True Strength. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. You sure took your sweet time to get out of there. Disha was waiting for Ashton for more than a couple of hours. For a second I thought you died or something. So which place did you get? Ashton was the last person to get scanned, and hence it took him some time to get out of the academy. Honestly, he was hoping he wouldn't see any of the mistress disciples, even though he knew it was nothing more than wishful thinking. He was an asset to the mistress. Why the hell would she leave him alone after all she had done for him? First place, Ashton mumbled as if it was nothing special and kept walking. It took a couple of seconds for Disha to realize what Ashton had just said. But even then, she had to confirm it for herself. First, are you for real? Yeah, why? Is there something wrong? Tell me everything that happened. As they made their way towards where the mistress was staying, Ashton narrated everything he could remember to Disha, who ended up being more and more surprised the more Ashton talked. By the time their tale was over, both of them had arrived at the rented cottage the mistress had booked. It wasn't anything lavish, but it was much more comfortable than many other lodgings available there. To Ashton's surprise, the human slave couple whom the officers had been bullying were being treated inside. While half a dozen officers were standing in the middle of the room completely naked, on their knees, and appeared as if they had been dragged back to earth from the edge of hell. Their blood was everywhere around the lodge. Ashton didn't know what to make out of it. On one hand, he was happy that the humans were safe. But on the other hand, he was wondering what the hell was the mistress planning to do with the officers. But the moment he saw the mistress, he realized there was something wrong with the mistress. She appeared to be stronger. Much stronger than Ashton could have even imagined. Obviously, it was just a hunch because the system still classified her as extremely dangerous. The aura around her sent shivers down Ashton's spine. He was literally shaking there just by being around her. The bodyguards around the mistress weren't faring well either. They too were struggling to keep themselves together. But unlike Ashton, they were doing a pretty good job at controlling their fear. Calm down and breathe slowly. You have been holding it in for more than 5 minutes. Suddenly Disha's hissing voice brought him back to his senses and he started breathing again. But at that moment, his perception of the mistress had shattered completely. The levels he had presumed her to be on no longer seemed valid. She had been hiding her real strength all this time? Ashton thought as a bead of sweat trickled down his face. Is this even her real strength? Or is she still holding back? The officers of contingent were much stronger than any of the bodyguards. Even if all of them combined their strength, they would have only been able to take care of 1 or maybe 2 of them at most. But there they were, 6 guards in a state so miserable that even Ashton got the creeps. It was clear that the mistress had done this to them herself. With that came another realization, a realization about why the hell did no one bother her even though she was openly hostile towards the king of Lycania. It was because they knew confronting her heathen would be a foolish move. To eliminate her, they would have to take heavy losses as well, which would then make it a perfect opportunity for the neighboring kingdoms to try and invade them. The king and the mistress were at a stalemate. That's why she needed a weapon to overcome the deadlock and ensure her victory. A moment later, Mistress realized that Ashton was there, and almost immediately the hostile aura around her dissipated. The look of rage was still evident on her face, but for some reason, Ashton felt a bit more comfortable now without the constant pressure of the mistress' strength looming over his head like a guillotine. I wanted to kill her? I can't even harm a single strand of her hair as I am now. Ashton could feel his dead heart beating inside his chest, as if he had just finished a marathon. Ah, you're here. The mistress calmly walked over to them while her bodyguards dragged the officers and the slaves away. It took a bit longer than I expected it would. So how did he do? Pretty good. I think the director has taken an interest in him. That was the reason he was the last to walk out of the campus. Disha replied with a worrisome smile on her face. Don't know whether it's a good thing or not. But she apparently handed the first position over to him. The mistress nodded her head before extending her hand towards Ashton. Open your information tab. I want to see something. Ashton knew better than to argue with her, so he did as he was told. Unlike last time, Mistress was looking at the tab intently, as if she knew there was something more hidden underneath what Ashton was showing her. Still, she had no way to uncover the secret of Ashton being a tribird being. Wait a minute, since when did you have the aggravate skill? Mistress' eyes seemed to have caught on to something. I received it from the golden skill page I was awarded. Ashton mumbled a reply. Neither the mistress nor Disha spoke a word for what seemed like minutes. They just stared at each other intently before the mistress broke into maniacal laughter. Disha too was smiling, but she had herself under control. It would appear you are really one lucky rascal, Ashton. The mistress managed to say between her fits of laughter and patted him on the head. You ended up obtaining one of the 5 rarest skills a werewolf can have. That too at such a young age. Ashton was left even more perplexed after hearing the mistress' words. What was such a big deal about this skill after all? But before he could ask her about it, the mistress decided it was time to have dinner and call it a day, leaving Ashton with his word thoughts. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 54 Slaves or Spies. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. There wasn't much for Ashton to do after they had dinner. And as usual, Ashton ate his food away from everyone else. He didn't show it in public, but although as days passed he was becoming more and more like werewolves and lowing understanding them more and more, he still detested them. Especially after what those twins and other nobles tried to pull. Ashton couldn't believe that he even thought that the Gruntas would be any different than the other noble brats. After all of them were peas in a pod. However, their absurd way of thinking had filled Ashton's head with a plan and a resolve to make the second round a memorable one for them. According to the schedule given to us, the second phase will begin in about a week. Ashton thought to himself while he played around with the system, that should be enough time for me to come up with something. Since Ashton's plan of staying low-key had already been thrown out of the window, he no longer saw a reason to hold back against the others. If they wanted to make him the center of attention, then so be it. He wasn't going to do just that, but carefully. He couldn't just openly declare war against the nobles. The shit didn't work like that. He had to be sneaky, and with the things he obtained today it should be a bit easier. Let's see what I have, Ashton thought as he opened his inventory. Using the twin blade is out of the question. Which leaves me with the bony whip as my only weapon. Nemean hide is a top-tier armor, so I don't need to worry about protecting my chest. However, those were the only 2 pieces of equipment he had. He needed proper gears to protect the rest of his body as well as a weapon that could be used in short range. The whip was an excellent weapon. Unlike anything Ashton had wielded before. But using it freely and in short-range combat was a bit troublesome. That was the reason why Ashton kept using the whip to increase his maneuverability while dealing damage to his targets with his limbs. Thankfully, I have money that I can use to solve that problem easily. The only problem is, I don't know where to spend it. It was his first time ever having some money, so he didn't exactly know how to bargain and stuff like that. The way he was now, his biggest worry was that he would end up getting ripped off if he were to go to the market by himself. He already knew a lot of vendors would try to wrong him, especially after seeing the king of money he had. So he decided it was better if someone were to accompany him while he did what he had to. As much as I'd hate to ask the mistress for help, I don't think I have any other choice. Maybe I should try asking Disha. Then either way, she would have to take permission from the mistress before doing anything. One way or the other, the mistress was going to know what he was planning to do. So he decided it was better for him to be the one to give her the news. I'll think about it tomorrow. For now I'll just sleep. Oh, come on. Knock knock. After fighting for the better part of the day, it was obvious that Ashton was tired. But it seemed someone didn't want him to have any sort of rest. Ashton opened the door and there stood the mistress along with the human slave couple. The slaves appeared to be in a much better condition now that their wounds have been treated and their bellies well fed. The only thing which remained to be seen was why the heck were they there? Did you need something, mistress? Ashton wanted to be as cold with her as he was before, But after seeing what the mistress was capable of doing, he chose not to. Who knew when her head would flip over and she would start beating the living hell out of him just because she felt like that. The mistress turned towards the slaves and they immediately went down on their knees. "We are at your service, Lord Ashton." The hell are they spouting now? Me a lord? Of course you're a lord. Just like the others in the academy. The mistress said before walking inside his room and making herself comfortable on the bed. "You did not expect me to send a member of my family to the academy without an escort, did you? But isn't this a bit excessive? I mean, why would I even need servants there in the first? You seem to be mistaken. I wasn't asking whether or not you want to take them with you. I was merely stating that you will be accompanied by them. Is that understood?" The mistress said with a certain finality in her voice. Ashton bit his tongue. He knew exactly why the mistress was doing that. She needed someone to keep an eye on him, and even if these slaves were supposed to be his escorts, they were more like informants keeping an eye on him in her stead. Also, since the slaves were saved by the mistress, it was a given that they would have an undying loyalty towards her. As a result, if they end up accompanying him, he would certainly have more than enough trouble to level up his other genes without raising suspicion. In other words, he was fed for good. It was a rule for the escorts to accompany their lords and ladies everywhere. Even in the academy. The classes and the dorms were included in this. "Now that you have been acquainted, we shall take our leave," mistress mumbled as the humans got back to their feet and left after her, leaving Ashton alone in his room. "I have to think of a way to get them off my back at least during the night." Nighttime was essentially the only time when he could hunt and level up as a vampire and an undead. This being able to roam freely was an absolute necessity for him. Ashton racked his brains for some time, thinking of ways to get rid of them. Then an idea hit him. He quickly opened the rules and regulations of the academy, and there it was, written in golden letters. A way for him to get rid of the slaves from tracing his every step. "Looks like I will have to hold back during the second round of the exam. Guess I don't have any other choice. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys." Chapter 55 Market Feud 1. The next day, Ashton acted as if nothing was wrong and headed out along with Disha. Obviously, they had to take permission from the mistress before doing so. The mistress also wanted the slaves to accompany them. But Ashton refused by saying since they were going to accompany him throughout the duration of his education and training in the academy, it was only fair that he was allowed to live the rest of the week without feeling like anyone was tracking him. The mistress thought about it for a couple of minutes and then allowed the two of them to go without the slaves. She initially wanted to make the slaves get acquainted with Ashton's habits as soon as they could. But then again, she thought maybe she was being too irrational, and after all, Disha was accompanying him already. On top of that, she had not even rewarded or acknowledged Ashton after getting the first position in the exam. So this could be a way for her to do so. Finally out of there, phew. Ashton stretched a bit while walking on the streets. "What about you, Disha? Don't you feel a bit overworked? I mean, being around the mistress is quite draining, isn't it? Also, don't you miss being a human? I would rather be overworked than be treated like shit." Disha sighed. "As far as the question of missing my humanity, I mean, I still pretty much look the same and all. If anything, I can enjoy being a human more while staying as a werewolf than being a human, if you know what I mean." She continued, "Like, imagine being a vampire or an undead. Being forced to transform into one of those would have really sucked. At least right now I can enjoy my heartbeat and the feeling of the sun kissing my skin. I can never even think about living as a vampire or an undead." Ashton nodded to her reply and kept walking. Well, there was nothing wrong with what Disha was saying. Even as much, their life was much better than living in the enclosures till the last of their days. Also, objectively, there was nothing wrong with being a werewolf, if it wasn't for what they had done to his parents. At that moment, Ashton realized he didn't have problems with the werewolves, just with the mistress for doing what she did. Still, he hated all of them, pure-blooded bastards. Soon he began remembering everything the werewolves had done for and against him, and well, the things they had done to vex him overweighed the things they had done to help him. While lost in his thoughts, he heard a sudden commotion erupt in front of one of the countless stores. They had already arrived at Merchant Avenue, the marketplace of contingent where one could find anything and everything as long as they had enough money for it. From exotic slaves to weapons and potions, everything anyone would need was readily available there. And right now, there was a crowd gathered in front of one of such shops. It also happened to be the shop Ashton wanted to visit first. Divine Armory, that was the name of the shop. However, contrary to the name, the shop looked everything but divine. It was clear that the place had not been maintained for some time, as the paints were coming off of the walls and mold growing on everything. However, Ashton knew not to judge a book by its cover. After all, this shop was arguably the best shop to buy weapons and other gear from. The crowd gathered in front of the shop was only proof of what kind of great goods did the shop had to offer. "Let's check it out," Disha said, and the two of them headed into the shop. "This is crap." That was Ashton's first thought as soon as he looked at some of the great weapons the merchant had to offer. None of the weapons there were even of uncommon quality, let alone rare quality like Ashton was looking for. As if selling shitty things was not enough for the merchant, they were being sold at absurd prices. Like none of the weapons even had a permanent blessing on them, and yet they were priced at 1,000 blue units or more. Ashton had even started to wonder whether this place was a joke or an actual armory. Hell, even the rusty weapons he had trained with were much better than these shiny ones. It was still a wonder why all these idiots were buying these weapons that wouldn't even last more than a month. Well, I do know the answer for that. Ashton shook his head and put the sword he had been looking at back in its place. As the mistress had already told him, none of them possessed the innate detection skill as he did. For them, the only way to get to know about the true stat of the gear was to buy it, and then pay another merchant to verify the usefulness of the said gear. In other words, it could be said that the merchants were one unit hellbent on making as much money from the others as they could. That was the reason most of these people took the merchant's word for the skills and stats associated with a certain gear. But this trick only worked on commoners and lower-ranked soldiers and officers, as the rest of them had more than enough money to get their weapons made from scratch and by reputed weaponsmiths. But since Ashton could know about the history of anything he set his eyes on, fooling him using these tricks was impossible. However, he knew better than to anger the merchant, so he decided it was wise to stay silent and leave the place. Found anything you want to buy? Disha asked him as Ashton shrugged his shoulders and walked out. Nah, there's nothing worth the price they are asking for. Ashton replied and was about to take a step out of the shop when someone grabbed onto him. You boy, are you trying to say my goods are overpriced? A thunderous voice boomed behind him as the merchant and the owner of the shop jumped right in front of Ashton. Or do you mean my goods are shit? Huh. Oh boy, here we go again. Ashton sighed as uninvited trouble crossed his path yet again. Chapter 56 Market Feud 2. Merchant Association was like a tight-knit family of scammers. Most, if not all of them, had their dirty secrets. Thus no one dared to go against the others in fear that their business venture would be ruined if their secrets got out. That was also the reason why most of them helped each other out in times of need. Right now there was one such time of need. A silly good-for-nothing brat had dared to defame a merchant's products. How could they let it pass without getting proper compensation first? Obviously all these reasons were bullshit, but it didn't matter to the merchants as long as they earned some extra money. Thus, Ashton became the target for the owner of the shop to extort some money. You boy, you dare say my stuff is trash? A heavy-looking mountain of a man grabbed the back of Ashton's collar and pulled him back inside the shop. It's one thing to criticize them, but to say the things made by the sweat and blood of our artisans and weaponsmiths is trash is utterly unacceptable. It was the first time Ashton got a good look at the owner's face, and he looked exactly like a piece of shit would have. The shop owner's hair looked as if the man had been taking an oil shower. Even his skin was awfully slimy and overall let out a disgusting scent. If someone were to say that the man looked more like a ball with sticks inserted into it to make up limbs, they wouldn't have been wrong. Other than that, there were no notable features of the man. Oi, I'm talking to you, you turd. What do you want? I just said what I thought was correct. Why should I pay 1,500 blue units for a bunch of stone arrows? Ashton was getting irritated, partially due to the man's repulsive smell and partially due to how he was behaving. You shit. You think you are some great merchant who can just tell what's something worth just by seeing them? Everyone present in the shop started laughing. In their eyes, Ashton was someone who had no idea about how the weapon effects and stat enhancement worked. In other words, he was simply a kid who didn't know what he was talking about. It was rare for fights to break out in the area of merchants. Not because they were strong or anything, but because of their unity of convenience. It was safe to say, if someone messed with one merchant, they messed with the entire merchant association. It was also the reason why, even though some of the buyers got cheated now and then, they kept it to themselves because they knew fighting would only get them into more trouble. Hell, they could even ban that person from entering the marketplace of contingent altogether. Well, they technically won't be able to do that. But they would stop selling the troublesome person any goods. Even food and water. For obvious reasons, Ashton did not know about it and was only avoiding trouble to not cause even more problems. However, unlike Ashton, it didn't seem like the shopkeeper was going to let go of the matter so easily. Oh, you thought they were shit? I see. Suddenly the demeanor of the shopkeeper changed as he walked up to the nearest cabinet and took out a black sword. The sword had a thin one-edged blade that was curved a bit and appeared to be extremely sharp. It also had a long grip which suggested it was a sword meant to be wielded using two hands. The eyes of everyone around them started shining the moment the owner walked back. All of them were behaving as if they had gotten to see some sort of forbidden treasure. The shopkeeper proudly brandished the sword as if it was the single greatest thing ever made. His performance was so good, Ashton almost wanted to believe him as well. At that moment he realized why this shop was so famous. It wasn't because of the quality of things provided there, but how they were presented to the buyers. The shopkeeper was honestly born to do this. But just by one look, Ashton could see what was behind the curtain of all the drama the man was doing. It was a decent sword. Better than the rest of the things present in the shop. But it was still a common weapon with a low-grade defense-boosting enhancement. That was all it took for others to start fawning over the weapon, as if it was some godly relic that would save the world from night creatures. This is what the humans used to call a katana. The shopkeeper roared in a dramatic voice, and now I will demonstrate what it can do, at the expense of this child. Without anyone could even process what the shopkeeper had just said, he swung to katana to rip Ashton's overcoat apart. Everything happened in a flash. The shopkeeper's swing connected with something, but it wasn't Ashton's coat, but to the armor behind him. The steel-plated armor that was being advertised as having the rare unbreakable charm on it was slashed in half with a single strike. The merchant had thought he would teach a lesson to Ashton and then make him pay, but now everything was ruined. Never in his darkest dreams would he have thought that Ashton would be able to dodge his attack. That's why he went all out, and now he was scared. Everyone who was present in the shop had their eyes fixated upon the broken unbreakable armor. It's not like what it seems, I assure you. The shopkeeper let go of the sword and began stuttering as he realized what kind of mess he was in. The armor did not break because it was a counterfeit or something. It broke because the sword was just too darn powerful. Why, yeah, that's what happened. However, it was a bit too late for the shopkeeper to make amend and try covering his mess. Everyone had seen what happened with their own eyes. There was no freaking way the shopkeeper was ever going to make a comeback after this mess. As much as Ashton wanted to know what happened afterwards, he knew if he stayed longer things would get messy. So he made a break for it along with Disha. As soon as they were out of the market, they started laughing uncontrollably, knowing that the shopkeeper was scared. But what they didn't know was that they should not have messed with the merchant. Those people were neither forgetful nor forgiving. Sooner or later, what Ashton did would get him in trouble. Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 57, Rose and Lucifer. When the two of them arrived back at the cottage, Ashton and Disha were still laughing. That was until Disha informed him that Ashton was practically screwed now. It might not have been your fault, but I think it's better if you don't visit the merchants anymore, Disha said with utmost seriousness. The merchants are very vindictive, and either way I don't think anyone would be willing to sell anything to you after what happened. Wait, what? None of them? But why? Ashton thought it would be fair if the shop they visited refused to sell stuff to him. But the thought that the entire market will boycott him was quite excessive and absurd. You ruined a man's business. Do you really think anyone else would try to host you and risk suffering to the same fate? Disha shrugged her shoulders. It is what it is, Boya. As much as Ashton was pissed, it was fine. Those idiots didn't have anything worth to be purchased by him either way. So them not selling anything to him should be fine. But there was still the issue of not having proper gears. Is there any other way for me to buy some gears? There is. But I will not recommend you to do that. Not yet anyway. Disha shook her head and continued walking towards the cottage. For now you should focus on the academy. I'm sure when the time is right you will get to know about it. Why so secretive about it? I wouldn't have to sell my organs or anything, right? Ashton joked, but Disha didn't smile. You could say that losing your limbs in life are common if you decide to go down that line. Disha said before looking at the azure sky. The life you have lived till now has been quite a sheltered one, Ashton. There are things that will make you question everything that had been going on for the last century. Things that no one has any control over. Ashton was a bit fazed by Disha's riddles. To him, it felt like either Disha was trying to dissuade him from doing something rash, or that she genuinely wanted to tell him something but for some reason couldn't. Either way, we should head back inside. Maybe the mistress would be able to help you out with gears. No. That was the answer the mistress gave to Ashton. Disha was hopeful the mistress would help him. After all, the stronger Ashton became, the faster she could have achieved her dream and her revenge. But it appeared that the mistress did not share the same sentiments, especially given her stoic expression. She was in a somewhat happy mood when they had left in the morning, so something must have happened while they were outside. Something quite troublesome. I understand, Ashton replied with utmost sincerity before walking away. Ashton realized the same thing as well, and decided to get away from there before he could get caught in the mess. He didn't know what happened, nor did he care about it. As long as she isn't dead, anything's fine with me. However, there was something inside him that didn't want someone else to cause too much trouble for her. This emotion wasn't there because Ashton had suddenly developed some feelings for her. Far from it. He thought so, as he could not get the satisfaction from Mistress' bad mood, knowing that it wasn't something he did. He wanted to be the only one who could make her life miserable. So much so that she would be begging him to kill her. That was his plan, to take away everything she had and torture her till she lost her f***ing mind. But he knew it was nothing more than a fantasy of his for now. Firstly, I need to get stronger. Strong enough to take the mistress down by myself. But damn it, I need some gears. Ashton never knew how it would feel to have some money and not be able to spend it constructively. Well, now he did. He was practically loaded, and yet there was nothing he could spend it on. He walked into his room thinking about the next steps of his plan. That's when he saw someone else present inside his room. Ashton's eyes could not see who it was, but his perception skill was tingling like crazy. Seeing no other way, Ashton decided to heighten his sensory organs even more by partially transforming into a werewolf. Your senses have grown a bit. Good to know you haven't been wasting your skills while I was away. Lucifer's voice echoed inside Ashton's head. And well, Ashton did not know whether he should be happy or worried that he was there. Lucifer, where are you? What do you mean, where are you? Do you think if I were to come down to Earth you will be able to sense me? I thought your intelligence had increased, but you're still a moron. This bastard was always calling him a moron. No matter what the context of their talk was, it always ended up with Lucifer calling him a moron. I see you have obtained quite some skills. Maybe you are not that big of a moron after all. Why are you here? If all you wanted was to call me a moron, then thanks. The message was received loud and clear. Sigh, sometimes I forget you are just a kid. Rose, would you mind doing the honors? As Lucifer uttered those words, a woman appeared right in front of Ashton. She was uncomfortably close to him. Not to mention her black shabby clothing left a little for a teenager's imagination. Come on, Lucifer, cut the kid some slack. The lattice voice was just as seductive as her appearance. Rose, as she was called, was a vampire and was using her charm to cloud Ashton's mind. However, it only took Ashton a moment to snap out of the trance of her charms. This kid is good. Suddenly Rose's voice turned serious. To be able to break out of my charm at such a young age when people can't stop obsessing about intimacy. Impressive. I know how to pick M. The heck is going on here? Ashton asked Lucifer, and all he could hear was his chuckles. I heard you wanted some gears, so I thought I would call in some favors. So, are you ready to go? Go where? To the black market, of course. Rose replied and quickly dragged him away. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 58, Black Market 1. Ashton freed his hands. He didn't even trust Lucifer completely. How the heck did he think he would trust someone else? A vampire on top of that. If anyone saw him walking around with a vampire, things might get troublesome. Ashton was someone who should not have known anyone besides the mistress and the people she was associated with. If he got caught with a vampire, how will he explain that he knew a vampire? Someone would definitely find something odd and his secret would no longer be a secret. I don't know you and I don't think accompanying you in broad daylight would be a good choice. Ashton was in the middle of speaking when he felt Rose's finger on his lips. Boy, you talk too much, which is a turn off for most of the ladies like me. She winked at him before lifting her finger. But I get your concern. A werewolf walking around with a vampire would not be a wise thing to do. Thankfully, I can take care of it. Rose closed her eyes for a second and the next moment, her pale vampire-like skin turned into one resembling that of the werewolf's. Her skin was thriving again and her complexion got livelier. On top of that, even without her charm, she was looking thick. Her previously crimson eyes had turned into a lovely shade of blue. Her face slowly turned red as blood once again started to flow within her body. Her look more or less changed in its entirety. But there was something much more shocking than Rose's change in appearance. Her looks weren't the only thing that had changed, but her genetics as well. She had just transformed into a werewolf. To say that Ashton was shocked would have been the understatement of the century. So far he had been thinking he was the only one who possessed multiple genes. But apparently he wasn't. That is impossible. The system itself told me that I was the first one of my kind. Ashton recalled the notification he had seen the moment he was awakened. There has to be something else that I am missing. Shocking, isn't it? Rose smiled when she saw the look on Ashton's face. Don't overthink it too much. I'll explain everything to you on the way. Now let's go. Enjoy, kids. I'll meet you guys later. Gotta run. So you're saying, vampire and werewolves can mate with each other? Ashton whispered the moment Rose finished explaining why she had both the power of a vampire and a werewolf. Unlike Ashton, Rose did not receive her powers as he did. She did not get bitten by a vampire and a werewolf before their powers could manifest. Instead, she was conceived by a vampiress and a werewolf. The thought of a werewolf getting intimate with a vampire was a bit far-fetched. After all, Ashton was told that werewolves and vampires hated each other from the moment they were born. As if it was genetic programming. On top of that, unlike werewolves, the vampire did not have an active reproductive system because, well, they were dead for all intents and purposes. Therefore, the thought of them conceiving a child was weird. Unless what the mistress had been teaching him was false. That's why Ashton had a hard time believing what Rose was telling him. However, her story got dark real quick. Her werewolf father was apparently an agent of the crown. Not of Lycania but of one of the other smaller kingdoms. Ashton could already foresee what was about to happen. Rose's father betrayed her mother and launched a siege. However, even his father had underestimated the vampires and got obliterated. But as Rose was the daughter of that man, she was thrown away to live on her own. No one, not even her mother, tried to dissuade others. Instead, she was the one who willingly abandoned her child just because she had the genes of a werewolf within herself. Lucifer found me then and helped me survive. Without him, I would have died a long time ago. Rose smiled wanly. As for your question, yes, they can mate together. However, the chances of conceiving a child out of that are extremely low. But even then, it's much better than that of being bitten by 3 different creatures. I still don't remember much, if anything at all, about what happened that night. Ashton shrugged his shoulders. Whenever I force myself to remember anything, my head feels like it would split open in half, and before long, I lose consciousness. Interesting. The first ever being of his kinda, and yet he doesn't know the secrets of his origin. Interesting indeed. Are there any more people like you, Rose? I mean, vampire wolves? Oh, so you already took a peek at my stats. Rose's demeanor changed back to her cheery self. You know it's rude to peek to a lady without her consent? Do you know it's a crime to kidnap someone? Pick your poison and words carefully. Ashton retorted. Well, technically it was kidnapping. No one knew where Ashton had disappeared to, as he had not told anyone that he was leaving. All he said was he was going to be in his room. Also, given the tense atmosphere around the cottage, Ashton doubted someone would even notice that he wasn't there. As for Rose's stats, they were extraordinary. Nothing too brilliant, but still she was more or less strong enough to take a couple of city guards by herself. She had a higher level than he did, so he couldn't see the abilities and skills Rose possessed. But he could see the rest of it, including her stats. Name: Rose. Species: vampire, inactive. Werewolf: active. Status: vampire wolf. Class: battle mage assassin. Title: rebellious. Conjurer: mystic slayer. Age: 29 years. Gender: female. Grade: tire. Evolution is possible. Affiliation: werewolves. Level: werewolf level 28. Vampire level 30. Stats: HP 10,000/10,000. Damage 57. Armor 45. Stealth 87. Stamina 67. Agility 69. Intelligence 58. Nature: vigilant. User's level is too low to view extended information. Yes, there are others like me, but I don't think they know the identity of other vampire wolves. Oh well, looks like we'll have to continue our conversation some other time. We have arrived. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 59, Black Market 2. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. For a secret black market. Isn't this place too obvious? Ashton mumbled as soon as they got past the gates. I never said it was a secret place. Everyone knows that this market exists, but only a few know what goes inside. Rose replied with a smile. The place was crowded, unlike any place Ashton had seen previously. At the same time, it wasn't lively either, which was a bit strange. No one was even looking at each other. It almost felt as if they were a bunch of undead walking around. Not to mention, they had just stepped in and the eeriness of the place was already exceeding charts. But the first thing that Ashton noticed was the presence of what seemed like hundreds of armed personnel. They were strong, maybe even stronger than the city guards, which was nothing to be surprised about, considering that the black market was not affiliated with the Merchant Association. So unlike them, the owners of the black market could not depend upon the security provided by the city guards. As a result, they had to hire mercenaries to protect their territory and keep it fairly quarrel-free. Don't look at them so intently if you don't want them to kick your ass. You don't want to get banned from here as well, do you? Rose mumbled and ushered him in. Ashton shook his head and followed behind Rose. The black market was the only place in Contingent he could buy and sell things now. It would be bad if he ended up doing something like what happened in the merchant shop. On top of that, Ashton had a feeling that these mercenaries would not be as forgiving as the merchants. Ashton had a feeling that they were the reason why everyone in the market was behaving with utmost discipline. After all, causing trouble there would be like committing suicide. You got that right. Ashton heard Rose's voice, but surprisingly her mouth wasn't moving. Telepathy? Something like that. Also, it is better if we communicate like this. Much secure and undetectable form of communication. Is it a vampire ability? No. It's an innate ability. Rose corrected him. The ones having one type of gene do not have such ability, as these abilities only pop up when two different genes intermingle with each other. All hybrids have an ability exclusive of their own. However, since you're tribrid, you should have not one but 3 of these abilities. 3? I don't think so. Ashton shrugged his shoulders. As far as he knew, he only had one innate ability, and that was his detection skill. But the thought of having more than one such ability sure felt nice. Haha, innate abilities take time to manifest. It's like you have a weapon that you don't even know you have. But they'll reveal themselves at the most opportune time. Rose chuckled. You can also say that these abilities are plot armors. The heck is a plot armor? Is it stronger than Nemean hide armor? You'll get to know soon enough. Although they were surrounded by countless shops selling excellent weapons, Rose kept pushing forward. Every now and then, Ashton saw something that caught his eye, but Rose ushered him ahead. You know we are here to buy some stuff, right? Ashton retorted when he finally got pissed. We are here to get you some gear, yeah. But I never said anything about buying them. Don't tell me we're going to steal? Didn't you see those guards? I don't know about you, but I don't want to cross them. What? Why would we steal? Didn't Lucifer tell you anything at all? I'm afraid he didn't. You know what, just go and check the price tag on those things. In the meantime, I need to have a chat with someone. Ashton left to do as he was told to, but before that, he turned around to see Rose was lost in her thoughts. But Ashton knew she was trying to get in touch with a certain mutual acquaintance. She can call Lucifer whenever she likes. Interesting. Well, let's see the price. Ashton got shocked to see the price of the gears. The gears were genuine, and so were their prices. Almost all of them were either uncommon or rare with permanent effects. But the prices of them were a bit out of budget for him. Even the least expensive gear there had a price of 10,999 blue units. The heck is wrong with these prices? Are they made up of some mythical material or something? Now you see why we're not here to buy anything. Rose said as she walked up to him, since the weapons are authentic, the prices are authentic as well. Ashton had been previously wondering why the others did not come to buy things from the black market, rather than buying shitty stuff from the merchants. The answer was clear. While the merchants sold shitty stuff, those gears were actually affordable. Unlike the things that were sold in the black market. The weapons, materials, and potions, everything in the black market was authentic, and they didn't fool their customers. But these things were not affordable for most people. We are not going to do anything. You are. Suddenly an ominous smile crept on Rose's face as she said those words. It's time for you to show your skills, boya. Ashton was visibly confused. He had no idea what the hell Rose was talking about. What skills was he supposed to show? Skill to be confused all the time? I'm talking about your combat skills, of course. Rose shook her head. Selling and buying things is not the only thing the black market is famous for. Its main attraction is not the things the shops have to offer, but the underground fights. Wait, what? I'm supposed to fight? Why, you don't know how to fight. Ashton shook his head. That was not the point. The term underground fights itself meant that the thing was dangerous and probably illegal. He wanted to enter the academy, and he didn't think anyone would be pleased to know what he had been up to. He might even get thrown out of the academy as well. And that wasn't a risk he was willing to take. Relax. I got you covered. Rose put her hand into a subspace and pulled about a mask out of it. Here, wear this. ITLL, hide your face, and then you can use your other genes to fight. That way, your identity will remain safe. Now let's go before it's too late to get you registered. So I'm going to make money off of fighting? Not money, nope. Rose mumbled, here people fight for gears. Although there are monetary rewards, you'll be taking those as convenience fees. Why will you take the money when you'll be the one to fight? You think I'll be helping you for free, boya? Nothing's free in this world. The sooner you get used to it, the better it will be for you. Now let's go. And here I was thinking she is helping me in Lucifer's place. Greedy bitch. Read novel fast updates at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 60 Brawl 1. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. True to her word, Rose started acting as if she was Ashton's manager. There was no hope for Ashton to get any money out of her, even though the money would rightfully be his. However, there was one thing that Ashton liked about Rose. Even though she showed as if she didn't care about him, she was helping him quite a bit. But then again, it could have also been because he was a golden goose for her. Thus better she took care of him, the more reward she could later milk out of him. Apart from all that, there was one thing Ashton was excited about. The use of the weapons. Since he could not use any weapons or armors he had gotten as a reward from the academy, it left him with one option. He would have to use the twin swords he took after defeating those bloodsuckers all those weeks ago. It would be the first time since he would be using them. On top of that, since his identity would be hidden thanks to that mask of his, he saw no problems while using those. As for this mask, it's not ordinary either. Ashton thought while touching the mask that looked like the front portion of a human skull. I wonder whether Rose knows about the hidden effects of the mask. If I had to guess, I would say she doesn't. Or else she wouldn't have given it away so easily. Item: Mask of Vampirism. Type: Armor/Assassin Gear/Enhancement Gear. Defense: 3,745 HP per strike. Stealth: plus 12 points. Stats bonus: Armor: plus 10% while equipped for use. Increases with user's level. Reduces 2x damage taken from night creatures. Reduces 1.2x damage taken from werewolves and undead. Increases all stats by 10%. When equipped, enhance the levels of a vampire by 3 levels. Rarity. Description: a mask that's said to have belonged to Queen Dracula herself. It is unknown as to whose skull this mask has been carved out of, but the skull is definitely a human's. To think any human ever had powers like these was commendable. So much so that even the queen herself praised the man for his valor and efforts he made to put an end to the vampires. Sadly, due to the shady and messy history of vampires, the identity of such a valiant man had been long lost. But one day, when the queen wakes up again, that moment might once again reveal the identity of the human. Till then, the mask will serve its purpose and make its wielder invincible. The weapon had been enchanted and imbued with unique abilities and effects. Effects: protects the wielder from negative effects of psychic attacks such as blindness, confusion, dizziness, and paralysis. Increases the user's mental defense by 1 grade. when equipped. Grants the user the active skill. 1 with the shadow. Allows the user to switch places with the shadow. However, the shadow needs to be attached to a sentient being. Immediately after switching places, the user will also receive a boost in movement speed by 20%, which decays over a duration of 2 minutes. This skill can be activated 5 times a day. Cooldown 2 hours. Activation radius 20 meters. Yup, she doesn't know a thing about this mask. Good for me though. Ashton smiled absent-mindedly. I came here to get 1 gear and might end up getting 2 instead. The heck are you smiling for? Rose was finally finished getting Ashton in a fight and placing her bets. Don't be a fool to think you can win this easily. Believe me, underestimating my opponents is not my fighting style. Ashton had a serious look on his face, but will it be alright? I mean, I'm a vampire in the middle of a city that's filled with werewolves. That's what you are worried about. Rose ended up laughing so loudly everyone around them turned towards them. Don't worry. This black market is a place that cared more about their shit than who enters or leaves their premises. She continued, in other words, it does not matter who you are as long as you buy something or entertain them in a way. So make sure your fight is an entertaining one. Ashton nodded and they made their way towards the arena. The arena was jam-packed with people of all colors, gender, and race. Unlike the environment on the outside, there was nothing quiet about this place. Not a single person was holding their voices back, and were continuously shouting at the 2 fighters inside the ring. All of these people had placed bets on these fighters and none of them wanted to lose their hard-earned money. Right now, the fight between 2 werewolves was going on. One of them was so buffed up that Ashton thought if someone were to stab the man, hell explode like a balloon. While the other man had a considerably smaller frame but a highly agile body which was enough to ensure none of the bulky man's punches connected to him. But the small man's punches were more or less useless against the big guy, thus forcing the 2 of them into a stalemate. That was also the reason why the crowd was getting all riled up. They were there to get their money, not to witness their unnecessarily long fight. Ashton's fight was going to take place after a couple of fights, which was good, considering that will give him enough time to get himself acquainted with how they fought with one another and analyze their movement. All in all, everything was going fine. Pretty wild, isn't it? Rose had to literally shout while sitting next to Ashton and yet he could barely hear her. But when that didn't work, they once again started communicating using telepathy. Wild doesn't even come close to describing this place. How the hell did we not hear any of this while we were outside? These are no ordinary walls, boya. They have been made by the crystals found in night creatures, and have noise cancellation properties. Someone could make an explosion happen here, and the building would give out before any kind of sound would escape this place. I can't wonder why they would do something like this, Ashton said with a sarcastic look on his face. There were 2 reasons why they would do that, both of which Ashton was well aware of. Firstly, the noise would make sure that anybody who doesn't already know about the underground fight circuit will never come to know about it on their own. Unless someone invited them over, as Rose invited him. The second and final reason was to make sure that the business going above them was not inconvenienced in any form. It appeared that the mysterious owners of the place knew how to keep business and pleasure separate. While Ashton was thinking all that, the excruciatingly long fight finally came to an end with the short guy taking the win. It would seem that no matter how bulky someone becomes, their balls are always susceptible to unintentional low blows. Once the big guy was on his knees, it was only a matter of time before the shorter guy ended the match. Are such moves allowed? Anything is allowed once you're inside the ring. As long as you do not kill somebody. Rose replied with a wink, even sexual advances are not forbidden, so might need to be aware of it. Am fighting a woman? Not just any woman, but an alpha amongst the brawlers. She had never been defeated in a match before. All thanks to her charm. But since you could resist me, who knows, you might become the first one to defeat her, and if you're able to do that, you can take any rare grade weapon from the shops. So be sure to give it your best. So that's why you tested me back then. You wanted to see whether I was up for the challenge or not. Ashton had a moment of realization before shaking his head. All that aside, do you know anything else about the woman? No. That's the point. No one knows who she is or where she came from. It's all shrouded in mystery. Even the information brokers don't have any on her. It's as if she's a ghost. A ghost, you say? Interesting. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 61 Brawl 2. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. The fights afterwards merely lasted a few minutes. These were quick-paced matches that weren't unnecessarily dragged out. On the other hand, it also made him realize that these people had much more experience in fighting than he did, even though their levels were not as high as his. But the more fights he saw, the more comfortable he became with the idea of fighting inside the cage. It was also a relief that Rose was coaching him about everything. Although it felt more like she was worried about her money than him. Lunas and alphas, counts and countesses, we have finally arrived at the moment you all have been waiting for. The neatly dressed vampire proudly announced. The fight of the night between the undefeated Crimson Beauty Bella and the ultimate underdog. Wait, is this name correct? The announcer suddenly got quiet and inquired about the name before resuming the announcement. Ahem, a fight between the undefeated Crimson Beauty Bella and the ultimate underdog Mr. Virgin. The crowd burst out laughing the moment the announcer was done announcing. Hell, even the announcer himself was laughing like a madman. Who the FCK would name themselves something as absurd as that? Ashton angrily looked towards Rose, who to no one's surprise was laughing as well. You just had to do that, didn't you? Hey, don't give me that look. I didn't lie, did I? Rose said in between taking deep breaths. The form said you should name yourself something close to reality. So I did. You're the ultimate underdog and a virgin. If you aren't, then I'll get right on the stage and tell everyone that I'm your bitch. CKU. Ashton shook his head and walked onto the stage. He had never felt so humiliated in his entire life. But the moment he entered the stage, he realized why Rose did what she did. She didn't do it to make fun of him, well, she did. But there was another side of the story as well. With a name like that, everyone would believe him to be an amateur. The fact that this was his first appearance on the stage ever would also reinforce the belief. All of these facts might lead the undefeated Bella to underestimate him, and thus making it easier for Ashton to win the fight. All of those were the reason for how the absurd name would help Ashton. But there was another reason why Rose named him something as absurd as that. Unlike Ashton, Rose was there to win money, and the money she would get was dependent on the odds of betting. Now, considering Bella's track record and a newbie with a name as absurd as Mr. Virgin, not a lot of people would place their bets on Ashton. Which meant if Ashton won, she could only imagine the kind of money she would end up making. But in case he lost, well, then she would have to pin the bill on Lucifer. It was not like that bastard would pay her either way. He has to win. If he doesn't, then guess his blue units will come in handy. Rose sighed and sunk back into her seat. In the meantime, Ashton was busy taking a good look at his opponent. Standing at 57, the pearl white-skinned woman had an enigmatic feel about her. She had an overall angular face with a sharp jawline. She also had crimson hair that went along with her eyes. Apart from that, not much was visible as her face was covered with a black masquerade mask. Weirdly enough, Ashton had a feeling that he had seen those eyes before. But he couldn't pinpoint where, but he could swear on his life he had seen them before. Fighters ready? The referee's announcement snapped Ashton out of his dream world. Whether he knew it or not, it didn't matter. Right now they were each other's opponents and nothing more. I'm just here to take the gear. Nothing more. Ashton nodded and so did Bella. Fight. The referee disappeared soon after giving them the go, enclosing the two of them inside the glass cage. The cage for this fight was different from the rest because of Bella's unique ability. Anyone who came in contact with her sweet scent ability lost all sense of reason and wants only one thing, to bang someone. That's why this cage was built especially for her fights, to ensure that ability did not affect anyone other than her opponent. After all, they had had one such incident before, and it did not end up well. Soon the cage was filled with an odorless pink gas. Ashton simultaneously drew his twin blades out and charged at Bella. However, after a couple of steps he started staggering. The hell is going on? Soon his mind started going fuzzy and his vision was affected as well. Bella's ability was already taking effect on him, and he was yet to lay a finger on her. Oh, you're the first one to last this long without falling to his knees and humping the ground. Bella mumbled as she seductively walked up to him. Maybe I should give you some special treatment after all. Ashton's face was flushed and his body temperature started to rise, which as a vampire was not a good thing at all. It was a sign that he was about to lose control over his desires. However, right when he was about to give in, Bella did something which she shouldn't have. She kicked Ashton across the face. The sharp side of her heels managed to dig into his cheeks and drew blood. The blood then fell on the blades of Ashton's swords. But that was only the beginning. It took some time, but the mask started to show its effects. Within moments, Ashton was able to get rid of the effects of Bella's sweet scent. You have gained blindness tolerance level 1. The duration and effects of blindness will be reduced by 10%. Well, Ashton was not quite yet able to get rid of all the effects, but he could get rid of the effects associated with mental attacks. His vision got back to normal and so did his balance. The only thing was, he was quite excited under his belt. How can you get back to your feet? Bella shrieked along with everyone else in the audience when they saw Ashton get back to his feet. The strength of my skill is absolute. Is it now? Ashton gave her a weird smile before soaking his blades in his blood once again. Let me show you some of my absolute skills. You have activated the skill Blood Poison. Read novel fast updates at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 62 Brawl 3. Blood Poison. The basic ability for blood mages, a rare class that has only ever been acquired by a few. Upon activation converts the user's blood into a potent poison that can be used to harm others. The user themselves are immune to this poison. Once the blood poison enters someone's body, it starts inflicting continuous damage of 1% HP for 5 seconds. This ability can be stacked innumerable times, but at risk of the opponent obtaining a bit of tolerance if this skill is used too much on them. However, The opponent will not get total immunity to the poison under any circumstance. Grade low F grade. Damage 1% of total HP. Condition to upgrade. The skill automatically upgrades with the grade of the user. The skill itself wasn't anything game-changing, as the blood had to somehow enter the opponent's body. That was the trickiest part of using the skill. As the description mentioned, this skill belonged to the mages, who weren't proficient in fighting using weapons. Thus it was hard for them to use the skill to its maximum potential. However, in the right hands the skill could be deadly. That was the reason why it was considered to be one of the rarest skills any vampire could obtain. Thankfully, Ashton knew what he was doing. By smearing his blood on the blades, he had just made the blades much deadlier than before. Now the problem of getting his blood inside the body of his enemy was solved, and all he needed to do was to put the ability to a test. I originally wanted to test this out along with Aggravate, but looks like he'll have to leave that plan for some other day. Ashton couldn't help but let out a smile when he saw Bella fidgeting around. She had no idea why the hell her skill was not working on him. It had always worked before on the others, but not on him. She kept thinking about it while keeping her distance. But it seemed Ashton did not have as much patience as her. He wanted the fight to be over as quickly as possible so he could get back to the cottage before the mistress got suspicious. He charged towards Bella, with a blade on each side of him. It appeared without her charms, she was nothing to be afraid of. Ashton decided that going for her limbs would be the best course of action, as he did not want to give her any previous wound, especially with a power he had never used before on anyone. However, before he could put his plan into action, Bella took him by surprise and shot a stream of fire out of her palm. The change was so sudden, Ashton was barely able to dodge the attack in time. If it hadn't been for his overly developed perception skill, he would have turned into fried chicken right then and there. This fking bitch. Ashton breathed heavily. I was being considerate to not hurt her too badly and she decided to fry me? That's it. No mercy. Being considerate about one's opponent was a foolish thing to even think about. But as Ashton wasn't thinking of this as a battle, he was going easy on her. But no more. Don't even think about it. Rose's voice echoed in his head, a mere moment before Ashton was about to activate his undead genes. Are you retarded or what? There are so many eyes on you. You think this is the right time to use something none of them has ever seen before? Ashton was a bit frustrated at this point, but he could see sense behind what Rose was saying. It would be stupid of him to do something like that. Not to mention, if someone recognized that he was using undead and vampire abilities simultaneously, they might even connect the dots between him and the death of the bloodsuckers back in Madden Creek. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down before replying to Rose. Thanks for your help. At the moment he was a vampire and he had to fight like one, which meant he would have to use his brain for a change. She can use fire as well. I don't have any skills to counter that. I can't use Nemean hide either. It would throw away my identity. This leaves me with one choice, gotta use agility to my advantage. Kill him and get it over with. All of a sudden the crowd started yelling. It was to be expected since none of them had thought the fight would go on for this long. And the longer the fight dragged on, the higher was the chances that the odds would get messed up. None of them wanted that to happen. Suddenly Bella's fists erupted into flames. It looked like she wasn't going to hold back anymore. But there was an ace hiding in Ashton's sleeve. A move that will end their match in one shot. Without wasting another moment, Bella shot her flames at Ashton, who for some reason stayed rooted to his spot. Direct hit. It's all over, folks. Don't forget the announcer was so sure in Bella's ability he was already declaring her as the winner. However, a moment later he saw something he couldn't believe. How, when did Mr. Virgin appear behind Bella? Before anyone could answer or process what had just happened, Ashton appeared right behind Bella and kicked her right in the head, sending her flying away to the opposite side of the cage. The impact was so strong, she lost her consciousness. Just like that, her undefeated streak came to an end. Much to everyone's dismay and surprise, everyone who had placed their bets on Bella was crying on the inside, while a couple of others were jumping around. Even Rose was included in this group. The 3,000 blue units she had bet on Ashton's victory had been turned into about 45,000 blue units. That was the kind of odds that Ashton was up against. But as usual, he overcame his troubles in style. However, inside his head something else was going on. Why would a noble like Anna Swan compete in underground fights? He thought as he viewed the information of Bella. I guess we all have our secrets and circumstances. I shouldn't probe about it unnecessarily. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 63 Busted. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. I wanted defense equipment but they had none in stock or were already sold out. Ashton sighed as they walked out of the black market. Why is my luck so shit? Hey, at least you got another rare accessory. Cheer up. Unlike Ashton, Rose was in a good mood. Why wouldn't she be? After all, she got all the money she wanted. Heck, she even got more than she had hoped initially. Whereas, he wanted to get some defense equipment and couldn't find an uncommon quality thing. He thought maybe he could save this opportunity and get something later. But he was told he had to get something right then and there or his winnings will get revoked. In the end, he was forced to get an accessory instead. Item: Grim Reaper's Necklace. Type: accessory/necklace. Defense: boost undead stats by 20%. Stats bonus: armor, plus 10% in presence of an undead. Increases with user's level or the number of undead creatures around. Boosts the effect of curses cast by the user by 50%. Rarity. Description: a necklace said to have been retrieved from the Archlich, the second-floor boss of the Dungeon of Death. It is said to have some hidden bonuses and abilities that none of its previous owners had been able to discover. This necklace can only be equipped by a vampire or an undead. The weapon had been enchanted and imbued with unique abilities and effects. Effects: protects the wielder from curses by absorbing them and turning them into mana. The user cannot use mana yet. Please get to level 15 to unlock mana manipulation. The necklace senses the presence of familiar skill. The user has been granted a sync skill, Dance of the Dead. When Corpse Parade ability is activated, the user will be awarded some stat boosts depending on the type of undead resurrected. Grants the user the active skill. Locked unlocks when the user reaches level 15. Grants the user the active skill. Locked unlocks when the user reaches level 25. At least I learned something new today, Ashton thought as the image of Bella crossed his mind. Back when Ashton saw Bella, even though he couldn't see her face, he had a feeling he had seen her before. That suspicion was easily confirmed when he used detection to peek into the girl's stat. He had hoped that he would get to know something he could use to take Bella down. However, he had never thought to discover that Bella was Anna Swan, the same girl who stood by him when the Gruntas and other nobles started berating him after the exam. From that moment on, she had piqued his interest a bit. Ashton could see a noble coming there to bet on fights and buy stuff, but he could have imagined someone of noble birth fighting in a place like that. Either way, since it had nothing to do with him, he didn't care about it. Also, it wasn't like he could just go up to her and ask her about it. Anna clearly wanted to keep it a secret and thus went to the length of coloring her hair and everything. So Ashton decided it was better to stay silent about it. For now. A few minutes later, Ashton had his hands on the goods he wanted and Rose had hers on the money. But she wasn't as heartless as Ashton thought she would be. After all, she gave him another 10k blue units from her winnings. Ashton was calling it her winnings because he didn't place any bets on himself. What money Rose used to bet on him was hers and hers alone. The only thing Ashton was entitled to was the necklace he got and nothing else. The money Rose was about to share belonged to her alone. Thanks for this, Ashton mumbled while Rose transferred the money to him. I wholeheartedly believed you were going to take off with the money. Yeah, well, I might be a bitch. But even I know what's right and what's not. Rose smiled, but this time her smile felt like it was genuine. Either way, I need to keep my fighter happy, don't I? This was a one-time thing. Ashton immediately retorted, don't think I'm going to fight here regularly. What? I thought you liked the experience. On top of getting name and fame, you also get high-quality gear and good money. What else do you want? Yeah, it's all good. But there's just this one thing that bothers me, it's illegal. If anyone from the academy got a whiff of the situation, it'll be kicked out of there on the damn spot. That's something no amount of money can make me do. The mask ain't good enough to hide your face? To be honest, it isn't. First, I thought it would be a great idea. But when that Bella girl kicked me in the face, the darn thing almost fell off. Rose got silent all of a sudden, or in other words, she was thinking something. It was true that the mask could hide his face, but if it ever fell off, things would get troublesome. Both for him and for her. I'll figure something out. Till then you don't need to fight there. Rose confidently replied. Ashton was surprised she actually listened to him for once, and did not offer him more money to continue. Well, even if she had offered him more money, he would have declined. No amount of money was more important than his revenge, and to get that revenge, he needed to be a good boy in front of the mistress. He needed to learn as much as he could and try to earn the mistress' trust before stabbing her in the back with the sharpest dagger. Glad we could come to an agreement. And on that note, we should part ways here. I don't think the werewolves would like to meet you just yet, even if you have your werewolf genes active. Oh, I get it. You don't want to introduce your girlfriend to your mommy. Typical playboy stuff. Huh. Rose threw a bit of drama and stormed off. Anyone who would have seen it happening would have thought Ashton to be a real jerk for sending his girlfriend away like that. In fact, he could already feel their judging eyes on him. That bitch. Ashton ignored everyone and walked back into his room through the window. However, as he did, he realized he wasn't the only one there. Where have you been? The mistress' scary voice echoed behind him. Oh, shit. Chapter 64 Blood Moon. I think I asked you something. The mistress continued. Ashton slowly turned around to see her sitting there while Disha stood behind her like a guard. Sitting next to the mistress there was a fairly large box. Ashton momentarily wondered what could be inside the box. But right now, that wasn't important. He needed to think of a way to get out of the situation he was in. If not, well then he was screwed pretty bad. Why the heck is she even concerned about me? Ashton thought. He had been hoping his absence would not get noticed because of how her mood had been before. But it appeared that she had already gotten over whatever the problem she was facing back then. As a result, now her focus was entirely on him and his absence. I went out for a walk. Ashton hastily replied with whatever came to his mind first. You went for a walk through the window? The mistress shook her head. What kind of fool do you take me for? Did you forget I know everything about you? It is unlike you to do something like going on a walk out of the blue. That too without asking for my permission or telling anyone else. Something I've picked up recently. You're walking on thin ice now, Ashton. I'll suggest you stop lying and give me the truth. Where have you been to? And how long? Think and answer carefully. The following moment she got up and threateningly took a step towards him. Her eyes looked as if she was trying to make a hole in his head. Ashton thought he had learned to control himself around her. But right now just being around her was making him sweat. It wasn't happening because he had gotten weak. But as the mistress was not holding back against him anymore. It was only when she revealed her hidden strength did Ashton started to worry about himself. He knew very well what she was trying to do, assert dominance. That was the mistress' way of making someone talk. She didn't utter anything else, but Ashton knew he had to come up with a believable lie, even if it was absurd. I was out with a girl. You were out with a girl? Out of all the things Disha and the mistress had thought Ashton would say, this was by far the most unexpected one. Ashton out with a girl? Impossible. But considering the way he was acting, it did seem like that was the case. After all, it would have been the boys' first date. Maybe that was the reason he didn't want anyone to know where he had been because, well, maybe he did not know how to tell them. Who is she? The mistress asked him, judging by her muffled voice. It was clear that she was trying really hard to not let her emotions get the better part of her conscience. She had been trying time after time to make the boy fall for her and this mystery girl. Whoever she was, just met and she swept him off his feet? In her eyes, Ashton was her precious pawn and he only belonged to her and her alone. No one else, male or female, could take him away, at least until her plan was completed. On top of all that, Ashton getting a girl on the first day there was still not believable. Or more like, the mistress wasn't ready to believe it, even though she had no reason not to. She's someone I saved during the exam. She said she wanted to take me out as a way to thank me for doing so. Ashton was lying through the skin between his teeth now. I wanted to tell the mistress about it and ask for permission. He continued, but when I saw how tense you were, I thought it would be better to leave without asking for permission as to not trouble you even more. I'd rather take the punishment than upset you in any way, mistress. I apologize for getting you all riled up. Ashton could see his golden tongue was doing his job. The mistress' expression changed drastically, and it appeared she had calmed down because she went back to sit on the bed. In the meantime, Ashton was still bowing before her. It's fine. You don't need to apologize. But make sure you don't leave without taking my permission. The mistress dismissively waved her hand. Oh, and Disha informed me you were looking for some gears. So I have prepared something for you. She threw the heavy-looking wooden box at him. I hope you'll find it to your liking. Thank you. Ashton had a surprised look on his face, but deep down he was laughing like a maniac. Today was indeed his lucky day. How could it not be his lucky day when he got all these gears and money for, well, free? One more thing. The mistress interrupted him before he could open the package. Don't go out tonight. It's not a safe night for werewolves. Full moon. Much worse. Disha shook her head. Tonight is the night of blood moon. A rare occasion that happens once every 6 months. It empowers vampires but severely causes problems to our kind. It was the first time Ashton had heard about this blood moon thingy. A night that empowers the vampires, why weaken the werewolves? It was interesting and he wanted to know more, for research purposes. When werewolves come in contact with the red light of the moon on the night of blood moon, the mistress took over the explanation. The werewolves lose their reasoning and rationality and give in to their primal bloodlust, and let's be honest. There's only one way to subdue someone like that. Tiring them out, Ashton mumbled. Exactly. And how are we supposed to tire someone out without going outside and fighting them? The answer? We can't without risking the rest of the werewolves. So, close your windows and do not go outside in any case. After saying so, the mistress got up and left along with Disha, only to return a moment later to give him another piece of advice. Also about this girl of yours. I don't mind her dating you. You can do what you want, but if you ever stray away from the path I chose for you, she will have to go. The mistress threatened, so focus on your task rather than on girls. Says the one who never gave up trying to seduce me. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 65. It's time. Ashton wasn't sure whether the mistress was pissed off or something, but she took it upon herself to make the rest of Ashton's days hellish. From the moment he woke up till the moment his feet gave out, all he did was train and train. But that wasn't all. As they did not have a simulator to use in his training, the mistress volunteered herself to be his opponent. She could have let Disha or one of the other bodyguards fight him. But nope. She wanted to do it by herself as she did not want him to get injured. I seriously want to know what her definition of getting injured is. Ashton cursed under his breath. Every day, a new part of his body was broken, and although he did not feel much pain, the regular pain of breaking his bones was taking a bit of toll on him. At first, since his pain tolerance was going up, he was fine with it. But when it started happening every day, things took a turn for the worse. It almost felt as if the mistress was enjoying doing so, like it was her way of punishing him. It was at that moment Ashton started to fight back seriously. He had had enough. But no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible to land a single hit on the mistress. A thing which surprised no one. The mistress was one of the strongest werewolves in the Lycanian kingdom. How could a kid defeat her, when even the king's strongest warriors couldn't? Right now, the mistress had wrapped herself around him. No matter how hard Ashton tried, he could not get out of her grasp. The mistress was all smiles as Ashton started squirming around. Her sadistic smile sent shivers down the spines of everyone who was witnessing the fight. Thankfully, it was their last day there. So this was going to be the last time any of them would have to witness such a thing. The mistress finally let Ashton go as he was on the verge of collapsing, but not before she stepped on and snapped a few of his fingers. Blood gushed out of the broken fingers which had spread like petals of a flower. The mistress nodded towards Disha, who immediately rushed towards Ashton and expertly healed his wounds. But despite being a top-class healer, she could only heal his physical wounds, not the mental wounds left in his head. Not yet, not yet, not yet, Ashton kept repeating in his head over and over again. All this training made him hate the mistress even more. But rather than acting on his hatred, he decided to hold on to it. Soon he will have his revenge on her soon. Till then, he would take all the anger, humiliation and pain he had suffered through her hands and store them in his heart. When the time was right, he would make the bitch pay for everything she had ever done. You good? Disha tenderly inquired. Ashton nodded and got back to his feet. Disha was probably the only one under the mistress' command who somewhat cared about his well-being. But then again, it could also be one of the mistress' ploys to cultivate a friendship between them so she could use Disha when the right time came. This thought didn't even cross his mind. Rose was the one to suggest that. In the last 6 days, Ashton had been going out to hunt regularly with her. Since Rose was a hybrid, she was well aware of the struggles of leveling up different genes simultaneously and wanted to help him. But the help came at a cost. Ashton would have to promise to participate at least once or twice a month in the underground fights. Not right then, but when she had figured out a way for him to conceal his identity. Till then, he was under her debt. I think that's enough for now. The mistress signaled Disha to step back. Ashton was still injured. Disha could see that clearly, but when the mistress told her to step back, she did so without any question. At that moment, Ashton realized one thing. All of them were mere puppets to the mistress. As long as they served their purpose, they were kept around, and if they couldn't then, well, they were discarded faster than the mistress was discarded by her father. Ashton did not want to be of any use to her. But he also knew if he wanted to take his revenge, he would have to get closer to her first. One way to do that would be to prove to her that he was worthy of her trust by completing the tasks she had been cultivating him for. Till then, keep it all to yourself. Ashton, I hope you don't hate me more for what I have put you through these few days. Suddenly the sadistic look she had was replaced by concern. But I had to make you understand that you are still filth. You might be able to beat a bunch of kids, but if you want to become truly useful to me, you will have to get much stronger. It took every ounce of self-control Ashton could find within his broken body to not laugh at her face. He was a kid. How the FCK could she believe he would be able to defeat someone not only older than him but much stronger as well? The academy might look like it would take care of its students. But frankly, none of them, the professors, staff and even the director, give 2 FCKs about all of the students. The mistress sat down next to him. They only care about those who are strong and turn a blind eye towards everything they do. So you have to be one of them. She continued, I'm not asking you to become an S-ranked student. But at least get to A or B if you want to live your academic life a bit peacefully. Otherwise, your life there would be made hell. Like mine was. Wait, what? Ashton blurted out, how come you're so strong now? Just the thought of someone as strong as the mistress herself being weak was absurd. Sounds unbelievable, right? The mistress smiled wanly. That's the power of evolution. It can turn the weakest into the strongest and the other way around. Within a span of a couple of weeks, my ranking jumped from C to S in the academy. But I had gotten lucky thanks to an early evolution. It might not be so in your case, so focus on getting stronger now. Is that clear? Yes, mistress. Ashton mumbled. Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 66. It's time to. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Ashton, you good? Disha asked him as they once again walked into the academy. Yeah, I'm good. Ashton replied absent-mindedly. Ashton could not sleep the entire night because of what the mistress told him. He was planning to hold himself back during the competition to get rid of the slaves the mistress had so graciously given him. But now it seemed like a bad idea. If I were to rank low, I would have been allotted one of the shared quarters. Thus the possibility of having the slaves around me all the time would be nullified as that isn't allowed. Ashton sighed. As a result, it would have helped me tremendously to go out in the dark and level up as an undead and a vampire. But on the other hand, doing something like that would print a target on my back. The bastard nobles would relentlessly harass me, and I would not be able to fight back in the daylight. If I did, the professors would surely cause more issues for me. CK. No favoritism, my ass. No matter what path Ashton chose, he will lose something. But in the end, he would have to choose one of the two. Either stay free from conflict during the day or tolerate all the crap nobles will put him through and hunt during the night. Tolerating those bastards was not a problem. He had been doing so ever since he was born. But with the power he had now, he would find it difficult to not fight back. That was the thing he was more concerned about. As long as he didn't fight back, all he would have to do was to get used to the nobles crapping on him all the time. But the moment he fought back while staying in the weak rank, he would have to worry about the professors as well. Ashton hadn't been aware of it, but according to the mistress and Disha, who both attended the academy, the professors always favored the higher-ranking student. They could beat the shit out of a low-rank student and get away with it. But if a low-ranker did the same to a high-ranker, their life would be made hell. The corrupt professors would make sure of it. The mistress had experienced it firsthand when she decided to stand up to the bullying of her half-sister, who also happened to be the king's legitimate daughter. In the end, her half-sister, Keishika, was beaten up so badly by the mistress that she had to be taken to the capital for treatment. After that, the mistress was forced to do horrible things for the professors, at least according to her. Things had gotten so bad at one point she even tried to herself. But that all changed when she evolved from being an F grade being to an A grade. But her genes weren't the only thing that evolved. Her rank in the school did as well. Only then was she even acknowledged by her peers and professors. But she decided to make them pay subtly. However, her happiness was soon destroyed when she was called in for a hearing to address her attack on Keishika. As a punishment for assaulting King's daughter, she got banned from ever entering the city of Contingent without the king's permission. The only plus side was that she was allowed to continue her education, and it was thanks to the allies she made during that time. She turned out to be as strong as she was now. Some even argued she was strong enough to overrule the king's commands anytime she pleased. Ashton tried to know a bit more about her past, hoping he could find something or someone from her past life that could help him with his revenge. But his attempts were quickly shot down by both the mistress and Disha. Some things are better left buried in the past. That's what they told him. So, with no other choice, Ashton decided to focus on what he had to. I can think of some ways to get rid of two humans easily, but I won't be able to do the same with the nobles or the professors. Ashton finally decided what he had to do. If worst comes to worst, I will just have to kill both of them. Even though that's not something I want to do, I can't let anyone stand between me and my revenge. Ashton had lived as a human for 99% of his life, so it was obvious he didn't want any of them to suffer. But since it was clear that the slaves were loyal to the mistress, Ashton had no choice but to look at them as potential obstacles in his path. But then, on the other hand, his life in the academy was already going to be hellish because he was a mutt. So matter what his rank was, he would be looked down upon. The only question was, how much did he want to be looked down on? Nah, having a higher rank would deter those bastardly nobles from doing anything. Well, it looks like I'm aiming for the top then. Look who it is. Ashton heard a familiar annoying voice and sighed heavily. He already had too much on his plate and did not want to deal with someone like him right now. But his luck was already bad enough. It was Lucas with his gang of royal knights. Well, he wasn't the only noble with knights and attendants. All of them had a few men and women around them. As far as he could see, Ashton was the only one there with a single attendant. Step aside, Lucas, Ashton said in a cold tone. That is if you don't want to piss your pants again. How dare you talk to our master like that, you filthy mutt. One of the blue-haired knights standing behind him unsheathed his sword, and was about to take a swing at him when someone parried the blow and kicked the knight away. I never knew the knights from the Ring family had a fuse shorter than their dicks. An empowering voice echoed throughout the academy plaza. Now get back before I chop them off entirely. Everyone in the plaza had their eyes on them. It wasn't every day they get to see the knight whose skills even the master swordsman of the academy acknowledged. Donovan. The blue-haired knight gritted his teeth but otherwise didn't do a thing. Even with all of the knights there, it would be difficult to deal with him. After all, even the king of Lycania had praised the Bismarckian knight for his talent and valor a week ago. It was all over the news. I could have taken care of him by myself. Ashton looked at the one whom he probably hated even more than the mistress. What are you even doing here? Fulfilling my orders. Donovan replied and sheathed his sword. The mistress wanted me to keep an eye on you till you got your rank. So here I am. Come on, let's get going before any more idiots trouble us. Alright. Ashton mumbled and kept walking to get himself registered. But with Donovan there, he couldn't help but wonder what the heck was he and the mistress planning to do now. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 67 Problems Everywhere 1. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Donovan's sudden appearance wasn't the only problem Ashton had to think about. Unlike the rest of his genes that depended on him feeding on flesh and blood to level up, the werewolf genes leveled up by literally being in a battle. He didn't need to kill someone to gain experience as a werewolf. He got experience by getting hit, dodging attacks, and dealing damage. As a result, he was already on the verge of leveling up again, thanks to the reckless beatings the mistress gave to him. But that wasn't the problem. The problem came in the form of maintaining harmony between his genes. Lucifer had been quite clear in his instructions. All of the genes had to be within the 5-level range of each other. If not, then the harmony between the genes would get destroyed, and as a result, one gene might overpower the others. In case of such an event, not only his secret will be out for everyone to see, he might even lose control of himself altogether. And right now, Ashton was stuck at a dead end. He only needed 2% EXP to get to level 11 as a werewolf. However, his undead genes were still stuck at level 5. Which meant if he leveled up before consuming the flesh of a fresh, preferably alive target, he might lose everything he had worked for. I need to find a way out of this mess, Ashton thought. The registration was already completed. Now he only needed to wait while the exam started. Thanks to that, he had enough time to come up with a plan. Also, the fact that he had to level up as an undead before meant that he had to be sneaky about it. He could not afford to be discovered and get attacked before having someone's flesh. If that happened, his werewolf genes might get triggered and level up. There was a way to ensure that didn't happen though. He could simply deactivate the werewolf genes, that way he would not need to worry about leveling up as a werewolf. Easy, right? Wrong. The watches they had been provided with had an inbuilt heart rate monitor. It was a precaution so that the medical personnel could monitor the examinees and save them if need be. But this precaution was the thing stopping Ashton from doing something reckless. Having a heart rate monitor on him meant, the moment he deactivated the werewolf genes, the medical personnel would be informed that his heart was no longer beating, as the vampire and undead genes did not require him to have a beating heart. Then the shit show will start. It was for the same reason he could not throw away the watch and do what he needed to before reactivating the genes. Not to mention that activating or deactivating the genes would alter his appearance as well, which was yet another great way to give his secret away for fun. But if he activated the undead genes while the werewolf genes were active, his heartbeat might get a bit slow, but not enough to make the medics give any attention to him. So, Ashton decided to go for it and do whatever he needed to, even if it meant he would have to kill a noble. It wouldn't matter as long as he could make it seem like an accident. Don't worry about the nobles. They won't dare to do something odd knowing that Sir Donovan is here, Disha reassured him. As Ashton's face was down, she assumed it was because of what happened earlier. In her eyes, even though he was strong, he was still a kid. So she thought that he was nervous because of thinking about what could happen inside the arena. Ashton gave her a smile before turning to his thoughts again. Who the hell is scared of those scrawny-ass bastards? I'm scared about what I might end up doing to them if I leveled up. She is right. Being around me is like being around the mistress herself. Donovan confidently chimed in. Why? Because you're both pieces of shit. Ashton had an urge to say it out loud but chose otherwise. Ashton did not know why the hell was he being so bossy. He was strong, no doubt, but Donovan might as well be overestimating himself. Or maybe in their absence something happened to him. The chance of the latter scenario happening was no less than Ashton becoming an S-rank student of the academy. Maybe I should ask him about it? But before Ashton could act on his thoughts, the director walked in front of the ground and immediately everyone's attention was on her. It's such a pleasure to see so many enthusiasts once again. This year all of you have achieved something that more than 1,500 people couldn't. That is to become a part of the famed Werewolf Academy of Battle Arts and Magic. The director welcomed them all with open arms and the crowd started clapping and cheering. She gestured everyone to calm down and continued. But before you officially become a part of the academy, there's one final test you need to go through. The ranking test. Just like the previous round, this round too will be a Battle Royale survival round, with some changes. A moment later the director started explaining the changes in the rules. You will not find any weapons or gears scattered around the map. Instead, you will have to use the weapons and gears you found in the previous round. Also, we won't be surveying anything, unlike the last round. Here at the academy, we know each individual have some talents that they want like to be broadcasted outside. Thus, in order to find the true strength of the students, the battle zone had been blacked out, which means anything can go inside. However, you can still be tracked using your watches, so don't do anything that would make me expel your sorry buttocks. That's all. Have fun, kids. The director disappeared as quickly as she had appeared, and as she did, a weird smile appeared on the faces of the noble kids. Thanks to the director's blackout rule, they would be able to do as they pleased without worrying about the consequences. Their goal was to force all of those mutts and half-blood to the last places. However, none of them had a smile as big as Lucas. He had made up his mind to make that filthy mutt pay for what he said earlier. This is bad, will you be okay? Disha asked Ashton. Oh, I will be, Ashton said his farewells and went inside the arena with a smile. However, as soon as he was gone, the looks long Disha's and Donovan's faces changed. You think he knows? Donovan inquired. Haha, nope. That fool doesn't have a fing clue. Neither does the mistress. Disha threw a fit of laughter. That's good then. Today Ashton Fenrir dies, you people make sure of it or else. You don't need to warn us, Sir Donovan. We hate him just as much as you do. The gruntas who had been standing behind them mumbled together. Also, the conundrum has already made us aware of their expectations. All of the nobles under our authority will make sure he dies inside. Donovan's sudden appearance and his actions of defending Ashton were no coincidence. Nor was he there under the mistress' command. He was there to make sure Ashton died, and after that, he could take over Madden Creek and make the mistress his bitch. Which, with the help of the nobles and the conundrum, had gotten a bit easier. Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 68. Problems everywhere too. Conundrum, an organization no one with sane minds would even think about going against. And usually no one did so either. They were the ones to choose their targets and eliminate them. To them, it didn't matter who they had to put an end to. It could be a regional ruler or a peasant, so literally anyone, as long as they were deemed as a danger to the throne. Once the target had been marked, they would be taken care of silently. Most people thought their existence was just a myth, a hoax, a rumor. No one had ever seen them, so why should they believe in them? But the important thing was, just because they did not believe in them didn't mean they didn't exist. Well, anyway, it was in their interest that they weren't known among the general populace. But who were these people? How much authority did they possess? Well, no one had the answer to any of that. The organization was so secret, even the members of the conundrum did not know the identity of each other. Only the one rising above them all was aware of every member of the conundrum. This person simply went with the name the head, while its members were known as fingers. Their sole purpose was to eliminate anyone or anything that could threaten the safety of their kingdom. They had been doing this ever since the kingdom was built on the corpses of innumerable humans and werewolves alike. Also known as the Shadow Ruler, the head was responsible for inducting new members into their cult and showing them the ropes. This time they had decided to induct the closest person to the one they had deemed as a threat, the Bismarckian mistress. Unlike what the king said to fool himself and the ministers around him, the head had no doubts that their king had a weakness, or his daughter. That was the only possible reason. The king did not punish her severely or end her altogether despite getting numerous chances to do so. As a result, the political and battle strength of the mistress had grown so much she could easily rival any noble in the empire, even the king himself. All of it was because the weak king allowed her to roam free and do as she pleased. The king could have fooled everyone else, but not someone like the head. Since the king was not prepared to handle the mess, the head decided it was time for the conundrum to step in and handle everything by themselves. As a result, a week ago, they invited Donovan, the mistress' closest aide, to try and make him defect to their side. The head knew how loyal he was to the mistress and thus was surprised when Donovan agreed to their proposal of getting rid of the mistress. But on his terms. I will deal with her. I won't kill her, but I'll make sure she doesn't cause any problem to the kingdom anymore. Those were his exact words. However, his readiness to join forces with them left a bad taste in their mouths. Even if the mistress and Donovan had a fallout, what Donovan was doing made little to no sense to them. But considering that the mistress would never even think that Donovan would betray her, it was the right choice to let Donovan by their side for now. After promising the strength and support from their side, Donovan left to enact the first phase of his plan. The plan to finally get rid of the bastard who had been responsible for all of it, a plan to kill Ashton. At first, Donovan thought it would be difficult to get him killed during the examination, which also happened to be the best time to do so. Every couple of years, someone always died during those weird tests. But everyone seemed to overlook that fact because most of the time, only half-breed and mutts were the ones to die. People about whom no one gave a shit about anyways. Killing Ashton inside would have been difficult because, well, Donovan had no connections with the other noble families or their wards. However, the conundrum easily solved that issue, and to his surprise, Donovan realized Ashton was already on the hit list of several noble families, especially the Gruntas and the Rings. As a result, Donovan did not have to put any effort into uniting the families to complete one task: to get rid of Ashton. But his plan would not have been successful if the mistress stayed in contingent. He had to get her out of there first and foremost. That's where Disha became a member of his plan. Despite how much Disha was loyal to the mistress, she was and always had been loyal to Donovan more. Why? Because she had feelings for him. Feelings that Donovan never acknowledged before. It was for that reason why at first Disha was hostile to Ashton, but then as per the mistress' order and considering their upbringing, she decided to get close to Ashton. But even then, the moments she had spent with Ashton were nothing more than her pretending to be happy around him, as her hatred for what Ashton had done to Donovan were still on her mind. Since Donovan was aware of the feelings Disha had for him, he decided to use them to his advantage. He promised to accept her as her Luna, the primary mate, if she did something for him. Disha jumped at the opportunity. She had been waiting for that moment all her life and readily agreed to do anything as long as she could have Donovan accept her. So by using Disha, Donovan let the mistress know that he was leaving her as someone who got defeated by a kid. He did not feel like he was someone worthy enough to stay by her side. That was the reason why the mistress had been upset the day Ashton asked her for some gear. It was all Donovan's ploy to throw the mistress off balance and remove her focus from Ashton, leaving him alone with Disha. The plan worked as the mistress left contingent and back to Madden Creek, much earlier than she had planned to talk to Donovan and knock some sense into him. However, Donovan wasn't in Madden Creek at all. He had been in contingent for a couple of days now, planning and plotting for every single scenario to end Ashton during the exam. Once that was done, in a couple of days, he would overthrow the mistress with the help of the conundrum and make her realize the weight of her choices. That way, everyone will get their win. The nobles would get rid of Ashton, Donovan would get rid of the mistress, and the conundrum will have their threat eliminated. But first, they needed to get rid of Ashton. Don't screw it up. There's more at stake here than your childish squabbles. Donovan reminded the Grunta twins before they disappeared into the arena. They will do our job. You should just focus on doing yours. Their knight, Sir Alexander Yeager, retorted, don't think just because the conundrum trusts you we will as well. It was Disha's first time seeing the famed knight and to be honest, his build even put Donovan to shame. She even wondered how the hell did someone of his physique become a knight? He would have been better off as a tank or brawler. Not only he was a literal 69 giant, but the swords strapped onto his back were also just as huge. His shoulder-length brown wavy hair matched with his copper alloy armor. If someone saw them, they would think that both Donovan and Alexander were born to oppose each other. As suspicious as ever, Alexander. Donovan smirked, didn't I tell you before to shut your trap? I am the in charge of this operation. So if I were in your shoes, I'll be really careful about that, I said. Rather than replying to him, Alexander just smirked and left along with the rest of the knights. Even though it pissed Donovan, he decided to remain silent. There was a saying among the knights, the knight who used his mouth to talk was the weakest of them all. It essentially meant as a knight they should use their blades to do that talking for them. Only the weak used words. The ones who were truly strong only believed in proving themselves using the might of their blade. What Alexander did there was the prime example of that saying. Donovan knew that because they had trained under the same blade master, who only ever taught the two of them. One could even say that they were like two flowers of the same plant who cultivated their strength from the same source. That was until Alex betrayed him and their master. Smile all you want, Alex, Donovan cursed under his breath. I'll get rid of you soon. Very soon. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 69 I am weak. Just kidding. I knew these bastards would pull something like this. Ashton smiled as he entered the arena. I wonder whether the director decided on the blackout protocol so I could do what I want without worrying about others outside. Ashton wasn't surprised, to say the least. He had more or less expected these fools to do something like this. The moment he got inside, he was immediately cornered by the around 15 nobles. Obviously, most of them were the same people who had tried to fight him a week ago. Looks like you ran out of luck, Mutt. As usual, Lucas was the first one to bark, you're going to die today. But before that, we'll make you beg for your life. Like you were begging for yours when I found you in the previous round. Ashton smirked as Lucas' face turned bright red with rage. Either way, you retards think you can kill me? Really? Don't worry about what we can and can't do. Nick said in his emotionless voice before cracking his knuckles, but what you should know is that I'll be collecting my first place rewards from you too. You mean these? Suddenly Ashton was covered in black armor from the head to the toe along with the bone whip in his hand. But there was something else, he should not have had all that armor. The director said they would have to use the gears they had obtained in the last round. Then how the heck was the bastard mutt using an armor that was clearly not a part of the prize pool? Phew, it was a risky move, but it worked. While everyone was busy strategizing about what to do next, Ashton had his undivided attention on what the director was saying. Although she said that they'll be using the gears and stuff they obtained in the last round, she never explicitly said they won't be able to use the things they brought with them. That's why Ashton remained silent while all those idiotic nobles were taking everything out of their inventory. He was taking a risk, and if it failed, he might as well get paralyzed from the shock of trying to access his inventory. But his bold move paid off. Not only was he stronger than the rest in terms of levels but also in terms of equipment. As much as I hate to admit it, the mistress armor is quite good. Ashton thought to himself. The box that the mistress gave him on the night he got back after fighting with Bella carried a full body armor. An armor that went along with Nemean hide that Ashton already had in his possession. Item, Widower's Wrath. Type armor. Defense. 150,183 HP per strike. Stats bonus. Armor. Plus 15% while equipped for use. Increases with user's level. Reduces 2x damage taken from night creatures. Enhances armor by 20% when fighting against werewolves and vampires. Reduces 0.6x damage against weapon attacks. Rarity. Description. Information regarding the origin of this armor has been hidden by its creator. Need the permission from? To view this content. The weapon had been enchanted and imbued with unique abilities and effects. Effects. Protects the wielder from negative effects such as poison, hemorrhage, stun, and paralysis. Increases all of the user's existing resistances by 2 grades. When equipped. Grants the user the passive skill. Negate. The armor automatically negates the effect of every 5th attack it takes along with the damage. Cooldown 5 minutes. Grants the user the active skill. Locked. Needs creator's permission to unlock. Grants the user the passive skill. Locked. Needs creator's permission to unlock. Although the armor did not have any extraordinary effects, it was still more than enough for Ashton. Another thing that intrigued Ashton the most was the need for the approval of the creator to unlock some effects as well as the armor's description. He'll have to find the man sooner or later. But for now, let's see how good this armor actually is. Just an armor. What can it do against 15 of us? Lucas barked yet again while the rest of the nobles nodded along. 15 against 1? There was no way this bastard could defeat them all. Also, if he couldn't kill all of them or else their families would kill him afterwards. No matter how much the director tried to protect him, he would be gone either way. However, before any one of them could take a step towards him, something happened. Ashton made his move first and started running away? Should have known the bastard would run away. Lucas yelled yet again after him. With the gruntas and other nobles by his side, Lucas was feeling way too overconfident. As a result, he decided to actively participate in the fight, while he was usually someone who would stay behind and let the others do his job. Nick and Nicole were the only ones left behind. Even though the previous altercation between Ashton and him had only lasted about a minute, that much time was enough for him to know what kind of person Ashton was. The Mud is planning something. Nick finally spoke after a moment of silence. He isn't someone to run away just because odds were stacked against him. If he was, then the conundrum wouldn't have bothered even trying to get rid of him. Nicole chimed in, what should we do then? Attack or analyze? For now, let's just focus on the competition. While they are chasing him, let's eliminate as many people as we can. That way when we kill him, we'll be able to twist the narrative to our advantage. Eliminate everyone till only the 15 of them were left, seemed to be a good plan. With the blackout, the only ones who could let their secret out were the ones who were not a part of their plan. With none of them around, they'll be able to do as they pleased with Ashton without worrying about the consequences. It was a win-win for all of them. Let's use that like we did in the last round. Nick said as an ominous smile appeared on his face. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 70 I am weak. Just kidding. Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. In the meantime, at an unknown location, the sound of hasty footsteps echoed in the empty alleyway. A woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s was rushing somewhere, while periodically looking behind her shoulder, as if someone was following her. Even though there was no one in the abandoned alley apart from her, in the woman's line of work anything could happen at any time. Especially if someone found out she was a human in disguise. If that secret got out, she couldn't even imagine the things the werewolves would do to her. If she was lucky, they would feast on her while she was alive. But if she wasn't, then she would be begging someone to kill her. However, if she managed to cross the territory without being noticed, the resistance would have a chance to fight back against the vampires and werewolves. As for the undead, they'll figure how to get rid of them later. I have to get out of here before the scent covering my tracks wear off. The black-haired woman thought and broke in a run, almost there. At the end of the alley, the woman dropped down to her knees and started looking for something. But before she could find anything, suddenly the dark alley was flooded with light. With the light came an unparalleled feeling of despair, as she had never felt before. Even though nothing had happened to her yet, she could feel her life slipping away. That was the kind of fear she had of one standing behind her. I told you I smell a rat. A feminine voice echoed. You tell loads of useless things. Do you expect us to take a note of everything? A stronger and hoarse male voice retorted. Cut it out, you two. It's too early for me to listen to your idiotic bickering again. A peculiarly squeaky but masculine voice could be heard in the alley. Yeah, let the captain do his thing, then do me later. Yet another female spoke up, treat me like a... Shut it, or we might need to start looking for another member. The man with the squeaky voice said again, as for you, I will recommend that you give yourself up to us before we do something you'll regret. The woman from earlier raised her hands over the head and slowly turned around. She knew her game was over, but she needed to help her comrades. That was the least she could do for them. The woman slowly began to cover her escape route back as it was. She was supposed to climb down the sewer and swim back to the resistance hideout. But now that she had been busted, she had to at least buy enough time for her people who had been hiding in the sewer. The woman tried her best, but as she was doing that, an arrow pierced right through her shoulder, followed by her shrieking scream of agony. These fing retards, they never listen. Dim the lights, let her see her friends. The squeaky voice echoed again. The woman looked towards them. wanting to know just which group was going to be responsible for her death. Instead, what she saw made her break down crying. The ones she had been trying to protect, her people, her comrades, all of them were already dead and their severed head was being dangled in front of her. Their bodies had been replaced by pikes, as fresh blood dripped through the steel staff. Their eyes were still open, depicting their last expressions of pain and suffering at the hands of the werewolves. Man, we started ignoring these resistance bastards to focus on the vamps, and these pussies began thinking they can get away with anything? A young girl with 2 braided pink pigtails walked up to her. Oh my, Cap, she's a cutie. Can I keep her? Please, please, please. In her hands was a pink bow and red arrows. It was clear as the sky above them that she had been the one to shoot the arrow at the human. No can do, Mia. She clearly knows some secrets, that's why she was in a hurry to leave. The man who was being referred to as the captain by others came into the woman's vision. On top of that, we have a contract to fulfill. Once the interrogators were done with her, then I may request them to hand her over to you. Is that okay? Unlike his squeaky voice, the captain's physique could not have been more barbaric. The blonde guy was covered in battle scars from the head to the toe and numerous tattoos. It was to the point that it was confusing to say which ones were tattoos and which ones were scars. With a build like his, people would have expected him to carry a cannon strapped onto his back. But surprisingly, he was carrying a bunch of knives. They'll break her for sure. Who would want to play with a broken toy? Mia pointed her tongue towards the captain and stormed back to where she was. This girl. Cap sighed. Well, I forget she is only a kid despite her age. Diablo, get this bitch in the truck and let's get going. I kinda need that money for a new tattoo. Aye, boss. The man with an extraordinarily masculine voice said as he got out of the car. His voice was the only thing heavy about him. Other than that, he was practically a brown-haired dwarf. He was so short that it made everyone wonder how the heck was he even able to drive a car in the first place. Come on, let's get going. Diablo, the dwarf, was about to drag the human away when Scarlet, the vice captain of their squad, stopped him. Wait, something's not right. Diablo, get back. All of them simultaneously jumped back, and as they did, the woman exploded, with bits and pieces of her splattered all over them in the alley. I told you. We should have sedated her first. These resistance bastards are treating their people like expendable toys. The flaming redhead, Scarlet, yelled at Diablo as usual. How are supposed to find their hideout now? Relax, she wasn't the last one in the city working for the resistance. I'm sure there are more of those bastards in contingent. We just need to be vigilant and they'll eventually make another mistake. Cap flexed his neck before walking back to their vehicle. Get a report made and submit a report about what happened today, damn. How am I supposed to get the tattoo now? You and your tattoos. The rest of them shook their heads and got busy cleaning up. Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 71. I am weak. Just kidding. 3. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Back at the academy. Where the hell is he? Lucas yelled at the top of his lungs. It had been near an hour since they started the hunt to kill Ashton. But within that hour, Ashton had completely disappeared from there. He was nowhere to be found, as if he had become one with the darkness. In the meantime, the Grunted twins were busy eliminating as many students as they could for the sake of maintaining secrecy there. But even they were having troubles on their side. It would appear the qualifiers from the other zones were a lot better than they had expected. As a result, Lucas and the rest of the nobles were left on their own to hunt Ashton. Which, to be honest, was not possible, given the little amount of light they had to use. In the end, Lucas begrudgingly had to split their forces. Unlike the last round, this time there was a time limit, and they had to survive till the timer ran out, which forced Lucas to make that decision. Otherwise, he would not have taken such a suicidal step. Especially after seeing how bad his plans had flopped the last time. These fools wanted to kill me and they can't even work together. Ashton shook his head while being concealed among the branches and leaves of a tree. Ashton had not even made a single move, and yet he had shaken them in their resolve to fight. It was for that reason they couldn't see him even though he was right in front of them. Well, actually it was thanks to the darkness he was able to hide so well. Let's start the show then, shall we? Name: Ashton Fenrir. Species: zombie active, vampire active, werewolf active, human deceased. Status: Zompirewolf. Class: unassigned. Title: Defiant. All genes have been activated successfully. Transformation to Zompirewolf is successful. Ashton activated all of his dormant genes one after another. He did not want to simultaneously activate all the genes and suffer through excruciating pain. No matter how much his pain tolerance had leveled up, activating all of the genes together was still suicidal. Everything was going according to his plan. However, the moment he activated the vampire and undead genes, the sharp nose of the werewolves caught his scent. Or the scent of an undead and a vampire, to be precise. Undead and vampire? The director never told us anything about such beasts inside, Lucas thought to himself and drew his sword. No, it has to be something else. Unlike anything I've never witnessed before. Lucas was the first to recognize the smell of hostiles as he was the closest to them. With it, a realization dawned upon him. Since he was closest to the enemy, it meant he would be the one to get attacked first. He wasn't a fighter, he could barely lift a sword let alone fight, even if his life depended on it. Which is, literally did at the moment. There's something here. Lucas roared at the top of his lungs, but the people who were with him had already scattered. Even if they could hear him, it would take them a solid minute or more to even reach him. Which was more than enough time for Ashton to do what he needed to. I told you I'll kill you first. Ashton's voice echoed through the dark as he swooped down from the tree and in front of Lucas. Wait. What happened to you? Lucas stuttered and subconsciously started walking away from Ashton. Although he could recognize Ashton's voice, his appearance had changed completely. Ashton's skin had turned ashen and his hair had grown a lot. Even though the mask was covering Ashton's face, it couldn't confuse Lucas whether the one standing in front of him really was Ashton or someone else. However, the armor Ashton was wearing gave his identity away to Lucas. Still, at the moment, Lucas could only think about surviving and nothing else. You think you can waste our time by talking? Ashton laughed, but it wasn't a normal laugh either. Just the sound of his laugh sent chills down Lucas' spine. Well, you don't know my family. They'll have your head if you even dared to touch me. I'll burn that bridge when I get to it. For now, I'll be content by killing you. Rather than trying to fight Ashton, Lucas threw his sword away and began sprinting towards the ones who were closest to him. But a second later, he felt something popped right behind him, and the next moment he fell down. He could no longer feel his body. All he could feel was a sharp pain in the back of his neck, as if a night creature had bitten into his flesh. The pain was excruciating. Lucas wanted to scream, but no words came out of his mouth as he slumped down on his knees. Lucas could feel the blood from his body being sucked away. At the same time, chunks of his flesh were being eaten away as well. No way. Those were the last words that came out of his mouth before his eyes went blank. Ashton had been aiming for him since the beginning. As he knew out of all the students, Lucas was the weakest one and probably would not be able to fight back against him. Which was exactly what Ashton needed to level his undead genes up. You have successfully consumed the blood of a level 7 wormut. You have been awarded 89% EXP for a successful hunt. Current vampire level, 8. Current vampire skill points 9. Current EXP, 89%. Vampire skill. Skill absorption activated. Attempting to absorb the skill insight from the prey. Required gene to learn the skill. Werewolf genes. Required genes are present within the host's body. Proceeding with absorption. Due to the inefficiency of skill absorption, only partial absorption could happen. As a result, the active skill Insight level 5 has been turned into an active skill Influence level 1. Note: the user is recommended to upgrade skill absorption as soon as they can. So that's how it works. Interesting. Ashton had been wondering for a while because he had never witnessed skill absorption work before. For now, it looked like whenever he would try to drink someone's blood, he would be able to absorb of one the prey's skills. If complete absorption isn't possible, then the partial absorption would lead to the creation of a new skill for him. In short, he was getting way too overpowered. The flurry of notifications did not end there. After all, Ashton had just received a new skill. You have learned a new werewolf skill. Influence. This skill allows the user to influence a selected target's decisions. However, whether the skill would be successful or not depends upon a variety of factors, including but not limited to the type of relationship the two parties share, their affinity towards each other, how much intelligence they possessed, and the level difference between them. The higher the level difference, the lower the chance of successfully influencing the decision. This drawback can be removed by either upgrading the skill, or by improving the relationship with the said person. Grade. Low level 1. Cooldown 10 minutes. Can be used 3 times a day. Activation radius 70 meters. Your targets must be within this range to get marked. Condition to upgrade the skill. The vampire genes weren't the only genes that got a boost. As planned, Ashton's werewolf and undead genes leveled up as well. He no longer had to worry about destroying the harmony between his genes, which meant he could deactivate the rest of his genes and carry on with the exam. Lucas' death could be blamed on a plethora of reasons, thanks to how weak he was. A creature could have attacked him, or his death could have been a result of a family feud. After all, the nobles were known to often fight amongst them to assert dominance, and also to take over each other's territories. However, considering the bite marks on his body, they would most probably think some kind of night creature must have attacked him. So all Ashton had to do was to make them go in that direction, and he would be cleared of any suspicion. Thankfully, he knew exactly what he had to do. After all, a night creature would not be satisfied with killing just one of them, which meant Ashton would have to kill a couple more of them. Let's not take any risks and level up the undead genes a bit more just to be sure. Ashton thought as 2 idiots came walking right towards him. After all, it'll be a waste to not use this opportunity. The 2 nobles walking towards Ashton were clueless as to what had conspired there a few moments ago. They were only heading that way because they had heard Lucas yell that he had found someone. Wait, one of the two stopped the other. I smell blood. Someone must have fought here not too long ago. In that case, we should call the other sis that Lucas? The two sprinted in the direction of Lucas' corpse, unaware of what was going to happen to them shortly. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 72 Trouble in Paradise 1. Moments later, chaos ensued. The medics who had been monitoring the heart rates of the students were sent into a frenzy when not one or two but three students flatlined one after another. Something terrible must have happened, and as a result, the examination was brought to an abrupt end. Several announcements were made asking the students to stop fighting and leave the arena as soon as possible. At the same time, several professors and high-ranking students went inside the arena to investigate along with the medics. However, none of them had any idea what they were about to witness mere moments later. As soon as they found the flatlined students, most of the students emptied their bowels right then and there. 3 half-eaten, mutilated corpses were scattered everywhere. It appeared as if the killed had left behind a human puzzle for them to solve, as none of the corpses was intact. Some had a missing arm, while one of the corpses had been ripped open for the medics to do their forensic work. Even though there had been deaths in the academy before, nothing like this had ever happened before. None of them could even fathom the horrors the student would have had to experience right before dying. The only silver lining in this mess was that no one from high-ranking noble families had been killed. Otherwise, their wrath would have been troublesome to say the least. The low-ranking Ring family did not have enough authority to go against the academy themselves. The same went for the other 2 families whose heirs had been killed like that. However, a question still remained: who the hell did this? We will have to wait for the forensic reports. But from a glance, it seems it was a work of a night creature. Amira Holder, the professor of martial arts, mumbled. For a master of martial arts, her body seemed frail. But that was because she had the ability of giantification. In other words, she could grow or shrink the sense of her body upon will. Apart from that, her flaming red hair could also be used as a weapon of its own. How the hell would a night creature get here? Mina, the monster tamer, asked Amira. Night creatures were her forte, so it was obvious that she was interested in what was going on there. However, even she could not come up with a possible way a night creature would have gotten into the arena without being detected. Such a thing was almost impossible. With the emphasis on almost. It would be impossible unless someone deliberately let a creature inside. Amira stated the obvious. Also, I suppose we already know why someone would let a night creature inside an arena full of nobles. The resistance? Suddenly the director's voice echoed behind them. Apologies for being late. I had to inform the concerned families about the mishap. All of the professors and students along with the medic staff acknowledged the director with a quick but curt bow. If it's the work of a night creature, then it's entirely possible the humans were involved in the attack. Amira cleared her stance. On top of that, we have been receiving reports about their appearance in contingent every now and then. The director nodded along. What Amira was saying indeed made sense. In recent weeks, the resistance had been desperately trying to cause issues in the city. It was for that same reason they had to tighten the security to prevent them from getting into the city. Still, they somehow managed to cause problems after problems. That being said, sabotaging the second round of the exams would be a perfect opportunity for them to make their presence felt once again. The theory Amira had proposed fit right into what had happened there. But there was a slight problem. If a night creature had done this, then where the hell was it now? The students were the only ones who had walked outside, and the professors were sure nothing else could have escaped from the arena. When the director pointed it out, none of them had an answer to that question. Could there be a secret passage leading out of here? Mina stated a possible situation. Could you look around and confirm if that's the case? But be careful, the creature could also be lurking around. The director mumbled. In the meantime, I will go and interrogate the students. Maybe one of them had seen or heard something. Yes, Madam Director. Even though the academy had not released any statement about what had conspired inside the arena, the people outside could think of what could have happened inside. Also, considering that out of the 80 participants who went inside, only 77 of them walked out, was telling enough to make the others fear that the worst had happened. As everyone kept talking about what could have happened inside, Ashton remained silent. Unlike the rest of them, there was no one accompanying him. Disha and Donovan, both of them were missing, and as much as Ashton was relieved about Donovan not being there, he was also weirded out by Disha's unannounced absence. Did they know about the nobles' plan to get rid of me? Ashton thought, as much as I hate Donovan, I don't think he would go against the mistress so blatantly just to get rid of me. As for Disha, well, she did not have any reason to hate me, did she? A lot of things were going inside Ashton's head. He wasn't worried about anyone finding out what he had done. There was no way someone could have found out it was him. But the gazes of the nobles around him said something else. Unlike the others, these nobles knew that Lucas had been chasing after him with the intent to kill him. So, it was obvious Ashton could have killed them in self-defense. However, just thought that he could have killed 3 nobles on his own kinda made it unbelievable. Most of them agreed that the mutt could have gotten to know about their plan and decided to hire some help. I'm glad you are all right. A familiar voice echoed in Ashton's head. Rose? Where are you? Somewhere close. Listen, there's something you need to know, but we can't talk here, even with my telepathy. I'll meet you tonight. Till then, keep a low profile. Chapter 73, Trouble in Paradise 2. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. That's easier said than done. Ashton thought when he saw the director coming right towards him. I can't promise anything, but I'll meet you near the cottage after midnight. If I'm late, then you'll need to figure out a different way to contact me. Understood. Take care. Rose replied before disconnecting her telepathy skill. Ashton might be good at hiding his emotions. However, Rose's appearance had him a bit confused and worried, especially due to her shaky voice. Considering that Rose wasn't someone who would get flustered or worried easily, something big must have happened. Something big which concerned him. But before he could wonder about anything else, the director suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbed him by his arm before dragging him away from the crowd. The other students, even the seniors who were trying to maintain order there, were shocked to see that. The director wasn't someone who would mingle with the students. Not even for someone's death. Until and unless someone had piqued her interest, they were treated as nothing more than filth, at least by her. Thus, to see her personally taking one of the students away must be because of two reasons. Either the student in question had been deemed as a protege of her, or he had done something terrible. Still, as much as all of them wanted to know what was going on, there were a plethora of things that needed their attention at the moment. Like the rampaging knights of the participants who had just been killed inside. Obviously, these knights didn't know for sure if their young lords had been killed. But since they were the only ones who hadn't made it out of the arena, they could guess what would have happened to them. By the right of knighthood, I order you to let me inside. The blue-haired knight from the Ring family tried to push the senior student who had been blocking his path. However, much to the knight's dismay, the moment he pushed the student aside, his face was firmly met with the fist of another student. You f***ing knights never understand anything with words. So, I'll talk with you in a language you'll understand. Upon seeing one of their ranks being sucker-punched like that filled the other knights with rage as well. However, that rage quickly disappeared the moment they saw who had punched the knight in the first place. It was better to punch themselves to oblivion rather than trying to mess with the kid in front of them. Standing at 65, the caramel-skinned kid had a body that clearly overshadowed the knights. Not to mention the aggressive aura the kid had around himself. Some of the knights present there were stronger than the kid was, but they were afraid of incurring the wrath of the kid's big brother who was also present there. Carlisle Jaeger TSK. The knight who got punched mumbled before spitting out a mouthful of blood. No one wanted to mess with a Jaeger who, although weren't nobles by birth, had more than enough influence to topple a dozen families like the Rings in the blink of an eye. In front of them, none of the lower-ranking nobles' families was worth more than filth itself. So, who's next, retards? Carlisle slammed his gauntlets together before scanning the crowd in front of him. He was expecting the knights to put up some more resistance, but it looked like they had other plans. With a single punch, the raging knights had been calmed down, but all of it was temporary. The academy would have to break the news of the death sooner or later, and when that happened, the knight would definitely try to do something again. TSK, what a bunch of pussies. Carlisle sighed in disappointment before walking away. Don't fucking dare to make noises again, or the next time I won't hold back. Back with Ashton. The director did not speak a single syllable from the moment she started dragging Ashton, till the moment they were inside the director's office. Sit down. She pointed at the chair in front of Ashton while she herself sat in the chair opposite to him. So, shut your trap. The director immediately cut Ashton off. I'm not here to listen but to warn you. The shit you just pulled inside, don't ever do that again while you are within academy grounds. She knows? Suddenly, Ashton could feel his heart pounding within his chest. His breathing was normal, but to him it felt as if the time around him had been slowed. He could feel he was about to have a panic attack. Ashton was trying really hard to control his expressions and his thoughts. But to be honest, he wasn't sure if he was doing a great job at it. The blackout protocol should have shut everything down, then how the hell did she know what he did? No, she doesn't know. It's just an attempt to gauge my reaction and derive an answer from it. Ashton quickly collected himself and moments later his pulse went back to normal. As long as she does not have proof, everything should be fine. I don't know what you are talking. Ashton had not even finished speaking when the director slammed something in front of him. He looked down and realized that the director had him cornered. She wasn't guessing that he could be the culprit, but she actually had the evidence to back up her claims. In front of him was a tablet, depicting his location inside the arena, right next to where he had killed the nobles. There was no way he was getting out of this mess. It was over. Seriously, how careless can you be? The director shook her head and proceeded to delete the evidence right in front of him. It was a good thing I had made up some BS about not wanting to record the battles inside, or else you would be dead right now. Ashton was confused. What the hell was going on there? First, she dragged him there, then showed him the proof of his crimes before deleting them. And now she was chatting with him as if they were friends? What the heck was going on here? I know you're confused. I'll tell you everything when the time comes. The director mumbled, but till then, try not to get yourself in trouble. At least for the sake of your parents. Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 74 Bound 1. Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. A few hours later, the excruciatingly long day was finally coming to an end. Within a span of hours, a lot of things had happened. For the first time in the history of the Academy, the ranking exams of the Academy had been cancelled. As a result, the director had to give a reason as to why they were doing so. Thus she stepped up to inform everyone about the death of 3 students at the hands of an unknown beast. As it was to be expected, the backlash of releasing the news was quite huge. The death of not 1 but 3 students was quite a scandal. Enough for numerous families to start problems there simultaneously. If they were not controlled, things would have inevitably led to a bloodbath. However, the director had already prepared some contingencies to quell the rage of the nobles by blaming it all on the resistance. Her declaration was backed up by the reports they had received regarding the suspicious activities of the human resistance. It was no secret that the resistance had been causing them some trouble in recent months. Thus, the director's accusations were believable. Also, if it was the work of the resistance, then there wasn't much the weaker noble families could have done against the Academy. But the director knew, just blaming it all on the resistance would not solve her problems. As a result, she decided to bend the narrative to lead to a cliché path. The ones who had been killed were being hailed as their saviors, who sacrificed their lives to protect the rest of the students. At that moment, they weren't useless people who died trying to get of Ashton, but warriors who saved the Academy and everyone else at the expense of their own lives. The director knew the nobles had a hunger for honor and praise. Thus, when she declared that a memorial service would be organized for the student who died because of that heinous terror attack, the nobles decided to cut their losses and accept the medals and other things on behalf of their sons. To them, it was an opportunity to use the death of their sons to solidify their position in the society of the nobles. Even though they knew their sons would have died without putting up much fight. After all, who could have been more aware of their ability than their parents? However, accepting the rewards and stuff was all just a farce and nothing more. They were still planning to investigate what had happened inside the arena, no matter the cost. But since they couldn't openly go against the Academy, they had to be discreet about everything. Thankfully, they weren't the only ones intrigued by the strangeness of the situation. The conundrum was going to investigate what happened as well. Most probably because something like this threatened the safety of the kingdom. Back to the other important stuff. Since the exam had been cancelled, it was decided to assign the students their ranks based on the points they had scored in the previous round. As it was obvious that some of the nobles would not get a rank they deserved, thus they were not pleased with this decision. But the director had chosen this as her hill to die on. In her words, she wasn't going to risk the safety of the students again, just for some stupid ranking system. As much as everyone else wanted to argue with that, none of them could refute the reasons the director had mentioned. What would they do if the creature appeared once again? None of them wanted to die just to get some stupid high rank and rewards. As a result, the students were assigned ranks based on their ranks in the preliminary exam, which meant the top performer from each zone was assigned S rank by default. Thus, Ashton was made the first ever mutt to become an S rank student, much to the dismay of some students and professors alike. Similarly, second and third places were assigned to ranks and so on. Afterwards, the students were immediately escorted to their dorm rooms, based on the ranks assigned to them. Well, the thing was, all of the dorms were in the same building but on different floors. The ground floor was where the D rankers had their lodging, while the S rankers had their rooms on the top floor. But that wasn't all. The difference between the living quarters was quite obvious. While the S rankers got a room all to themselves, the A rankers had to share it among 2, B rankers had to do it with 3, and so on, with the D rankers sharing a room with 5 people. To say that this infuriated nobles would have been an understatement. But there was nothing they could do about it. The next 3 years of their lives would be spent living like commoners. This system seemed harsh, but it was made so that it would motivate the low rankers to improve and grasp the top position. In a similar fashion, the S rankers would have to make sure to keep their place safe and secure. It was the first time any of them had heard about this possibility to change their rankings. Well, it was because this rule was not in place before. The director had just implemented the new rules stating that just like before, there would be an examination at the end of each academic year. This exam would be treated as an opportunity for the students to change their rankings based on their capabilities and knowledge. The bottom feeders could suddenly become the rulers of the sky and vice versa. As this rule was explained to them, the eyes of the low rankers started shining. They had finally found a ray of hope to get into a ranking that they deserved. But there was a strange situation. The nobles, they were targeting Ashton once again. While they were not being openly hostile with him, their eyes were clearly filled with rage and hatred. At least of the ones who were ganging upon him. Ashton knew their task of killing him within the competition was left unfulfilled. On top of that, some of them believed it was Ashton who had killed Lucas and the others and not some strange night creature. All of them had seen Lucas and the other two nobles chasing after him. Thus, even if there was a monster, Ashton would have been targeted by the night creature as well. However, there wasn't a single scratch on his body, let alone a deadly wound. Still, none of them had any way to prove that Ashton was the culprit. That was unless they were planning to confess that they were the ones who attacked him first. In which case, they would be the ones to land in trouble, as Ashton's actions could have been easily framed as self-defense. Somewhere else. That bastard survived? Donovan slammed his fist on the ground, sending innumerable cracks throughout the surface. How is that even possible? We don't have any idea. Disha replied. Although she appeared to be calm, she too was both baffled and scared of what was going to come next. The mistress had already found out about the attack, as well as the fact that Disha lied to her. Things were not looking good for them at all. The two of them were being accompanied by the knights of all the families who had joined in on the venture to kill Ashton. Under the orders of the conundrum. That damn night creature ruined everything. Donovan massaged his temple. We have to do something. How about we put a bounty on his head? Alexander chimed in. We cannot put a hand on someone from the academy. But if enough money was on the bastard's head, even the professors and the students of the academy might do our dirty work. Donovan looked at everyone else in the room, and it appeared they were in agreement. It was almost a sacred law to not attack a student of the academy. Anyone who broke the law will have to go through a trial and all that jazz. Depending on the severity of the situation, they might even get executed. However, the students of the academy were exempted from this rule, unless they ended up killing someone. Still, this law was only bounded by the walls of contingent. Once outside the city, anything could happen to anyone. This meant that one of the other students could potentially injure Ashton so badly that they would need to transport him elsewhere, preferably to the capital. Once Ashton was out of continent in the academy, anyone could kill him. But first, someone would have to somehow get Ashton out of the city. After that, he could go and kill the bastard himself. Enough money, you say? Donovan smiled. How much do you think is enough? Who knows? Alexander shrugged his shoulder, with a smirk on his face. Stop playing. You know exactly what I meant. Donovan rephrased his question. How much would it take for your brother to do this job? Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 75 Bound 2. Back at the academy, Ashton had caught on to a few things, one of which was the strange disappearance of Disha and Donovan. They were supposed to meet him after the test was over. But strangely, none of them showed up even though it had been more than 6 hours since the examination was officially over. Their strange behavior got him thinking whether they were on the plan to get him killed too. He was probably overthinking things, however. He had decided not to ignore this hunch of his. They wouldn't go against the mistress, but this absence tells me otherwise, Ashton mumbled as we walked up and down his new room/penthouse. Those slaves aren't here yet either. Damn, is everyone trying to get me killed already? I haven't even made my first move yet. First the nobles, then Donovan, and now even his so-called attendants. All of them were acting strange ever since the examination got cancelled, leaving a bad taste in his mouth. Judging by how the things had been proceeding till now, he had already made a handful of enemies. Still, it's better that there's no one else here at the moment. I should try to enjoy my freedom for as long as I can. If I only knew what these nobles were planning to do next, life would have been a bit easier. He scratched the back of his head. One thing's for sure. They won't let this matter go just like this. Not after I killed some of them. Since their attack on him failed miserably, it was unlikely they would do anything rash without preparing themselves first. Also, as they would have to come up with some other way to get rid of him, it'll probably take some time for them to act out again. But it was only a matter of when. However, since he was an S ranker now, they should be able to do anything to him openly. If they did, the director would definitely have his back in case he ended up doing something drastic. Also, during this time of silence, it was up to him to grow even stronger. Status: Name Ashton Fenrir. Species: Zombie, inactive. Vampire, inactive. Werewolf, active. Human, deceased. Status: Werewolf. Class: Unassigned. Title: Defiant. Age 16 years. Gender: male. Grade: Ftire. Evolution is possible. Affiliation: Werewolves. Level: Werewolf level 12. Vampire level 9. Zombie level 8. Stats: HP 2500/2500. Damage 38. Armor 25. Stealth 25. Stamina 40. Agility 25. Intelligence 15. Nature: bratty. At least my stats went up by a bit. But it's still not enough. I can easily fight against students of my age. The seniors, on the other hand, are a different story. Ashton could not think of one reason why the seniors would not give him a hard time there. The seniors having lower rank might not bother him as he was an S ranker. But nothing was going to stop those who were S rankers like himself. That's why he needed to get stronger, and he had two ways to do so. The long method was to get his stats higher and upgrade his existing skills through actual combat. The second was to learn as many high-level skills as he could. Thankfully, he had enough money to pursue the second path. But he was on the fence about going down the second path. There was no way a simple student like him could not have so much money to spend under normal circumstances. On top of that, the whole academy knew he was a mutt, so there was no way he could afford to recklessly buy skills or gears. That doesn't mean Mr. Virgin can't get his hands on some skill in the black market. God, I hate that name. With that, Ashton's plan was clear. He was going to join underground fights during the night, earn money and buy some skills, while training diligently during the day, and avoid raising any suspicions. That way, he could have had the best of both worlds. Ashton walked into the balcony and realized the lights in the administrative building were still on. Also, the crowd of students gathered in front of the building did not seem to be reducing at all. Looks like the director is taking those fake interrogations very seriously, Ashton smirked. For some strange reason, the director had taken it upon herself to interrogate the students, rather than allow the professors to do it. As a result, the questioning session ended up dragging for hours. But none of the students had any clue regarding who or what the mysterious night creature was. Obviously, all this questioning and stuff the director was doing was just a farce. She already knew who was behind it, and was using this opportunity to deviate everyone's attention away from Ashton, or what he had been doing when Lucas and the other were killed. However, not everything was merry and contingent. Thanks to her blaming the resistance for Ashton's deeds, she had effectively caused a state of emergency in the city. The officers were continuously sweeping the streets for anyone who was remotely suspicious. To them, it didn't matter whether the ones they were catching were humans or not. No one was safe from them. This was not good for Ashton. Feasting on the three of them might have taken care of his needs now. Still, he would need to go on a hunt soon. Probably sometime in the next week. But for some strange reason, nothing was bothering him after his talk with the director. Then, there was the talk about my parents. Ashton sighed. The director knows them. She is also aware of my real name. But she won't tell me how the heck she knows all this. Ashton then averted his gaze away from the campus. Even though the city was ominously quiet, it was still as vibrant as ever. Ashton thought Madden Creek was beautiful, but this city had something more to it. Something that made Ashton feel like he was home even though he had only been there for a week or so. Sun had already disappeared, leaving the darkness behind, while the stars had spread their twinkling blanket all over the city. Huge giant buildings stood beside the street, quiet as if taken over by monsters. Some windows gave out white and yellow lights, but the others were pitch black. Could they be alive somewhere? A thought entered his mind, but he quickly pushed it aside. Alive? How can they be alive after being sent away to the undead and the vampires? As the cool breeze gently touched Ashton's face, he realized even though he wanted to take revenge for his parents, he could not even remember their faces anymore. And whatever he could remember was super blurry, including their physical features. There's only one thing I can think of right now. I have to get closer to the director. If anyone can answer my questions regarding my parents, it's either her or the mistress. Ashton thought before resting his arms on the railing. I have a feeling getting answers from the director would be much easier than from the mistress. Still lost in your thoughts? Rose mumbled before landing next to him like a ghost. My God. You scared the shit out of me. Ashton exclaimed. And here I thought you would be happy to see me. Yeah, what are you doing here either way? We were supposed to meet, remember? Oh right, sorry, a lot of things happened and I completely forgot. Don't worry. It wouldn't be wise for you to roam around now either way. The city is crawling with those officer bastards. Rose sighed before jumping on the railing, especially for you. What do you mean especially for me? Ashton was a bit worried, thinking someone else might have found out that he killed the students. There's a bounty on your head. A what now? Who would place a bounty on me? Rose got silent for a second as the answer presented itself in front of Ashton. Of course. The nobles, who else? Ashton mumbled before shaking his head. The lengths those bastards would go to. Why are they even doing this? Just because a mutt became an S-ranker and they can't bully him anymore? Relax. Nothing will happen to you as long as you're inside the academy. Also, I'll be here to help you out. Yeah, sure. Not sure whether you are aware of it or not. But outsiders aren't allowed inside academy grounds. Ashton scoffed. Don't explain those rules to me, boya. Rose said with a smile on her face. Also, who said anything about being an outsider? It roughly took a couple of seconds for Ashton to register what Rose had just said. She wasn't an outsider, which meant, you're a professor here? Ashton asked in disbelief. Ding ding ding. Rose winked at him. Hello, I'm the professor of archaeology and artifacts here. Also, starting tomorrow you'll be in my care. Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 76 Orientation 1. The academy didn't consist of one building. Instead, it was more of a cluster of about a dozen buildings. Each of them had a special purpose of its own, but the first years were only allowed to access 7 of these. First was the hostel in which they were housed. The second was the educational building in which most of their theoretical courses would take place. The next one was the combat arena. It was the same building where the examination had taken place. It was generally used by the second and third years, but the first years were free to use it during combat training classes. The fourth building was the armory. Here the students could buy or sell equipment to, and from any kingdom on the continent formerly known as Asia. Though they would have to pay a certain amount of tax depending on the rarity of the equipment bought or sold, and also to which kingdom the transaction was taking place. Also, since this transaction could be easily tracked, not a lot of people preferred to use the armory and instead use the services of the black market instead. The fifth building was more of a supermarket than anything else. The students could buy anything they wanted from there, from things to eat to furniture and potions. The sixth building they had access to was the library, to make sure the students have enough material to learn from and grow. And last but not least was the administrative building. Although the building was named and used for administrative purposes of the academy, it also used all of its staff and hence it was by far the biggest building in all of the academy. Although Ashton did not have the opportunity to visit inside the admin building, Rose was quick to give him a description. But she didn't need to say much other than the fact that the admin building was a culmination of all of the other buildings. In other words, unlike the students, the staff did not need to visit different buildings to accomplish different tasks. They can do everything right under one roof. Ashton wasn't sure why she was telling him all that, but he thought it might get useful sometime. After telling him all that, Rose decided to call it a night and headed back to her room. I guess the director has a weird choice in picking professors just like the students, Ashton mumbled to himself before heading to sleep as well. I wonder if she knows about Rose's secret as well? Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me even if she does. However, as soon as his head touched the softest pillow he had ever felt, someone knocked on his door. Ashton was tempted to ignore the knock and go to sleep. He went ahead and opened the door. But there was no one outside. Ashton was alarmed and quickly activated his perception skill. Still, he could not sense anyone. Weird. I swear I heard someone knock on the door. Ashton looked into the empty, dark corridor one last time before turning around. It was then he saw a note under his foot. Intrigued by what it was, he carefully picked it up after using his detection skill. He simply wanted to make sure the paper wasn't rigged to explode or anything. There was something written on it with blood. Welcome to the academy, the place where you will be broken. With love, your end. Ashton stood there with the paper in his hands. A moment later he was shaking. If anyone would have seen him, they would think he was shaking with rage or fear. When in reality was he trying his best not to laugh. Who the FCK wrote such cliché stuff? Welcome to the academy, the place where you will be broken blah blah blah. He finally broke down laughing before tearing the note to bits. Is this really an academy of battle arts or drama? Why give these idiotic warnings and shit? If you want to fight, just come at me. Like you did during the examination. Ashton yelled at the top of his lungs. He was pretty sure whoever had placed the note at his doorstep must have stayed behind to check his reaction. That's why Ashton made sure to give them a piece of his mind before walking back inside. The next morning Ashton woke up with a bright face. Although he didn't need to sleep thanks to his genes, sleeping was always a fulfilling experience. He got up and was about to get dressed when he realized that he still didn't have the academy uniform with him. Just then, a notification went off in the watch he was wearing. It was an official message from the director to all of the students. Their orientation ceremony would start in an hour at the admin building and they would be provided with their daily necessities items like uniforms after that. Well, I guess I should get going then, Ashton mumbled to himself and headed out. He knew everyone would be more or less hostile towards him, thus he had also made his peace with it. However, walking with hundreds of eyes on him was more uncomfortable than he had assumed. Still, as he was an S ranker, none of them tried to pull any stunt. All they could do was to whisper behind his back. This included the gruntas who were already being accompanied by half a dozen servants, even though they were only allowed to have 2 servants each. Other than that, even some of the professors were looking at him with disgust. As if he was a pig who had had a mud bath. Just looking into their eyes made Ashton want to rip them off. But he kept his emotions within his body. He went inside the auditorium and sat at his designated place when he heard someone walk up to him. It was Anna. She was looking great kempt as it was expected from a noble. However, unlike the rest of them, Ashton could feel she was not having any repulsive thoughts about him. Do you mind if I sit here? She asked in the politest voice Ashton had ever heard. It was in complete contrast with the voice of Bella. If Ashton did not know for sure that Anna and Bella were one and the same, he could have been fooled quite easily. Sure, if you're comfortable with everyone hating you, then be my guest. I'm already used to that. Anna smiled and took the seat. By the way, congratulations on achieving S rank. Congratulations to you. Ashton was about to congratulate her as well, but their small talk was interrupted by a mountain of a man whom Ashton had never seen before. But it was clear he was a second-year student. Look at this mutt. It hasn't even been a day and he's already flirting with the nobles. I guess I should get used to all this now, Ashton sighed and ignored the senior. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 77 Orientation 2. Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Mr. Carlyle, I think you have already been warned not to cause any troubles on campus. Suddenly Rose's voice interrupted them. Or should I remind you of the consequences? Professor Rose. I'm so glad to see you're doing well. How was your vacation? Carlyle's tone did a complete 180 as soon as he saw a professor in front of him. I was away from brats as yourself. Obviously it's good. Now you should be off. Professor Mina wouldn't be pleased if she got to know you are flunking her class again, right? Carlyle gave Ashton one last look then rushed outside. I hope you first years don't mind the seniors. Rose waved her hand around. They can be a handful sometimes. She was simply pretending to talk with them as if she didn't know them. But at the same time, she and Ashton were having a different conversation altogether, thanks to her mastery of telepathy. I never knew it was possible to have two different conversations at the same time. Ashton praised her. Feels kinda weird to be honest. I have had a decade's worth of practice, Boya. You'll get a hang of it soon enough. Who is he? If I had to guess, he's after the bounty. Isn't he? Much to Ashton's dismay, Rose nodded in agreement. His first day had just started and so had the troubles. While Carlyle was retreating, Ashton took a quick peek at his stats and he was no joke. In fact, he was one of the strongest even among the seniors Ashton had seen so far. Name Carlyle Yeager. Species, werewolf active. Status, werewolf. Class brawler. Title, powerhouse. Age 18 years. Gender male. Grade, A tier. Evolution is possible. Affiliation, werewolves. Level, werewolf level 22. Stats, H 9000/9000. Damage 50. Armor 35. Stealth 20. Stamina 70. Agility 45. Intelligence 21. Nature, rowdy. User's level is too low to view extended information. Apart from stealth, there was not a single field in which Ashton had an upper hand on Carlyle. On top of that, Carlyle already had a class and his skills were hidden. So Ashton wasn't sure if he could take Carlyle down even if he tried to pull a surprise attack on him. All in all, without Rose's help, Ashton was pretty much fed, now that Carlyle had accepted the bounty hanging over his head. Don't worry, Rose reassured him. He will not dare to do anything against you. Least on campus. Still, it wouldn't hurt you to be vigilant. Now I should probably leave before anyone sees me chatting so merrily with two students I have never met before. Understood. Ashton gave her a curt nod as she left. After Rose left, nothing much happened. Apart from all the hostile gazes, he was getting every now and then. But even those stopped once the orientation started. The orientation lasted for about 3 hours. During this time, all of the rules and regulations of the academy were once again told to the students to make sure none of them accidentally broke any rules. Still, the rules were also fed into their watches, so if they wanted to check on anything they could do so at any time. Apart from that, there was a new rule in place which prohibited students from even sparring against each other without a professor's supervision and permission. For some reason, this rule seemed to upset a lot of the students. They probably wanted an excuse to be hostile towards a certain someone, but now they might need to worry about getting a professor in on their schemes. Ashton couldn't decide whether the director had placed this rule in effect to protect him, or the ones who would inevitably try to attack him. Either way, the rule could have made his life a bit easier. Just a teeny-weeny bit. Now that we have discussed the boring things, shall we skip to the good part? The director said with a broad smile on her face, which was quickly reciprocated with loud cheers from the students. The director did not seem to be stoic like most of them had expected her to be. She was quite nice. At least for now. Just like every year, in 3 months' time you will get the first chance to experience a dungeon. I know some of you have already been on an exploration trip. But this trip would not be one meant for exploration but subjugation. The director continued before explaining the difference between the two. Exploration and subjugation. These were two types of dungeon trips one could be a part of, as long as they met a certain criterion. The exploration trip was for scientific and knowledge purposes to know more about the night creatures and ways to counter them. These trips were held in dungeons that had been cleared recently and usually, scholars are accompanied by a few adventurers just in case some night creatures had survived after the subjugation squad had cleared the dungeon. That being said, these trips were usually the safest and hence the adventurers participating in exploration received less monetary compensation for their services in comparison to the adventurers who take part in subjugation. As for the subjugation trip, it was just as the name suggested. The subjugation squads were strictly made of professional adventurers with an exception of some porters and other supporting members. Whenever a dungeon appeared, these teams were contracted by an organization known as the Guild. After being contracted, it was the job of the squads to get rid of the monsters, and if they were successful they were awarded rewards as mentioned in the contract. However, not all of the dungeons were operated in this way. Only the high-tier dungeons were sold off to squads on a contractual basis. Meanwhile, the rest of the adventurers were allowed to head into lower-tier dungeons by themselves, and were rewarded in terms of how many monsters they hunted down, the levels of the monsters, etc. A lot of money could be earned by doing this. But the adventurers could always lose their lives in the dungeons. It was a lucrative job, but one with lethal occupational hazards. That being said, I hope you all will be prepared for your first subjugation trip in 3 months. Till then, work hard, or you might not get the chance to participate. That's all for today, and do not forget to collect your uniforms and badges. With that, the orientation ceremony came to an end, leaving the students both worried and excited about their new journey. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 78 First Lesson Fight. Best Novel Online Free at Audiobook Novels. A couple of hours passed and the students were called in for their first and only lesson of the day, combat training. Upon seeing their weekly schedule, Ashton realized they were going to spend a lot of time in the combat arena. Except for Sundays, they had to train there for at least 2 hours a day, which to be honest was nothing compared to how much time he had spent on training while under the mistress wings. The way he saw it, fighting for 2 hours was just basic warm-up. Still, spending 2 hours improving his physical abilities was a much better option than focusing their time and effort on preparing potions. Yup, they had a potion class as well, where they would apparently be taught about conjuring potions and their uses in real-life scenarios, along with some other bunch of alchemy bullshit. Ashton knew the worth of potions, but despite that, he just couldn't seem to get why did they have to learn how to make them from scratch. Despite how he felt about potion classes, apparently they were quite popular. At least from what he had heard from Rose. They also had much more students in that department than in battle arts, which he thought was weird. Well, there was one more thing Ashton was getting weirded out by. Why do these people stare so much? Don't they have anything else to do? This time, however, their eyes weren't filled with disgust or hostility, but with envy and a weird look, as if they were looking up to him with respect. The students around him were very intrigued by him. Personally, Ashton could not have blamed them. After all, most of them would want to have the uniform he was wearing. The academy had wasted little to no time to show how the S-rankers were favored over the others. This fact was clear just by the uniforms they had. While everyone had a white uniform, the S-ranker were the only ones who had both black and white colors in their uniform to separate them from the crowd. The S-rankers weren't the only ones who had different uniforms. The student council, as well as the disciplinary committee, had their own uniforms as well. In Ashton's opinion, their uniforms were much flashier than the S-rankers with black and gold color. Still, being an S-ranker was considered to be more prestigious than being a part of either of those groups. Thus, wherever he went with the uniform, most of the students either looked at him with respect or with fear. This look only lasted till they got a good look at his face and their demeanor would change entirely. It would appear that he was already quite famous on the campus, thanks to him being a mutt and having a bounty on his head. The looks were quite disturbing, but slowly Ashton was getting used to it all. After another minute or two of walking, he had reached the arena once again. The building looked just as vibrant as it did during the examination. Except now there was a golden plaque right in front of the entrance boasting the names of the students whom he had killed yesterday. The academy sure is quick to feed bullshit to the ego of the nobles. He shook his head and stood by himself in a corner. There was still 5 minutes remaining before the class would begin, but there were already quite a few students gathered there with more of them on their way. However, it seemed the professor had a different plan altogether. The doors to the arena opened up before time and out of it walked the professor. A moment later, a red-haired woman walked out. She was already dressed in a black combat suit, unlike the ones Ashton had seen before. On top of that, the professor was a literal giantess about 710 tall. Although Ashton did not check her stats, he knew if she wanted, she could have picked them up and thrown them away like a sack of potatoes. The hell are you brats waiting for? Get your sorry ass in before I start kicking them. The professor roared at the top of her lungs as the students hurried inside like a bunch of scaredy cats. The second all of them were inside, she closed the doors once again. The arena had changed completely. The forest had been replaced by half a dozen rings along with several gym equipments scattered around everywhere. But Professor, what about the other? Rule 1. You will only speak when spoken to. Is that clear? The professor immediately cut the student off. Rule 2. Answer when I ask something. I said is that clear? Yes, Professor. The student roared back in unison. Good. Now allow me to introduce myself. I am Professor Amira Holder, and I will be teaching you basic combat techniques for the next 6 weeks. Amira said in a loud and firm voice, it is up to me to make some warriors out of this batch of pipsqueak, and believe me, I'm not going to make it easy on any one of you, whether you are noble or a high ranker. For some strange reason, Amira was looking at Ashton while she said that, even though he wasn't the only S-rank student present there. Also, it is up to me to select students who will be a part of the subjugation squads based on their performance. So be sure to give it your all in case you want to earn some quick bucks in my respect. Are there any questions? Several students raised their hands, but Amira completely ignored them and gave them the first task of the day. Run 100 laps around the arena, without stopping or slowing down. While your strength is important in any fight, your stamina and agility are equally important as well. If you can't even do this within 30 minutes, then pack your bags and leave. This academy is not for gentle flowers like you. All of the students got to work, but as the S-rankers were about to join them, Amira stopped them. That basic exercise is not for you guys. Unlike them, the 8 of you will head into the arena for duels. I want to see what the S rankers this year have in store for me, she said while scanning them. First will be you and you. Get inside the ring. 3-minute rounds, the one who knocks out their opponent wins. You are not allowed to use your abilities. Break that rule and it'll break your bones in half. Now go. Just like that, Ashton and another guy were set to fight one another. Ashton took a quick glance at his opponent before heading inside the ring. Standing at 58, the black-skinned kid had an unfriendly feeling around him. He had an angular face, a short nose and small lips. His brown eyes were puffy and the eyebrows were missing. His short hair appeared to have been burned away, which would also explain the scar he had on his forehead. His physique was somewhat similar to Ashton's with well-defined muscles all over his body. Are you morons ready? Both of them nodded and got in their battle stances. So, you accept you are morons? She shook her head. Just start the fight. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 79 First Lesson Fight. Name Hugo Del Rio. Species, werewolf active. Status, werewolf. Class, unassigned. Title, rogue. Age 16 years. Gender male. Grade, Ftire, evolution is possible. Affiliation, werewolves. Level, werewolf level 10. Stats, HP, 1900/1900. Damage 30. Armor 20. Stealth 12. Stamina, 42. Agility 20. Intelligence 16. Nature, purist. Abilities/skills/spells. A werewolf skills. Pounce. This skill allows the user to pounce on a target from a great distance. Causes 109 HP worth of damage to 5 targets at once. Successfully hitting the target with this allows the user to cast the skill once again after 5 seconds. Otherwise, the skill would go into the usual cooldown period. Grade low. Cooldown 1 minute. Activation radius 5 meters. Your targets must be within this range to get marked upon a successful hit. Transformation half wolf. Hugo, he isn't half bad. That was the first thought that crossed Ashton's mind. Even though Hugo did not have half as many skills as he did, the sole fact that he was level 10 made him a bit different from the ones Ashton had fought so far. But there were things that made Ashton hate him a bit. Hugo, just like most of the nobles, was a purist as well. Which meant Hugo would be looking down at him just like the rest of the S-rankers were. However, Ashton could have been happier now that he was given a stage to put these idiots into their place. It was a perfect opportunity for him to silence them and their criticism of him. There was one thing that Ashton had been made aware of after overhearing some students. It was the fact that most of the students didn't believe he deserved to be an S-ranker. Mostly because they had gotten to know how the gruntas were stripped of their positions in the first round and Ashton was awarded the first place, rather than earning it. This fact, coupled with him being a mutt, caused resentment in everyone. They even had a new nickname for him, Fake Ranker. But that was all they could do for now because it did not matter whether they liked it or not. Ashton was an S-ranker whom they couldn't put their hands on. But they weren't bound by this rule during combat training. Let's see what the Fake Ranker has to offer. Hugo mumbled and launched himself towards Ashton at an insane speed. What the? It was thanks to battle tactics and reflex that Ashton was easily able to dodge the incoming attack. However, it was clear to anyone that Hugo had used his ability even though Professor Amira had made it very clear they were not allowed to use their abilities. How was Ashton so sure about it? Well, because he was more agile than Hugo, thus if he had to use battle tactics and reflex simultaneously just to dodge his attack, it meant Hugo had used pounce. Professor. Ashton stared at Amira hoping she would do something, but she was unfazed. What are you barking for? She yelled back at him as the rest of the S-rankers had a smirk on their faces. At that moment it dawned upon Ashton what was going on there. All of them were in on it, those f***ing purists. The professor was just as biased against him as the rest of the rankers. That's why she had intentionally ignored that Hugo had just used his ability. Nothing, Professor. Ashton said with an apologetic look on his face. You want to play dirty? Fine by me. Since it was his first day there, he did not want to cause any problems. But now that it had come to dirty playing already, he had no choice but to entertain them as well. Use your abilities as you please, but don't blame me for what will happen now. These fools were trying to stir up a hornet's nest, so it was obvious the hornet would sting them sooner or later. Still, Ashton was sure that if he used any of his active abilities, the professor would find an excuse for him to get thrown out of the academy. Thus he had to depend on his passive skills only. Nah, these idiots don't even deserve that. I'll keep the passives to strictly defend myself. That way they might actually stand a chance to win. Come at me when you are ready. Ashton flexed his neck while taunting Hugo. Why? Are you afraid to charge at me? Hugo was still in the middle of speaking when he got kicked right in the face. Of course you won't come at me now that your skill is in cooldown. F***ing bastard. A gust of wind was the only thing felt by the spectators as Hugo was sent flying to the edge of the ring, and in his place stood Ashton with his right leg still in the air. Blood gushed out of Hugo's mouth as his lower jaw had been visibly dislocated. All that with just a simple kick. However, Ashton wasn't done yet. The rules were clear, the fight would go on till one of them got knocked out, and Ashton was planning on making an example out of Hugo there. How could he let the fun end so early? A second later, Ashton launched himself back at Hugo. But this time he went for Hugo's kneecap. With a Herculean sidekick, he managed to shatter Hugo's left kneecap before he could even try to defend himself. Hugo was in a hell of pain, but he couldn't even scream properly as his broken jaw didn't allow it. In less than a minute, he went from a fully functional competitor to a crippled teenager. At that moment it dawned upon him. He was completely at Ashton's mercy. But his pain was far from over yet. He would make a good example if he was still looking at him with eyes of disgust, would he? However, before Ashton could put an end to Hugo, someone grabbed the back of his collar and threw him away. It was none other than Amira herself. "The hell do you think you are doing?" She yelled at him, filled with rage. This was supposed to be a duel, not a butchery. Did I break any rules? It was Ashton's turn to smirk. How is it my fault if his bones are made of clay rather than calcium? Amira knew Ashton was correct, so she could not even punish him. All she could do was to stare daggers at him and nothing more. "I'll take Mr. Del Rio to the infirmary. Till then, none of you is allowed to lay a finger on each other." Amira yelled before effortlessly lifting Hugo up and rushing outside. "If you play with fire, you will get burned." What's the fault of the fire? Ashton thought to himself before smiling. Oh look, that moron gave me some EXP. Nice. Read novel fast updates at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 80 Slaves. Again. Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. The rest of the lesson was spent without any problems. At least for Ashton. Amira was pissed because, well, she wanted to teach the mud a lesson. Instead, it was her who was taught a lesson by the director. Not because she was targeting, but because of how terrible Hugo's condition was. Even with magic, it would take him a couple of weeks to get back to his feet, and that too on his first day in the academy. Also, the Del Rio family was angry, but they could not blame Ashton as he had not broken any rules. He just did what they were told to and fought their son. As a result, all of it was blamed upon the professor for not stepping in sooner during the duel. Amira might have been pissed, but something good came out of it. The student of his year got to know it wasn't a good idea to mess with him directly. As once Ashton stopped holding himself back, there wasn't much they could have done to stop him. But it wasn't like Ashton was left unpunished. He was called into the director's office. Everyone thought he would get lectured on and then suspended. But nope. He just got a slap on the wrist and was told to take others' strengths into consideration while duels. This annoyed some of them, including Amira, but even she knew there was nothing more she could have done on her own. Not after the warning she had received from the director. After all that mess was sorted out, there wasn't much to do. They did not have any more lessons for the day, and it wasn't like there was anything these new students could have done either. So they headed back to their dorms where a surprise was waiting for them. The seniors wanted to conduct their annual ritual of ragging the new students. However, the S and the A rankers were left alone. Mostly due to the fact most of them had a strong family to back them up, and the low-ranking seniors did not want to anger them. However, somehow Ashton did not make the cut and was called into the field next to the arena just like the rest of them. But him being him, he ignored the seniors and went inside his room. He had already had his share of fun today. The seniors would have to wait for some other day to become his playthings. Why do they think I need to follow their every command? He sighed heavily before going into the balcony to enjoy the sunset. After all, it was the only time he got to enjoy the sun without suffering from his stat reduction and the bit of migraine which accompanied it. What should I do next? I can work out, or I can try to scout some hunting areas nearby. Since Rose was a part of the academy, he could depend on her to gather his food supplies. Not the ones he had during the day, but his late-night bloodied feast of blood and bones. Still, he wanted to be independent, and hunting by himself was the right answer for that. Maybe I should visit the black market instead? Oh, I forgot I can't do that because of the patrols. Just then there was a knock on his door. I swear if it's that love letter crap again, I might kill someone tonight. But to his surprise, it was something entirely different. "Mistress, why are you here?" Ashton blurted out absent-mindedly. "I am still your guardian. At least, according to the academy. Here, I got you some food." She handed a nicely wrapped packet to Ashton before walking inside as if she owned the place. Her bodyguards and the human slaves followed behind. "Here goes my freedom, damn it. A nice place you got yourself here. Also, congratulations on achieving S rank." The mistress mumbled sat down on the bed like she always did. "None of it could have been without your help and efforts, mistress." Just saying those words made Ashton want to puke his guts out and rip them apart himself. But he had to do what he needed to, even if that list included him sucking up to her. "So how was your first day? Eventful, I hope?" By eventful, if you mean to have a duel and win, then yes. Now that's something I would like to hear about. But come sit by my side first. There's the perverted woman I know and hate, fking always wanting to get close to me. Ashton thought with a forced smile on his face. But rather than doing as she asked, he pulled a chair and sat in front of her instead before telling her what had happened in the arena today. What was the name of the other kid you said? The mistress asked once Ashton was done recounting the tale. Hugo Del Rio. You beat the crap of a Del Rio? Should I be concerned or anything? It had just occurred to him that he had fought a noble, and he did not have any idea about his family background. He might have been strong enough to fight them, but if their families started coming after him, he would be in quite a lot of trouble. At least till he was strong enough to take care of them by himself. Not at all. Del Rios are nothing special. The mistress shook her head. In fact, you did a good job breaking that kid's bones. All of those fuckers deserve something like that to happen to them. Ashton did not try to inquire much about the Del Rios afterwards. But judging from the way the mistress talked about them, he got a rough idea that her relationship with the Del Rios was not good. That was the only reason she could be happy. Now coming down to why I came here. The mistress mumbled in a serious voice. Have you seen Donovan or Disha recently? No. Not since yesterday when they came to see me off for the examination. That's all I needed to know. Saying so, the mistress got up and prepared to leave. Is something wrong with Disha or Donovan? Nothing that you need to be concerned about. Work hard while you're in the academy. Also, try not to instigate a lot of people. She continued, having too many enemies at a young age does not work for everyone. The slaves will stay here to help you out as well. No need to thank me. Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 81 What is a Blessing? You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. The next morning. Good morning, students. I hope you all enjoyed your first day at the academy. But let's get a bit serious about your studies, shall we? A man who appeared to be in his late 50s was standing in front of them on a podium. He was about 59 tall with a hunched-over back. He also had pale and wrinkly skin, which further added to his old look, along with his eyes that were closed shut as if the eyelids had been glued together. Despite his old appearance, there was not a single strand of white hair on his head or his ground-touching beard. Although he might have dyed his hair as black as his curved back and support stick gave away his old age. I am Professor Merlin Bancroft. You are free to call me by my first name or last name. I wouldn't mind at all. Professor remarked. Now how many of you are excited to know a bit more about our origins? It was their first theoretical class about the history of the virus and the world that came into being because of it. Also, in this class they would be able to get a better understanding of their blessings and how they worked. So a lot of students were excited to learn about that. Well, Ashton on the other hand could not wait to head out of the class. The mistress had already taught him a bit about the world where humans once dominated everything, and what happened afterwards. To be honest, the things she said while teaching him sounded unbelievable, if not downright ridiculous. After all, how could the weak humans rule over the entire world when they couldn't even defend themselves against vampires, werewolves, and the undead? And chose to run away instead? They supposedly had weapons that could wipe away entire nations and yet could not get rid of a fucking virus? How did any of that make any sense? Mr. Bismarck, I know theoretical knowledge might seem a bit boring to hot-blooded individuals such as yourself, but I assure you, if you pay enough attention you'll find this class to be a bit more interesting than you presume. The professor said with a wide smile on his face. My apologies, Professor Bancroft. My mind wandered off for a second. Ashton was being polite to Merlin because, well, he wasn't a purist like Amira. Don't worry about it. I know how it feels to have all that hot blood flowing through your veins. So let me ask all of you a question. What is a blessing? Merlin asked while his wise eyes scanned the class. You don't have to be correct, just make an attempt. Oh, Miss Swan, would you like to answer? Basically, a blessing is the source of our power and also our mutation. Right? Correct. But not entirely. That was a good attempt, Miss Swan. You may sit down now. The professor said before turning his back towards them. A blessing is indeed the source of our power as well as the cause of the mutation of our genes. But there is something more. If it was just as easy as to describe what a blessing truly was, we would have spent so much money and time trying to decipher its secrets. Merlin continued, despite a century having been passed since our people received this blessing, we have little to no knowledge about who or what granted this power to us. Some call them gods, some devil. But the term by which they refer themselves to us is as administrators. The moment Merlin uttered the word administrator, the students started whispering amongst themselves. It was clear some of them already knew about the existence of administrators just like Ashton did. However, Ashton decided to keep that knowledge to himself. After hearing the way Merlin was comparing administrators to gods, Ashton knew revealing the information that he knew an administrator would only cause him problems. In the meantime, Professor Merlin gestured for everyone to calm down. It was a good thing that the students were excited to learn something, but babbling amongst themselves would only cause chaos and nothing else. Looks like you young ones are already aware of the admins. Good, excellent even. It makes my life as a teacher a bit easier, haha. Merlin mumbled while stroking his beard. Then I shall ask you, what or who do you think is an administrator? The entire class was silent. None of them had any answer to Merlin's question. All they knew was that beings called administrators existed, and only the ones who had ascended were able to establish some sort of contact with them. No one. Well, it's to be expected. Merely talking to an administrator would mean you are destined to do great things in future. You could become the Messiah or the devil. But regardless, you would achieve things no one ever could. He continued, to be honest, there's not much we know about blessings or the administrators apart from the fact that they can be divided into several different colors. Can anyone name them? Blue, red, yellow, and black. To everyone's surprise, it was Ashton who answered the question. Correct. Mr. Bismarck. See, I told you the class would get a bit interesting if you pay enough attention. I have never heard of anyone actually having a black blessing. It's just a stupid myth. One of the other students chimed in. You never know that, Mr. Kevin's son. However, what you said is somewhat true. Merlin nodded while leaning over his ancient-looking stick. No one has any proof of a black blessing to ever exist. But it is said that the first ones to ever receive a blessing were the ones who had black blessings. He continued, our progenitor Lycaon is said to be one just like Dracula is the one who apparently had a black blessing amongst the vampires. As for the undead, well, most of them possess little to no intelligence, so it's next to impossible to find out who was their progenitor. No wonder Lucifer told me not to mention anything about me having a black blessing. They would never stop hunting me down if they know I had a blessing only heard of in myths. Ashton got lost in his thoughts. Also, it finally makes sense why I got the black blessing in the first place. According to what he could derive from Merlin's talks, the first beings of a kind got the black blessing. Which meant since he was the first ever Zompirewolf, he had the black blessing as well. But there was an issue. Unlike the other blessings, there was no way for Ashton to obtain any information about the unique traits of a black blessing. For example, those who had a red blessing had superior physical abilities than the others. Those with a blue blessing had exceptional talent in using mana and related abilities. And finally, those with a yellow blessing were the jack of all trades. They could use mana-related skills as well as physical abilities, but were often not able to master either of the two styles of combat. It seems like those with black blessing can use both mana and physical abilities as well. That's why Lucifer told me to say I have the yellow blessing whenever asked. What a sly person. Ashton shook his head and got his head back into the lesson. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 82. What is a blessing? Merlin was correct when he said the longer they'll listen to him, the more interesting his lessons would become. The 2 hours in his class were spent like 2 minutes. The class got over so quickly, it honestly left the students wanting for more even though Merlin did not do much and simply talked. In the end, they learned a lot of things about blessings and their growth. One of the most important things they learned about was the classes. Just like at level 10 when they received a skill to pick, upon hitting level 15, another such choice would be given to them. Based on the skill they picked upon hitting level 10, they would be offered 3 or 4 choices to pick their class from. Once they had picked a class, they would receive some bonus stat points and some beginner skills related to the class. From then on, they would receive new skills every 10 levels they earned, all of which would be associated with their classes. This point got stuck with Ashton. Not having a class was hampering his growth already, and he had to depend on buying skill cards or absorbing them from others using skill absorption. Both of which were not feasible for him as he could not blindly spend his money, nor could he walk around as a vampire absorbing skills. However, after unlocking a class, he would be able to earn skill cards by simply leveling up, which was a piece of cake for him. Merlin also wanted to tell them more about how one could prepare for their evolutionary stage, which only 1 in 100,000 could achieve. Ashton was once again interested in the topic as he was going to evolve sooner or later. Thus having information about it would have definitely helped him. However, the class got over, so they had to leave the topic for the next week. Mr. Bismarck, a moment please. Merlin stopped Ashton as everyone headed towards their next class. Yes, Professor? You seem to be uncaring, but I couldn't help but notice the attitude of others whenever you spoke. Have you been causing trouble with your classmates? Although Merlin was simply asking him a question, Ashton couldn't help but think there was something more about it. As if Merlin already knew the answer to his question and was simply testing Ashton. Well, there is a thing. I used to be a human, so I'm not of some great werewolf lineage. That should be enough to piss these purebloods, and on top of that I'm an S ranker, so you get the point. Ashton replied while scratching the back of his head. Haha, youngsters these days are hilarious. Purebloods? There is not a single werewolf who can claim to have pure blood. After all of us are mutated beings. In other words, we are all evolved from humans themselves. I can never understand what goes inside the head of these nobles, Merlin further remarked. Either way, my boy, I can see a bright future ahead of you. Don't let others' foolery stray you from the path of excellence. Now off you go, you should not be late for your first class. Ashton nodded cheerfully and left the room. Maybe theoretical lessons are not that boring. You have learned something new. Knowledge had been boosted by 2 points. Knowledge, 1517. I take it back. Classes are super boring. Everyone said potion classes were super exciting and popular. However, even though Ashton was sitting in one such class, he couldn't help but feel as if he had been lied to. On the first day of the class, Professor Kakarov assumed that they knew everything about the wolfsbane potion. something that most of the werewolves had stopped using decades ago. During the initial days of mutation when the virus had struck Earth for the first time, the wolfsbane potion was like an elixir that helped the werewolves tame their animalistic nature. Consuming the potion during transformation proved to be the only effective way for the werewolves to keep their instincts in check. One could also say it was like morphine but only for the werewolves. Since it was made using highly poisonous ingredients, if anyone else were to consume the potion they would die a horrific and painful death. The same went for the werewolves as well. If the potion was not brewed correctly, consuming it could paralyze and in some cases even kill the consumer even if they were a werewolf. The professor for potion studies, Kakarov Ivanov, did not give a fuck about whether it was their first day or not. Judging by his physical appearance, he was more like a ruddy-skinned bald dwarf than a werewolf with being about 4 feet tall. His eyes were nearly visible through his bushy eyebrows and he appeared to be quite weak. But that did not stop him from being an asshole to absolutely everyone. Although he was a purist, it didn't seem like he hated Ashton any more than he hated the rest of them. The way he acted was more as if they weren't students but intruders in his class, and for the first time in his life, it appeared the nobles and Ashton had found a common ground to stand on, and hate Kakarov. US ranked mutt, tell me what this is? Kakarov threw a rock at Ashton which the latter effortlessly caught thanks to his agility. However, even before Ashton could get a chance to say something, Kakarov interrupted him. Of course you can't tell that it is. What else could I expect from a mutt? Hand the thing over to the moron standing next to you. She won't be able to guess it either, but gotta give them all a chance to waste my time. This little fucker. Ashton had enough of Kakarov's remarks and decided it was time to teach the professor a lesson for a change. Thankfully, he had the skills to do just that. Item: dried root of wolfsbane plant. Type: potion ingredient. Extremely poisonous when consumed raw. Can improve poison resistance, is prepared and consumed in a specific way. Rarity: uncommon. Description: a piece of dried root from the wolfsbane plant, also known as aconite. Can be used as an ingredient to make a number of potions, most common of which are known as wolfsbane potion and poison resistance enhancer. Should be handled with caution. It's a piece of dried aconite root. Ashton confidently replied before throwing it back at Kakarov, who caught it as well. Am I correct, Professor? The nobles couldn't help but giggle. They were sure he had gotten it wrong and would get punished. However, once they noticed the expression on Kakarov's face, they stopped immediately. It was like they had never seen anyone get angry before. Those who were standing in the front could have sworn smoke was coming out of his nostrils and ears. But it stopped in a blink of an eye and his expression turned back to normal. The brat is correct. It is the root of dried aconite. Well done. What's your name, kid? Ashton Bismarck, sir. You seem to be an interesting fella. You can identify the ingredients, so let's see how well can you brew the potion. All of a sudden Kakarov was being a bit nicer to him, but a moment later he was back into barking mode. The same goes for all of you. The one who will brew the best wolfsbane potion would get a reward from me. The hell are you idiots waiting for? The recipe has already been fed into your watches. Follow it and start brewing the potion. Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 83 Novice Brewer. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Meanwhile, somewhere within the third-year dorms, Carlisle and his friends, more like lackeys, were busy discussing their failure of a plan. Hugo was supposed to injure Ashton gravely. So much so that he would need to be transported out of contingent under the guise of a duel, where others would give Ashton relief from ever seeing the world again. Carlisle had called in a bunch of favors with Amira to make it happen. She was supposed to ignore whatever happened inside the arena, and since she was a purist as well, she agreed. However, their plan backfired badly when it was Hugo who had to be hospitalized after the duel. I told you trusting the first year on his first day was too much. The blondie-haired guy chimed in, if we want it to get done, we should have done it ourselves. Yeah. And how does the great Magus Nick recommends we go about it? There a reason why the seniors are not allowed around the junior wing, remember? The frail-looking guy mocked the blonde guy who was referred to as Nick. Unlike a certain someone, I already proposed a plan. Nick yelled back, how the FCK is it my fault if that bastard did not appear on the grounds like the other first years? We could have roughed him up a bit like we did those other kids. Michael, you should have used your useless belly and forced him to come out. Yeah, that would have been easy, right? Unlike you morons, I'm not an S-ranker. I have to be careful with what I do. This skinny bastard could have done so himself, couldn't you, Seamus? The red-headed fatso yelled back at all of them. While the three of them argued back and forth about what they could and could not have done, Carlisle stayed silent. He was pretty confident in Hugo's skill. After all, despite being a first year, he had a rare ability on him. Pounce skill was more than just a simple jumping skill. Once activated, it would momentarily boost the user's agility by 1.5 times. This would have increased Hugo's agility to about 30 points, which would have been more than enough for him to strike Ashton first. As long as he landed his first strike, he would have won against Ashton without failing, and Carlisle would be free from the burden his brother had forced him to take on. Shut up. Carlisle finally spoke up. Let the bastard enjoy his life till he can. I'll get rid of him soon enough. How? The lackeys asked him simultaneously. Accidents are common in dungeons and can happen to anyone. Carlyle replied before stretching his neck, even in the lower-ranked dungeons. Just tell Amira to make sure that Mutt gets a place in the subjugation party. I'll handle the rest. Saying so, Carlyle left to attend his next class, leaving his lackeys behind. Man, he sure is a crazy bastard. Nick shrugged his shoulders. Should we also reserve a place in the graveyard for the Mutt? Nah, let the professors handle that as usual. But let's go and inform Amira about his plan, Michael said with a stupid grin. At the same time, back in the potions class. You call this a potion? Even amputated bastards can stir the pot better than you can. Kakarov scolded yet another student. What about you? The heck did you do to make a noise so loud? You had to add the root after crushing it. It's a miracle this class is still in one piece because you idiots are no less than those human terrorists wanting to blow up the academy. The same thing had been going on for a long time. Actually, ever since they started preparing the wolfsbane potion. Everyone was doing something wrong, even though they were strictly following the recipe as it was mentioned. Ashton's luck was not any better either. Identifying ingredients and making a potion out of them were two entirely different things. On top of that, Kakarov's constant gaze was not helping him either. Even though so far Kakarov had not scolded him, much to his surprise and the dismay of the rest, Ashton had a feeling if he could not make the potion perfectly, the mad professor was going to do a lot more than just scold him. Common, there has to be something I can do, right? Potion brewing proficiency. 89.69%. Continue brewing potions to increase your proficiency. Yeah. What else do you think I am doing? Just like suffering pain gave him pain resistance, and obtaining new information increased his intelligence. It seemed brewing potions also increased his proficiency in brewing potions. This was his only ray of hope, although there was a slight problem there as well. The proficiency was taking a hell lot of time to go up by even a single %. On top of that, repeating the same process did not award him much increase in proficiency, if at all. For example, at first when he was stirring the pot, for every circle he completed his proficiency increased by 1%. But now, even after stirring the pot for like a minute straight, he only got a 0.01% increase. Half an hour remaining, you dimwits. Pick up the pace. Does none of you wants the reward? Kakarov insinuated in a weird way. Let's make this interesting. If you can't finish brewing the potion by the end of the class, you will be given some sort of punishment. So what's it gonna be, suckers? A reward or a punishment? Upon hearing the word punishment, everyone panicked. While all of them wonder what kind of punishment the mad professor would give them, none of them wanted to be the ones to suffer just to know that. Judging by his personality, he would probably make us drink a shitload of potions created by him and treat us like lab rats. Ashton shook his head and focused more on brewing the potion. Why the heck it isn't turning blue like it was supposed? What am I doing wrong? Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 84, Novice Brewer 2. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Ashton could see most of the class make weird expressions upon hearing what Kakarov had to say. The threat of punishment was making them work even harder. But simple hard work was not going to make any difference in potion making. Suddenly Anna's hand shot up in the air. Finally someone did something. Kakarov sighed and rushed over to her table. Step aside. How am I supposed to take a look if you keep hovering over me? He then proceeded to drop an azure gemstone inside Anna's pot. There was a string attached to the stone using which Kakarov pulled the stone back. The gemstone had only been inside Anna's pot for a second, and yet its color had changed from blue to green and parts of it appeared to have decayed. It's too toxic. It would appear you, being the brat you are, forgot to purify the aconite root before putting it in the potion. Kakarov shook his head. If someone had drunk this potion, it would have killed them in mere seconds. Stop being so careless. Start over again or find a way to purify this potion. As soon as Ashton heard the professor say that, he, just like the rest of them, realized the mistake all of them had made. In the rush of brewing the potion before everyone else, all of them had screwed up. Damn it. There's not a single step included in the recipe telling us to purify the damn thing. Ashton reread the recipe twice and sure enough, there wasn't a single mention of purifying the aconite before using it. Instead, it was mentioned in the list of ingredients that they had to use purified aconite in the first place. Fuck. We all got played by the professor. All of them had assumed the aconite was purified since it was provided by the professor, and there was not a single mention of how they could have purified the aconite themselves. But that wasn't the case. Even Ashton's detection skill had been fooled. It was no wonder that neither of their potions was looking as they were supposed to. Upon completion, the potion was supposed to have a blue hue, something that Ashton was complaining about. But all of their potions had turned green, which symbolized that the potion was highly toxic. There has to be a way to purify aconite after being added to the potion. While the others had given up getting the reward and continued brewing their toxic potion, Ashton gave up on stirring his potion and started looking for ways he could have taken the toxicity of the potion away or at least reduce it somehow. However, he was short on time just like the others were. Come on, there has to be something that could help. Ashton was madly flipping through the pages of the potion course ebook that was fed into their watches. But to no avail. There were way too many potion recipes that could have the answer he was looking for. But the constraint of time did not allow him to take a deep dive into the potions and look for answers. 20 minutes remaining. Kakarov reminded them while his eyes were fixated on Ashton. Looks like the kid has figured out what he has to do. He just needs to find a suitable ingredient. If he can find out what it is within 5 minutes, he should be able to make the concoction. If not, well then too bad. All of them would have to suffer. Shit, what would I do even if I found an ingredient and it wasn't in the room itself? FCK this book. Ashton hastily closed the book as a realization dawned upon him. He could not waste time trying to look for an ingredient mentioned in the book, only to realize it wasn't even available to them. As a result, he decided to use detection to search through entire cupboards filled with ingredients, in hopes of finding something useful. The rest of the students were a bit weirded out upon seeing him running all over the room. But little did they know they should have started running after him as well. Time was running out and there were too many ingredients to search. However, luck was on Ashton's side as in his 5th attempt, he finally found what he had been looking for. Item: seed of fiery sunflower. Type: potion ingredient / medicinal herb. Can be easily confused with licorice seed based on appearance. Can be used to absorb most poisons including the poison from aconite. Rarity: uncommon. Description: a small pebble-like mass that is usually found at the center of the mutated sunflower, also known as fiery sunflower. Can be used raw to cleanse a body or a liquid by absorbing the poison within them. Yes. Ashton quickly grabbed 2 of them and rushed over to his station. But not before secretly slipping one of them into Anna's potion. Present the potion to the professor for a re-evaluation once the greenish color disappears. It should take about 15 minutes for that. Also, consider this thanks for helping me out after the first round of exams. Thanks. Anna mumbled absent-mindedly watching Ashton retreat. Ashton quickly dropped the seed inside his own concoction and began stirring it rapidly. As he had expected, the greenish color of the potion soon began disappearing and within minutes, it turned blue. Ashton did not even need to call Kakarov to check the potion. The dwarf rushed over to check it himself. He did the same thing again and to everyone's surprise this time the color of the gemstone remained unchanged. Wonderful, ahem, I mean it's passable. The potion can be consumed without having any side effects. Though it barely made the cut. That's all Kakarov said before heading back to his seat. Potion brewing proficiency. 100%. You have earned a new title. Novice brewer. Potions brewed by you now have a 5% chance to impart additional effects. Continue brewing more potions to upgrade this title, and its related effects. That was fun. Ashton mumbled before wiping the sweat off of his forehead. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 85: A Token of Appreciation 1. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Ashton didn't know what he was expecting as a reward from Kakarov, but the thing in his hand was definitely not it. In fact, he wasn't even sure if giving such a thing to a student was appropriate at all. After all, the potion he had in his hands could make him a menace to society. While it was a bit of exaggeration, still, it was a dangerous thing to leave in a student's hands. Professor did not mention what the potion was, thus the rest of the students didn't know either. It was just a vial of colorless and odorless liquid. If they had to guess, their first guess would be that it was water. However, Ashton's eyes knew the worth of the potion. Item: potion of secrecy. Type: invisibility potion. Small. Erases the presence of any being that consumes it for 30 seconds. The potion is brewed by a master potioneer, hence also imparts secondary effects upon consumption. Rarity: epic. Description: a colorless and odorless liquid that can be mistaken for water. Tastes a bit spicy but not enough to make the consumer uncomfortable. Can be taken directly or mixed with some other drink. Note: do not drink the potion along with sugary drinks. It will cause the potion to break down and poison the consumer. Additional effects: boosts mana regeneration by 50%. Enhances the effect of healing abilities by 30%. Finally got my hands on an epic item. Ashton thought while placing the vial in his inventory, I'll make sure to make good use of it. But I'm afraid I would have to be a bit stingy as I can only use it once. Also, why the heck are they tailing me? Due to his heightened perception, Ashton could feel that he was being followed even though the followers were being careful enough not to get in his sights. At first he thought they were heading to their next class. So he changed his path, but the 3 of them were still tailing him. Could they be wanting revenge for what I did to Hugo? It doesn't seem like their levels are high enough for them to qualify as seniors. I could be wrong though. Should I break them too? It was possible that 3S rankers were tailing him. He was a bit conflicted because the rest of them would not dare to do anything to him. But he could not imagine the S-rankers would do something like that after what he did to Hugo. If they weren't S-rankers, then even if he beat the shit out of them no one would question him. However, he could be wrong because his perception could be off in interpreting their levels from afar. Either way, before he did anything, he had to make sure that they were purposefully tailing him. He quickly looked up the map of the academy in his watch and realized there was a place that not a lot of people visited. Also, the place should be out of everyone's sight. If the three of them were not tailing him, then they should not head that way and Ashton's misunderstanding would be solved. However, if they kept following him, then he would have no choice but to abuse the benefits that came with his rank. He did as he had planned and turned right to head towards the backside of the hostel building. Just like he had suspected, there was no one there. Not a single soul. So he climbed up a ledge and hid in a place where he could see the way he came from but could not be seen. Then he waited. There they are. Suddenly 3 students appeared there. Now that Ashton had no doubts they had been following him, he wanted to know why. The director had told him to try and not instigate unnecessary fights, thus he wanted to know why these people were following him before he did something unnecessary. He jumped off the ledge and landed right in front of the 3 students. One of them was a girl and the rest were 2 muscular guys, and their intentions did not appear to be of peace. It only took Ashton a glance to realize that they were the Gruntas, along with a dark-skinned dude he had never seen before. "Oh, there you are." The dark-skinned guy spoke first. Although his voice was calm, he seemed to be taken aback by Ashton's sudden appearance. Just like the twins. "Let's cut to the chase so we don't waste any of our times. Tell me, why the heck are you following me?" Ashton said in a stern tone. "Very well then." Nick smiled and extended his hand. "The potion you got today. Hand it over to us." "I don't know how noble werewolves beg for something. But where I come from, they usually get down on their knees and lick the dirt off the ground while groveling to get something they need." Ashton mumbled while shaking his head. "I don't know why you need that potion, but since I earned it, I have no intention of letting it go." "It's funny hearing you talk about earning things," Nick replied. Nick's expression of rage was as clear as the skies above. The only thing was, well, they were under the shadow of the building, hence Ashton was not suffering through the debuff of his stats. On top of that, Ashton was curious as to why they were so adamant about having the potion in the first place. They couldn't possibly know the contents of the vial. "We were hoping you would say something stupid like that." Nicole chimed in. "One way or the other, we will be having that potion. Jason, please be a dear and take care of this mutt." "With pleasure." Jason flexed his neck and the next moment his hands transformed into werewolf claws. "Don't be surprised, bloody mutt. Jason is not a first year who wouldn't know how to transform. He's a second-year student having a red blessing. No matter how strong you are, you can't possibly defeat him." Nicole laughed, thinking Ashton was done for. They didn't need the potion. Hell, they didn't even care about what was inside the vial. They just wanted an excuse for Jason to beat Ashton up, as they couldn't do it themselves. Thanks to the warning they had received from the director. Thus they decided to ask for help from a family friend. "So the second years can transform their limbs? Looks like you morons are way weaker than I thought you were." Ashton said while picking his ear. "Don't joke around with me. Excuse me, but do you think you can defeat me just because you can do partial transformation?" In a flash, Ashton transformed his fists and legs as well, leaving the trio stunned into silence. None of the first years should be able to transform. After all, it was a course they were supposed to take in the second year. Yet, Ashton could transform even better than a second year? What the heck was wrong with this bastard? Let's see what a second year can do, shall we? Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 86, A Token of Appreciation 2. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. "You never told me anything about this?" Jason was a bit worried now. Although Jason was much bigger and more buffer than Ashton was, he still couldn't help but break a sweat upon seeing Ashton's jet black claws. It almost felt as if electricity was running through him, straightening his short and curly black hairs. He had never had goosebumps like he was now. He didn't know it, but it was the intuition of his body screaming at him to make a break for it. There was something off about this kid, and he no longer wanted to get in the middle of the mess of his juniors. But it was a little too late to back down now. When Nick and Nicole approached him for help, he thought he would simply have to roughen up a rowdy first year. Not someone who was better in shapeshifting than he was. Well, not only better than him but most of the second years. The hell did we know he could completely transform his limbs? Jason wasn't the only one panicking. The Gruntas were the same. At that moment they realized one thing. Ashton was not someone they could have messed with without proper preparation. And with proper preparation they meant with weapons to kill him. Also, they could finally figure out why he was able to kill Lucas and the others. He was already stronger than most of them, coupled with the fact that he could transform his limbs whenever he wanted, made him a foe no first years could have taken care of on their own. Just who is this mutt? How the FCK is he so strong? Nick gritted his teeth so much all of them could hear the noise coming out of his mouth. "Hey, are you fgers gonna keep chatting amongst yourselves or fight?" Ashton asked them while flexing his ominous claws. Jason looked a bit worried for his safety even though they had not started the fight yet. Seeing the emotions of fear and confusion in the eyes of his opponent made Ashton chuckle. He finally realized why the hell the mistress was so adamant about him learning at least a bit of transformation during his training in Madden Creek. Even if his claws weren't as strong as his opponent, just manifesting them could cause quite a mental effect on his opponents. But only against those who thought they were stronger than him. Just like it was happening with Jason and the twins. Intimidation tactics didn't always help while fighting against multiple opponents. But when they did, it was bliss and opened numerous paths one could take. Either Ashton could have used this time to run away and live to fight another day, or he could have decided to end it all right then and there. No matter which path he chose, the shock factor would help him immensely. Who the hell wants to run away? Ashton made up his mind and launched himself in Jason's direction. A moment later, his full-powered punch landed on Jason's chin. It was one of the biggest weak points werewolves had, and if an attack landed there with sufficient strength, it would knock most of them down. How did Ashton know it so well? Because he had been the mistress' personal punching bag during his training. It was safe to say there would have been next to no one who could have experienced getting knocked out as much as he did. Ashton had tried to do the same with Hugo too when he kicked his jaw. But his placement was a bit off. As a result, rather than getting knocked out, Hugo ended up suffering from a dislocated jaw. However, this case was not the same as before. Earlier, Hugo's undivided attention was on his target. Thus he was able to move a bit to protect himself on a whim or instinct. But now Jason and the twins were in a state of shock. Thus their mind was confused. As a result, they could not have anticipated Ashton's strike beforehand. As a result, Ashton's blow landed right on Jason's chin, sending him flying into the wall behind him, right past Nick. "Jason, you okay?" Nicole immediately went to check on Jason, only to realize he was out cold. Ashton's surprise attack, coupled with the enhanced strength from his transformed hand, was more than sufficient to deal a decisive blow. Step 2. Knocking someone in one blow was not an easy thing to do, as the punch or the kick had to land on an exact place. However, if one was successful in doing so, it would give them a couple of seconds to make their next move. Why? Because it would take some time for the others to realize what just happened. It was during this time Ashton had to make his next move. He immediately turned all his attention towards Nick and dashed with all his might. It was time to make the gruntas realize why he was the S-ranker and not them. Ashton reeled back his hand to deliver another punch. However, mere milliseconds before his fist would have landed on his target, Ashton found his face planted onto the ground and his hands forced behind his back. He had no idea what was going on, but someone had just pinned him down on the ground. Were there more of them? Ashton thought, but a moment later he realized that wasn't the case. Both of the twins were facing the same treatment as he was, and had their faces firmly planted on the ground. All of the culprits have been subdued. It appears to be some sort of scuff between first years. Ashton heard a masculine voice. It was the voice of the one who had him pinned down. It appears a second year was involved in the matter as well, but he got knocked out by an S-ranker. His voice was followed by some sort of electronic voice. Although, Ashton could not hear what it said despite having his perception skills stretched to the limit. No, the S-ranker isn't a second year. He's from the first year. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's true. The man replied, "What do you want us to do? Let the S-ranker go with a warning as usual?" The same electronic sound could be heard again in the background. Fine. Well, bring all of them into the disciplinary committee's chamber. You can read the novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 87, A Token of Appreciation 3. Come on your feet. The person holding Ashton said and pulled him up with just one hand. "You too as well. Get up and start walking." As all of them were forced on their feet, Ashton got his first look at the person who was holding him down. Well, not his face but the uniform he was wearing. It was completely black with golden accessories laced around it. The DC, well, it'll be damned. Ashton shook his head. The DC, or the Disciplinary Committee/Council, was a student body that was bestowed authoritative powers to maintain discipline on academy grounds. They were even allowed to hold trials and punish the offenders by themselves, but it was never actually implemented. At least not that the students were aware of. Other than that, there wasn't much Ashton knew about them, just like he didn't know how the hell they were able to get there in the nick of time. On top of that, he was surprised that his perception was not able to sense them at all. Well, at least not until his attacker had already planted his head to the ground. As for the one who had him pinned down, he was not an ordinary guy whom Ashton could have defeated even with all his genes active. Why? Well, because the man was already on level 25, which made him the highest leveled student Ashton had seen in the academy. Other than that, most of the guy's information was hidden. Even the detection skill was not able to get much about him. The enigma coupled with the person's uncaring attitude made Ashton break a sweat. He didn't know why, but his insides were screaming at him to not annoy the man in any way. It was somewhat similar to how he felt when the mistress revealed her true strength to him, but on a much lower scale. Standing at 511 feet tall, the man had elbow-length burgundy-colored hair that he wore as a high ponytail. His entire body mass was comparable to a Roman gladiator. He wasn't wearing the complete uniform and had the sleeves of his blazer missing. Thanks to the missing sleeves, Ashton could see that the guy's arm was covered in innumerable scars. Some of them were made from claws while most of them appeared to have been left behind by a sharp object like a knife or sword. Although his arms were covered in scars, the biggest scar of them all was on his face. It looked like a scar left after getting burned. It started from the right temple and stretched all the way down to his neck. Ashton wasn't sure whether the scar ended there or not as the rest of it got covered by the person's uniform. What are you waiting for? Get moving. The man gently pushed him ahead. However, for some reason, the grunts were not receiving as gentle of treatment as he was. Ashton wasn't sure whether the other DC members weren't aware of their identity, or they simply didn't care enough about it. It could be because I'm an S ranker and they are not, Ashton thought. His hands were zip-tied behind his back. It wasn't like that could have stopped him from freeing himself. Ashton was confident he could break his constraints, but since he didn't want more trouble and they weren't as uncomfortable as he had expected, he decided to leave them on. For now. Since the DC chamber was located within the administrative building which happened to be next to the hostel, the trip was as short as one could have expected. But the short distance didn't make it any less humiliating. Well, not for Ashton but for the grunts who felt as if they were thieves who had been caught stealing and were now being paraded through the city. Ashton, on the other hand, was enjoying their misery. Since they were the ones to attack him, he felt like them getting humiliated was a consolation prize for him. As he was not able to get a hit on either one of them, there was another reason why he wasn't as distraught as the grunts. He was an S-ranked student, which meant his punishment, if he would be even given one, for causing trouble on campus wouldn't be half as harsh as the punishment the grunts would have to face. Also, since they were the ones to instigate the fight, he would not have to take any blame either. Wait here. The man sat him down on a comfortable chair right outside the DC chamber, while the grunts were made to sit on the opposite end. The council members then left them there. This is so humiliating. Nick mumbled as soon as the council members were out of earshot. Is it? I'm having a lot of fun, to be honest, Ashton said with a wide smirk on his face. Nick did not say a word but made sure to express himself by flipping Ashton off. Wow, your fingers are really as small as your ego, Ashton scoffed. Much to Nick's dismay, his face turned red with anger. But as soon as Nicole touched his arm, all of his rage disappeared. It almost felt as if she had used some kind of magic to calm his nerves. And she had done it right on time as well, as a moment later the man who had been subdued Ashton reappeared in front of them. All of you get inside. The council president will now decide your punishments. Ashton was the first one to go inside. He had expected a bunch of third years present there, but boy was he wrong. Some seniors were present there, but so were a couple of professors. One of which was Amira. As for the second professor, Ashton had not had the opportunity to him yet. However, judging by the looks he was giving him, he did not seem to be happy upon seeing him for some reason Ashton did not know about. Why am I having a feeling that I've been set up? Best novel online free at Audiobook Novels. Chapter 88, A Token of Appreciation for Best Novel Online free at Audiobook Novels. Oh, it's him again. Amira sniggered the moment she saw Ashton walk in along with the grunts. You will never cease causing problems, will you? It seems you already know who the troublemaker is, Professor Amira. The professor sitting next to Amira chimed in. How convenient it is. Lady Michelle, I will suggest you save all of us some time and immediately punish the kid according to your disciplinary council laws. Ashton might think that it was all a setup, but actually this was happening because of his rotten luck and nothing else. It was a rule that if the disciplinary council ever decides to hold a trial, 2 professors should be present throughout the duration of the trial to ensure it was an unbiased one. As a result, while Ashton and the grunts were being brought in for their trial, the council president asked for the available professors to come and oversee the trial. None of the professors initially wanted to get involved with something so irrelevant and had been wanting to let the S-ranker involved in the incident go, as usual. But all that changed as soon as they realized who the S-ranker in question was. Lady Luck must be shining quite brightly over Amira's head, as she had been given the perfect opportunity to get some sort of revenge on Ashton for all the troubles he had caused her for beating up Hugo. As for the blue-haired professor next to Ashton, he didn't know who Ashton was. He wanted to be unbiased and get the trial over with as soon as possible. But when his brown eyes fell on Ashton's slave mark, which was now out in the open as the sleeve of his shirt got torn apart during his transformation, his stance changed completely. Even if he was an S-ranker, this unknown professor wasn't someone who would have ever taken the side of a mutt over a noble family, especially if the noble family in question was the grunts. With all due respect, Professor Tanaka, this council does not show preference to anyone based on their birth. A blonde girl sitting in the middle of the professors spoke up. We are here to see what happened and who was at fault, rather than passing judgment just because you want us to. The girl continued. Also, I would like to remind you that your attendance is just a formality, and you hold no powers here. So please be patient and refrain from showing your blatant favoritism. Although the girl had said all that with the politest smile on her face, it was clear her words had stung the professors quite a bit. Her family must be somewhat strong for her to scold the professors like that. Ashton was completely surprised by the girl. But he was in for an even bigger surprise when the Gruntas immediately went on their knees as soon as they saw her. May the great Lycaon bless Her Majesty with eternal beauty and might. Both of them yelled simultaneously. Her Majesty? I guess her stats make some sense now. She's level 29 already, damn. All of a sudden, Ashton was out in an awkward position. Still, why do I feel like I'm scared? If she was a princess, it was obvious none of the professors said anything to her once she had made her stance clear. They might have been professors of the academy in a neutral city, but even then they could not afford to upset someone of royal lineage. But it also placed Ashton in trouble. Although it didn't mention that the princess was a purist, Ashton was pretty sure that she, being the princess, would not support him. At least not against high-class nobles like the Gruntas. I wish we could have met under different circumstances. The princess replied with elegance dripping from her voice, but it seems you have been causing some problems, Nick and Nicole Grunta. Your parents would be ashamed of your unnoble-like behavior. Nick opened his mouth to say something, but he was immediately silenced by one of the other attendees. This was a trial, not a ballroom dance where he could speak as and when he pleased. They were only to speak when they were asked to, otherwise they had to keep their mouth shut. Leon, would you mind telling us what happened earlier? The princess said with her usual smile. At that moment, the one who had subdued Ashton stepped up and retold the story as he saw from his perspective. Ashton was pretty sure that the guy would change the narrative to help the Gruntas look like the victims there. But to Ashton's surprise and Grunta's dismay, Leon did not alter anything. Are you sure that's what happened? I personally know all three of them and I refuse to believe that the Gruntas did something like that unprovoked. Amira interrupted as soon as Leon was finished retelling the story. Professor, I assure you, I have only reported what I saw myself. Leon had a look of annoyance on his face. The presence of the professors was the reason he did not want to be a part of the trial in the first place. But since he had been the first one to act, he had to be the one to deliver the report about the incident as well. Then I guess there's nothing much for us to debate about. The princess mumbled as she got up from her seat. Nick and Nicole Grunta, you have been found guilty of planning and assaulting an innocent party. As punishment, both of you will be placed under house arrest for a month and will only be allowed to attend classes. As for you, she turned towards Ashton, for ruthlessly assaulting a senior, you are hereby suspended from attending any physical training classes for a month. If you have any problems regarding your punishments, you can appeal your case in front of Madam Director. You are free to leave now. We will gladly accept the punishment as it is. The Gruntas said with a gleeful smile. They weren't the only ones smiling like the bastards they were either. Both of the professors were too. It might seem like their punishment was severe. But in reality, it was Ashton whose punishment was worse than he Gruntas. A month without physical training would place him way behind everyone else in his class. Not only that, once he was pushed behind, it was entirely possible that he would end up losing his S-rank privileges. This bitch, acting all righteous in front of everyone and screwing me from behind. Ashton gritted his teeth in anger. Now I realize why the Mistress King hates them so much. These bastards are rotten to their core. The princess might have been all high and powerful now, but she was going to regret doing this to him in future. Ashton was going to make sure of it. But for now, he had to put on his best performance and thank that princess bitch for her shitty ruling. Thank you for your kind judgment, Your Highness, Ashton said with a subtle but forced smile on his face. I'll surely give you a token of my appreciation in the future. Chapter 89, Laying Low. A week had passed since the just princess had screwed Ashton over. True to her word, Ashton was not allowed to attend any classes that even remotely required him to do physical labor. As pissed as he was because of that, he made sure to not waste his time idling. Either way, the physical training only happened for 2 hours a day, 6 times a week, which was next to nothing when compared to the training regime he had going on for himself. The princess could have only stopped him from training in classes, but no matter how influential she was in the academy, even she could not stop him from training altogether. Although he had been and still was against the idea of having slaves around him, he couldn't help but realize their worth. Especially dark-haired Duncan, the human male. Ashton realized he was quite the spearman. On top of that, he knew how to use his scrawny figure to his advantage. At first, when Ashton proposed the idea of the slave helping him train, he had thought the slave would just poke him around with a spear. That way, Ashton would be able to gain some meager amount of EXP. Still, it would have been better than getting nothing at all. However, Duncan was a bit hesitant, and rightfully so. Both of the slaves had been given clear instructions by the mistress not to cause any harm to Ashton. Thus, dueling against him was a straight no. It was only after a quick chat with the mistress that Duncan was willing to fight Ashton. If Ashton wanted to, he could have defeated Duncan with one move. But the more he fought the human, the more he started to appreciate Duncan's spearmanship. It was clear as the cloudless sky above them that Duncan wasn't a nobody as Ashton had expected. He was a trained fighter who could have given others in Ashton's class a run for their money. Well, only till they did not use their abilities. Duncan might have been good with a spear, but at the end of the day he was just a human. He did not have a chance against the werewolves if they used their full strength against him. Still, his battle style was something that Ashton quickly picked up. So far, he had been relying on his strength to get rid of tougher enemies, who most of the time were bigger than he was. But now that he had learned something new thanks to Duncan, he could use it to overwhelm even stronger enemies. Just like Duncan was overwhelming him. However, at the end of the day it wasn't enough. Ashton needed to come up with a better plan to level up, not just the werewolf genes but all of the genes within him. While he thought of a way to do that, the mistress needed some answers from him. Well, technically she only needed an answer to one question. What did he do to get punished in the first place? Ashton then begrudgingly explained everything to her. First, it didn't look like she believed him in the least. That was until he told her who was the one to punish him. That bitch. These were the first words that escaped through her mouth. I thought you would know her. Guess I was right. Of course, I know my youngest half-sister. I just can't fathom why is she still in the academy. She should have graduated last year. I assume this sister is different than the one you almost killed? Ashton was a bit confused as to how many daughters did the king had? Didn't he have anything better to do rather than making babies? He was a king, but to Ashton, he just came off as a horndog who couldn't keep his thing in his pants. I used the term youngest, didn't I? The mistress sighed. She should have graduated last year. That's why I selected you to enter the academy this year. Now I have something I need to figure out. Till then, keep your head down and don't even think about doing anything to her. As you wish. With that, their conversation was cut short. He didn't know what was such a big deal about the princess still attending the academy. Students failed there all the time. She could have been one of those who unfortunately failed. Simple. Nah, it ain't that simple. There's no way a failed student would be selected to become the DC president. Guess I'll ask the director about it while appealing my case today. Ashton had discussed the possibility of revoking his punishment through the director with Rose. She spoke her mind on the matter and told Ashton to let go of it. But if he wanted, he was free to appeal his case. So that's what he did, and today he was supposed to meet the director to see what they can do about his punishment. He had been expecting the director to be on his side like she always was. But this time things weren't as simple as Ashton believed. An hour later, inside the director's office. I don't think you'll be lifting your punishment yet, Mr. Bismarck. The director replied after hearing his case. But Madam Director. Zip it. As she uttered those words, Ashton lost his voice. He was trying his best to speak up, but not a single sound came out of his mouth. Now listen carefully to what I have to say. She continued after putting Ashton under her silence spell. I'm not revoking the punishment for your own good. We both know you are being targeted by the nobles because you were formerly a human. A species they loathe. Also, the fact that you're registered as Bismarck in the academy doesn't make matters any better. At least with the punishment being given to you, the nobles should not trouble you for a month. I would advise that you use this opportunity to get stronger through any means necessary. Is that understood? Ashton nodded. The director was correct. If she lifted his punishment, then it would only make the nobles think of something even sinister to get rid of him. Thus, it was better for Ashton to lay low and in the meantime and gain strength for what would happen next. Thankfully, he knew of a way to do that, but he would need Rose's help for that. Chapter 90. You're mistaken. The talk with the director had opened up Ashton's eyes. But still there was too much on his plate. The nobles were already his enemies, and now that the princess had got a whiff of who he was, she wasn't going to stop pestering him either. The director was pretty sure of that. That was the reason why she advised Ashton to try and grow stronger. Although she could have protected him from them as a service to his parents, who God knows were even alive or not, it was impractical to think she could have her eyes on Ashton 24/7. That left them with only one option. He had to be responsible for protecting himself. Although not always, it wouldn't hurt them if he was prepared just in case. There was another thing she wanted to talk about, the hierarchy between the students of the academy. While it was true the ranks of the students matter the most, there was another invisible hierarchy within the academy. A hierarchy based on the student's lineage, and unfortunately, Ashton was at the bottom rung of that ladder. Also, it was thanks to him being an S-ranker, the professors, at least those who believed in the purity of blood and lineage, had already started judging the students based on their background rather than the skills they had. Sadly, even though the director was aware of this, there was nothing much she could have done. It would have been a different tale if one or two professors were doing it. She could have fired them and gotten it over with. After all, no tolerance was her way to get things done. But she would not be able to fire multiple professors just because they did what the werewolves had been doing for the better part of the century, despising humans. What she could, however, do was to make Ashton understand about it. She was a mutt too and had to work hard to get where she was now. She was not going to disclose how she managed to do what she did. But she could guide Ashton to carve such a path on his own. I know what you want to do, Ashton. She said as things began to settle down. The change you want to bring isn't something anyone on the continent would even entertain thinking about. Humans are looked down upon for ages and the nobles triumph over everyone and everything here. She continued, your blatant disregard of nobility and challenging them at every step might fly inside the academy, but it won't be forgotten or forgiven outside contingent. What happened between you and Hugo might have been played off as a friendly spar that got out of hand. But your repetitive strikes on the nobles will only cause you more trouble ahead. Do you get what I am trying to say? With all due respect, ma'am, I think I do have a right to defend myself if someone threatens me. Ashton took a deep breath to calm his nerves down. You don't honestly expect me to not do something if I'm the one who gets attacked. Do you? The director shook her head and got up from her seat. Ashton was turning out to be just as stubborn as his parents were. Also, judging by the way he was going on about everything, the director had no doubt that someday he would end up just like his parents, used and tossed aside by others. But she could not say it out loud. After all, she too had played a part in what happened to them. But it was better for both her and Ashton if she did not disclose that information yet. She would be content if Ashton decided to hate her with all his being afterwards, but right now she had to protect him. For the sake of his parents and to atone for betraying them. It seems I have a habit of forgetting you are still a teenager. She turned her back towards him. But I know you are more mature than others of your age because of the hardships you have suffered. So please try to understand what I am saying with the perspective of an adult, and not a kid. Who told you I am mature? I'm probably the pettiest person to have ever walked into the academy. Ashton shrugged his shoulders, but you are right. Everything I have suffered as a human did teach me something. An instinct for survival and to give back what I get from others tenfold. At that moment, the director saw something in his eyes. Something she had been ignoring till now, thinking he was a youngster, but couldn't anymore. It was a thirst for revenge. Not just against the people who wronged his parents but also against the ones who had wronged him. As justified of a reaction as it was, she was still the director of the academy and not his confidant. She was required to protect other students as much as she was to protect him. He was already responsible for killing 3 students, even if it was by accident, and she could not let Ashton get out of hand anymore. You should be careful what you do now, Ashton. You just might end losing more than you already have. Since advising him was not working, she decided to take a different route, even though she did not want to. I think you've mistaken one thing, ma'am. Unlike you, I don't have anything to lose. I don't care what those nobles think about me or do to me. I only care about what I'll end up doing to them. Saying so, Ashton got up to leave. It was clear to him that this conversation with the director was not going anywhere. Also, he had already received what he was there for in the first place. You do have something to lose, Ashton. You will lose my support if you don't listen to me. She threw the last weapon in her arsenal to make Ashton stop from going down the path of self-destruction. Well, the joke's on you then. I did not enter the academy hoping you would support me. It has been wonderful talking to you, but I have a class to attend. Chapter 91 Skill Page. Alteration 1. The first few days in the academy were more of a roller coaster than Ashton had assumed. His plans of keeping to himself and maintaining a low profile were blown into smithereens. As much as he hated the attention on him, he had become the talk of the academy. But it was not all that bad. As the rumors of him knocking out a second year spread around, he was met with less and less hostile gazes around him. As for the loss he was taking by not attending the physical training, well, it wasn't much. He could easily compensate for the EXP he could have gained within those 2 hours, by training with Duncan for 45 hours. It was a waste of time, but it was the best thing he could have done, considering the curfew in the city was still active. However, there was one thing he was worried about more. It had been a while since he had feasted on blood and flesh. As a result, the vampire and the undead genes within his body were on a rampage. Even though his levels were in harmony, it didn't mean he could ignore the nutrition needed for the genes. But since the curfew was still active and hunting inside the academy wasn't an option either, getting his needs met was a challenge. Thankfully, he had Rose on his side. Well, technically, she wasn't on his side but on the side of money. She was well adapted to the art of hunting in contingent and knew exactly where to hunt in times of curfew. The only problem was, Ashton needed to consume fresh flesh. Which meant that he had to consume the flesh of someone who was killed no longer than 3 hours ago. After that, even if he consumed their flesh, he wouldn't be able to quell his hunger. Thankfully, that wasn't the case with blood, so he could store some of it in his inventory and drink it when he could. Sadly, there was a limit to how much blood he could store in the inventory. A meager amount of 100 milliliters. But as she was a money-monger more than anything else, she had not shown any of those spots to him. Instead, she charged him money, a lot of money, to bring him prey in his times of extreme need. As much of a trouble as it was, there was nothing Ashton could have done about it. Although he wanted to go out there and hunt on his own, it was better to let the professionals do the dirty work for him. That way, even if she got caught, he wouldn't have to suffer the consequences. But as the slaves always had their eyes on him, he had to be subtle about doing things. Thankfully, he had already thought of a plan to get rid of their suspicion. If a student was having dinner with a professor, it should have been all right, right? If they reported it to the mistress, and the mistress asked him about it, He could simply say that he was trying to get on the professor's good side, so that what happened to him before would never happen again. It was a believable excuse, so he did not have to worry about them suspecting him. Good evening, Professor. Ashton was on a call with Rose. Are we still on for a formal dinner? Of course. Come over whenever you please. Rose's voice echoed from the other side. All right. See you in a bit, Professor. Ashton disconnected and turned towards Daniela, Duncan's pregnant wife and the mistress' second slave. Daniela, am leaving for dinner with Professor Rose. Don't prepare a meal for me. Of course, Master. Have a great meal. Daniela bowed as a few strands of her brown hair fell on her face. How many times do I have to tell you? Call me by my name. Am no master, just a kid. Is that all right? Yes, Ashton. She mumbled as he left. Let's inform the mistress. He went to see her again. Back in Rose's room. Hey, race your 1,000 blue units. And hey, race your 500 grams of werewolf meat. Bon appetit. You just had to do that, didn't you? Ashton shook his head in disgust. Even though he had consumed raw meat before, it didn't mean he did not feel disgusted every time he did that. After all, how could someone get used to eating others like that? This was the reason why he wanted to go out and hunt by himself. While on a hunt, the adrenaline he would feel within his body would fuel his hunger for flesh even more. That was the reason why he did not feel disgusted to eat someone right after defeating them. However, being served a plateful of raw meat like that and being told that it belonged to someone alive made things a bit awkward. They do the same to humans all the time. Count this as revenge. Well, thankfully, he had a trick to make the disgusting feeling go away. These creatures had treated humans as dairy products for them, so what he was doing was nothing less than what they had been doing to the humans. Drinking blood, on the other hand, was not as bad. In fact, Ashton quite enjoyed drinking blood. You know, you have a walking blood farm along with you. Rose stated, your slaves can take care of your needs for blood. And you could stop dressing so skimpily. Ashton pointed at her almost see-through attire. If anyone saw you like that, they'd think you were trying to seduce a student. Is it working? She replied with a very suggestive look. No. Ashton shrugged his shoulders. By the way, why do you even need that much money? I mean, it's not like you to stash the money without using it. Who said I'm not using the money? Rose said that and slid a weird-looking skill page towards him. It was all needed to get this. This is. Don't think much about it. It's just an investment, and he'll be expecting some results soon. She winked as Ashton realized what the skill card was for. Let's get you in a fight tomorrow, shall we? Chapter 92 Skill Page. Alteration 2. Item, skill page. Type commodity. Upon tearing the page, grants the user the skill. Alteration. Usage. Can only be used by vampires having transforming abilities. Rarity. Unknown. Description. A skill page with ancient origins. The writing on the page has worn off a bit thanks to poor storage measures. But the page should work just fine. Effect. Grants the user a skill. Alteration. Allows the user to change their body features as per their will. However, there will be some limitations to the effectiveness of the skill. The user will not be able to change their facial features completely, but it'll be enough to fool others into thinking the user is someone else. To use this skill, the user has to imagine which part of their body they would like to change, and the changes will reflect within seconds. Condition to upgrade the skill. Establish a new well-known second identity, or use 25 skill points to level this skill up. Grade low. Cooldown 10 hours. Active duration 2 hours. Can be cancelled by the user as per their will. This is perfect. Ashton almost threw up the meat he had been feasting on, but there is no rank mentioned on this skill page. Aren't they supposed to be classified based on their colors and stuff? As excited as Ashton was to get his hands on something like the alteration skill, he also had to be cautious about using it. At first glance, it looked like a normal skill, but the color of the skill page was troubling him a bit. After all, he had never heard about a greenish-yellow colored skill page before. It's not a skill page but an aptitude page. Unlike your regular skill page, which can be only used once, this type of page can be used again and again. Rose explained while sipping on some blood, there are not many of these and I just so happen to know someone with this page. Since you needed a way to hide your identity, I thought I should get it for you. Well, I never thought you could think of anything past money. Ashton scoffed as he transferred and zeroed their 6,000 blue units to Rose. I don't need your charity. Kept this and place a bet on me the next time I participate in a fight. Now tell me, if I can't tear the page, then how do I get the skill? Just put a drop of your blood on the paper, and it will recognize you as its owner. Ashton pricked his finger and forced a drop of blood out. As soon as his blood touched the rough surface of the page, it started shining, and a couple of seconds later, Ashton had received another skill. You have unlocked a bloodline skill. Current state, dormant. You cannot use this skill. Skill information is hidden. Your level and grade are too low to master a bloodline skill. Please evolve and continue to know more about your lineage to unlock the skill, as well as its true perks. What the hell is this about? Ashton thought doing as he was told to would solve his doubts. Instead, learning the skill made his mind go even more rampant. It was his first time hearing about a bloodline skill. Explore my lineage? But I don't even remember my parents. How the heck am I supposed to know more about my lineage? Something wrong? Rose interrupted his chain of thoughts. The confusion in his head must have been clear of his face. I tried reading your mind, but for some reason I couldn't. Did you learn how to cast a mental barrier or something? You are overthinking too much. Ashton hurriedly claimed himself. You weren't able to read my mind because there wasn't anything for you to read. Is it your way of telling me that you're brainless? Rose sniggered. Think whatever you want to. Ashton shook his head and got up to leave. Thanks for the dinner. But since I can now change my looks, I think we should try hunting together. And here I was thinking I would be able to extort some more money from you. Ashton sighed and walked out of her room. She was going to extort him anyway. But rather than handing her the money, he would be handing her a bet to win. Rose wasn't aware of it, but she had tremendously helped him out. With the skill to alter his appearance, he should be able to solve a lot of his problems. But first, let's try out the skill somewhere else, shall we? Ashton had a crooked smile on his face as he headed towards the B-Ranker's dormitory. His time for revenge had arrived sooner than he had expected, and only a fool would have wasted an opportunity like this. But first, he needed to get rid of everything that could have outed him to others. He didn't need to change his uniform. Ever since he ripped his uniform a week ago, he had to use the regular uniform while he waited for his official uniform to arrive. Thus, he only needed to get rid of his facial features. After making sure that there was no one around him, he started with the alteration process. The first thing he needed to hide was his hairs. After all, there was not a single student in the academy other than him who had white hair. Thus, he would be outed in no time if he did not change his hair. After the hair, it was time for his nose, eyes, followed by the jawline and cheekbones. By the time he was done, he was unrecognizable even to him. But the process was tremendously painful. It was all fun and games till he changed his hair color. But when he started to change his actual face, it felt as if the bones within his face were melting away. If it hadn't been for his pain tolerance, he would have probably passed out just from the kind of pain he had to go through. It reminded him of something Rose said to him during their visit to the black market. Nothing is free in this world. He smiled through the pain. If you want to change your face, you have to pay for it through pain. However, the pain he felt only solidified his sense of revenge against the Gruntas. He could not wait to get his hands on them anymore. Chapter 93: A Taste of Your Own Medicine 1. On the second floor in B-Rank dorms. It's been awfully quiet for the last couple of days, hasn't it? Luke Wami, one of Nick's roommates, mumbled as the three of them got ready to sleep. There was nothing extraordinary about Luke, at least it would seem like that to those who didn't know him or his background. The fact that Nick chose him to be one of his roommates was telling of itself. After all, Nick would not have chosen a nobody to stay with him. Standing at 57, the red-headed Luke had a cheerful persona and charming looks which made him popular amongst other students, and even some professors had taken a liking to him. But his charisma wasn't the only thing about him. He was on his way to becoming an illusionist, a rare class among the werewolves who had the blue blessing. Illusionism ran deep within Luke's family, and all of them were trained to become an illusionist from the young age of 2 years. Thus, he was confident he would become an illusionist after achieving his class selection. How can it not be? Nick scoffed as his servants left the room after making his bed. I got forced that bastardly mutt to learn a lesson after all. You should have seen his face when he got punished. Haha. Although the B-Rankers were not allowed to have personal servants to help them out, Nick was made an exception as he was under house arrest. Thus, Nick and his roommate had been enjoying their time inside their room. As for their third roommate, he hadn't joined the academy yet. He had been enrolled and took the exam, but since then he went back to his family estate to sort out some family mess. Yeah, it was about time that idiot learned his place. Luke shook his head. He thought just because he stole the S rank, he could do whatever he wanted against the nobles. I couldn't agree more. Pass me some water, will you? Looks like we're out. TSK, what were the servants even doing? Luke mumbled in annoyance. Wait. Let me see if there's anyone outside. Luke walked outside only to discover that the lights of the entire corridor were out. Thanks to that, not a single thing was visible. What the heck is going on here? The lights are never out. Luke was a bit worried. Also, where are the servants? They couldn't have gone far. The next moment he felt something behind him. He turned around, but before he could do anything, he was promptly kicked in the side of his head, knocking him out. Just like the servants had been. How many people did this fucker had in his room? Ashton thought as he dragged Luke's unconscious right next to those of the servants. I sabotaged the lights on a whim, but it would have been impossible to do all of this without getting spotted had the lights been on. After dropping Luke, Ashton used his perception one last time to check whether there were more people inside the room or not. After making sure that Nick was alone in the room, Ashton made his move. About damn time, Luke. Put the water next to my bed, will you? Nick had his back turned towards the gate, so when Ashton entered the room, he assumed it was Luke. Why are you so quiet, all of who the hell are you? Ashton didn't utter a word. Although his appearance had changed, his voice had not. Also, there were cameras in the room, which had been installed to make sure Nick did not violate his house arrest. If Ashton said anything, it would get recorded and he would be easily identified, which he couldn't afford. Are dumb or what? I asked you a question. Who are you and where is Luke? Nick was visibly getting agitated. Nick was making a lot of noise now. Ashton could not have wasted any more time. He lunged at Nick, who was taken by surprise as he didn't expect anyone would dare to attack him in broad daylight. The second moment, Ashton had him pinned on the ground with one of Nick's arms in his hand. Why, you bastard? Do you know who I am? Nick let out a blood-curdling scream as Ashton popped his shoulder open. A large part of his collarbone was also sticking out of his skin as blood trickled down from his shoulders. Ashton quickly let go of him. He had only wanted to dislocate his shoulder, but it appeared that he underestimated his own strength. FCK, this bastard would alert everyone. I gotta leave. Ashton's plan for taking proper revenge was about to go down the drain, but he had to keep his identity a secret. He had to leave. However, it would appear Nick had different plans. The moment Ashton was about to leap out of the window, Nick fought through his pain and kicked Ashton off his feet. Where do you think you're going? Nick's eyes had turned red with rage, the rage and pain he was feeling. How he FCK is doing this? Ashton was shocked. Pieces of bones were still sticking out of his shoulder, and it was evident Nick was in pain. Still, he was ready to fight him? The hell was wrong with this bastard's head? Ashton heightened his perception. He could feel half a dozen people were rushing towards them. They must have heard Nick scream. Judging by their speed, it would take them a couple of minutes to get here. Ashton calmed himself down. If I want to escape, I'll have to wrap it up within a minute. You did not think this through, did you? Nick said with a sadistic smile on his face. Were you foolish enough to? Ashton knew exactly what Nick was trying to do. Waste his time till someone arrived for backup, and Ashton wasn't about to let that happen. He leapt over Nick's injured shoulder and punched him on the chin with all his might. The placement wasn't the best as Ashton hastily attacked him, but it was enough to stagger the noble asshole. While Nick tried to recover, Ashton quickly jumped out of the window and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 94: A Taste of Your Own Medicine 2. As the next day rolled around, Ashton realized something. He had not been in the rush of making out of Nick's room. He conceded the fact that he could have lost everything he had worked for till then for some stupid revenge had he been caught. Nah, it wasn't an act of some stupid revenge. That fucker deserved it and more. Ashton corrected his train of thought. He just caught me off guard. That's all. His plan was to make a quick sneak attack on Nick, and then do the same with Nicole, who was residing a floor above. Nice and easy, however. That bastard Nick proved to be more tenacious than Ashton had assumed. After all, who the heck would be able to try and stop their assailant while their bone was popping out of its socket and through the skin? Ashton probably could have done something like that, but simply because he had pain tolerance to help him do that along with the help of his other genes. Nick, on the other hand, did not possess either of those things, and yet he did something Ashton could not have done under normal circumstances. Ashton had even peeked into Nick's stats, but was not able to find anything that could have possibly helped him. Which meant only one thing: Nick and perhaps even Nicole were hiding something. It was probably a family secret which, if leaked, could have made a lot of trouble for them. It could even be related to how they were able to score so many points in a matter of seconds during the examination. It's better if I lay low for a while now. Ashton shook his head as he woke up. It's awfully quiet though. I thought the hostel would be hustling and bustling after what I did. But I guess not. However, a moment later Duncan came rushing into his chamber without his permission. It was the first time he had done something like that, so Ashton knew something serious must have happened. Master, there are some people looking for you, he said in one breath before pointing towards the entrance. They are here sooner than I expected them to be. Ashton smiled. Just because he wasn't able to hurt Nick as much as he wanted to, didn't mean his revenge was over just yet. He relaxed his expression, threw a t-shirt over and walked out of his room to greet his visitors, who, to no one's surprise, were a bunch of professors who were close to the Gruntas, or at least to their parents. How may I help you, professors? Ashton asked with a confused look on his face. Don't act as if you are oblivious to the situation. Amira scoffed and pointed towards him with her head. Arrest this kid. A couple of guards walked inside with black metallic cuffs in their hands to arrest him. However, before they could tie Ashton up, he signaled them to stop. Just because I am extending my hospitality to you as you are my professors, doesn't mean I can't show you my other side. The smile on Ashton's face was quickly replaced by that of annoyance. You think you can just walk into my home and arrest me just like that? He continued, I might not look like one to read, but I have read about the rules and laws of the city as well as the academy. If you want to arrest me for whatever reason, first show me a warrant to do so. The two guards looked at each other. Obviously, they did not have a warrant to arrest him. How could they have one when they were nothing more than the gatekeepers of the academy's main building? Oh, but you do know, as professors of the academy, we can call in any of our students to present themselves in front of us whenever we pleased? Professor Tanaka, the blue-haired man from the previous council trial, was present there as well. I don't suppose you assume your student to attend your call in handcuffs, do you? Ashton replied, well, whatever, I'll entertain you just this once. Please lead the way. The professors were surprised Ashton agreed to follow them after putting so much drama. However, they were glad he agreed to the condition without putting much hassle. But there was something else going on in Ashton's head. As soon as the professors turned around, Ashton whispered into Duncan's ears, call the mistress and tell her to get here as soon as she can, preferably within the next hour. After saying so, he quietly left with the professors. Just like the last time, he was once again led into the disciplinary council's trial room. However, this time there were no students there. All of the seats there were occupied by the professors. There were some faces he recognized, like the director, Professor Kakarov, and Rose, while he had seen others for the first time. In front of them was Nicole, who was sitting in the middle of two adults. The resemblance she had with them confirmed that they were her parents. As soon as they saw Ashton, the father got up in rage as if he wanted to cave his skull into the ground. But he was quickly reminded by the director to sit down, which he begrudgingly obeyed. Let's get started with the trial. Sorry to interrupt you, Madam Director, Ashton politely said, but I still don't know what I am doing here. The audacity, the Grunta's blonde father once again got up in rage. Mr. Grunta, do I need to remind you this is a courtroom where you are not allowed to speak unless you're asked to? Grunta mumbled an apology and sat back down as the director turned to face Ashton. Ashton Bismarck, it is suspected that you were behind the attack on Nick Grunta, which happened last night. She answered in an authoritative role. We are gathered here to judge whether you are guilty of committing the stated crime or not. How many times would you people keep blaming me for things I have not committed? Ashton shook his head, putting on a classic acting performance. When I first heard about the academy, I was ecstatic to attend. But now I just realized this place was nothing but a mansion filled with hypocrites and discriminators. Seriously, you need to stop making me the scapegoat of everything that's wrong with this place. We are not here to listen to your monologue. Amira scoffed as soon as Ashton was done speaking his mind. Just answer the question we have and nothing more. With that, a series of questions were presented in front of Ashton. Like where he was last night at a particular time. What was he doing before Nick was attacked? And another bunch of absurd questions. However, not once did any one of them mention the camera recordings of the room Nick was residing in. Probably because showing them the video would have immediately cleared Ashton of any suspicions. But the thing that surprised Ashton the most was how the director was going along with all that crap without raising any of the questions anyone with a sane mind would. It was as if she did not care about what happened to him at all. So that's what she meant by not supporting me. What a bitch. Thankfully, Ashton had a perfect alibi in form of Rose, who backed up every statement he made. If it hadn't been for her support, Ashton would have still gotten screwed over big time. Especially since he could not have mentioned anything about the recordings himself, as he was not supposed to know anything about Nick's treatment during his house arrest. As for the professors, they were running out of ways they could have framed Ashton for something they knew he probably didn't have. But the surprises weren't over yet. A little over an hour had passed since the questioning started when the doors to the courtroom were thrown open, and in walked the mistress along with her bodyguards. Everyone in the room immediately recognized her. After all, she was someone whom even their king did not dare to take lightly. Excuse me, but this is a private matter of the academy. Professor Tanaka immediately jumped in to defuse the situation, as he knew the mistress' appearance was not something they could have ignored. If the so-called private matter involves my ward, then it is a matter I have to get involved in, don't I? She cut the professor off and stood right next to Ashton. Now then, shall we restart this trial? Chapter 95, A Taste of Your Own Medicine 3. With all due respect, Ms. Mara, this trial already has enough people. This time it was Amira who thought she could get the mistress out of the trial room, but just like the professors before her, her attempts were shot down immediately. If it is a problem of space or crowd, then I suggest you tell one of the Gruntas to leave the chamber. If their son must have a representative, then so should Ashton. The mistress replied with a forced smile. As for you, should I call you ma'am? Or by the nickname I gave to you back when we were attending the academy? Ashton did not know what the nickname was, but it should have been something humiliating or embarrassing at least, judging by how the color of Amira's face got drained of any color the moment mistress mentioned it. I knew it was going to be fun, but this is way better than anything I could have imagined. Ashton tried real hard not to laugh. He despised the mistress, but there was no denying that her comments were downright hilarious. As far as he was concerned, he only wanted the mistress to be there, as he knew she was not going to let anyone play with what was hers. He had sensed it when he was unjustly punished the last time around. So he knew with her by his side, these professors would not be able to frame him. At least not without any proof. However, there was also another benefit of having her there. She knew the academy rules and regulations way better than he did. After all, she was an alumnus of the academy. Thus, if the professors tried to corner him by stating some bogus rule or something, the mistress could have shooed them away like the foot-licking dogs they were. Ms. Mara, I would like to remind you we are in the courtroom. You need to behave appropriately. The The director let out a heavy sigh. She knew that the mistress was there. This matter was not going to die so easily. Appropriately? Mistress scoffed, is anything about this trial appropriate? First, you unjustly punish my ward for defending himself against a senior student and the lunatic twins. And as if that wasn't enough, you are trying to do the same thing all over again? Ashton could tell she had touched a nerve with Amira and Tanaka. After all, both of them were happy with the ruling the princess gave. But now they were silent, not daring to speak up as the mistress and the director chatted back and forth. Unjust punishment? Are you calling Her Highness unjust? How dare you? Nichols' father once again got up in rage. He was one of 12 lords having close ties with the royalty, so it was obvious he wasn't going to sit there idly and allow someone to disrespect the princess. No, I just want to know how high was Your Highness when she gave such a bullshit ruling in favor of your children. The mistress shrugged her shoulders. Also, shut up, before I tell someone to bring a leash and bound you along with your children there. You have a fetish for that, don't you? Suddenly, a burst of energy could be felt coming from the table the director was occupying. Well, the table was nowhere to be seen, but the director was still sitting there. And she did not look happy at all. How many times do I have to repeat? Maintain the decorum of the courtroom. She yelled at the top of her lungs before reverting back to her usual self. Now let's not indulge ourselves in childish behaviors and sort this mess out like adults. Everyone was stunned into silence. Even the mistress appeared to be visibly shaken a bit. It was the first time anyone had seen the director lose her cool in public, so it was obvious they were a bit weirded out. As for Ashton, he had to touch his chest to see if his heart was still beating or not. Here he was thinking the mistress was strong, but the director's strength was on a whole other level. Also, both of them were fighting each other like tigresses, trying to establish dominance over one another. Apologies for causing a ruckus. It was the first time Ashton or any one of the bodyguards had ever seen the mistress apologize to someone. I admit I got carried away a bit. But I hope you can understand, it's also your fault. Just a small bit, but it is. So that's what she was playing at. I should try to get her level of intelligence. It would make my life a bit easier. Apologize? The mistress? Well, she was not going to do so unless she had an ulterior motive. And right now, her motive was to vice her claws around the director. How can it be the director's fault? You did not teach your ward proper manners and etiquette, that's why he was going rogue on campus. We just did what he had to limit the nuisance caused by him. You should know better than anyone how effective my teaching techniques are, Professor Amira. After all, you were one of my first students. The mistress replied with a smile, however, let's go over our idle talk some other day. Right now we should focus on the idiotic and proofless case you have complied against Ashton. Another hour later. So you're telling me you brought Ashton here for questioning based on a student's hunch? The mistress spoke in disbelief. A hunch was enough for you to drag an S-rank student to defend against some baseless accusations? Everyone remained silent. They were well aware of what they were planning to do and how ridiculous their arguments were. I thought the academy was an autonomous educational body where anyone could obtain knowledge regardless of their lineage. But it seems that ideology is long gone if all you need is a hunch to punish an innocent child. She continued, that too based on a hunch of someone who obviously has hard feelings against my ward. For all I care, the nobles could have planned it amongst themselves. All to get rid of a mutt who was much better than their offsprings could ever wish to become. The last part of her speech packed quite a punch as the faces of the gruntas turned red. First, someone attacked their son, broke several of his bones, and when they expected justice to be served, they were being humiliated? In their minds, the situation could not have gotten any worse. But boy, it was about to happen as the mistress had had enough of their demon spawns making Ashton's life difficult. Seeing as none of the professors could answer any of her questions, she decided to take it a step further. According to what you professors said earlier, Nick or whatever his name was supposedly in a house arrest, right? That is correct. The director replied. Then all of this mess could have been easily solved by reviewing the footage from the room in which the incident took place. Mistress said in a matter-of-fact tone, that is assuming that he was actually under house arrest all this time. Before the director could respond to her, Tanaka jumped in with a piece of information. Apparently, the assailant had destroyed the cameras prior to attacking Nick. Thus there was no evidence and hence they had to go with the hunch Nicole had. So that's the way you have decided to cover up your mistake, eh? Ashton thought to himself. Right before jumping out of the window, he had made sure that the cameras were untouched. Which meant the professors were now on the defensive and trying to cover up their sorry assess, rather than blaming him. Now that's oddly convenient, don't you think? The mistress shook her head in disbelief. Once we are done here, you should pack your things. Clearly, the academy is no longer a place of education anymore, but of plotting and scheming. I'll be teaching you. That won't be necessary. Ms. Mara. The director immediately interrupted her. Why? Because Ashton was someone she could not have allowed to sever her relationship with. Also, if his real identity was leaked, some not-so-decent people would start hunting him, especially if word about his talent got out. She had to keep Ashton under her supervision for his safety and her atonement. Well, judging by how things have been going around him recently, I think it is necessary, Madam Director. The mistress put up in a great acting performance. I can't trust simple words anymore. I need some action to ensure the safety of my ward in your academy. What do you want? Punishment to the Gruntas and anyone who had been colluding with them to falsely accuse Ashton of something he did not even do. That should be a good start. Fine. If that's required to restore your trust, then it shall be done. The director mumbled with a sense of finality in her tone. There will be another trial against Nick and Nicole Gunta. There they will either have to prove they were innocent in all this mess, or they will be suspended for 3 months. The court is now adjourned. As the sound of the gravel resounded throughout the room, Ashton shot a smile in Nicole's direction. Her hunch was correct, but since it was only a hunch, it could not prove his involvement. Ashton had been hoping for something like that to happen, and now that it had, the second phase of his revenge was complete. I hope you enjoyed a taste of your own medicine, noble assholes. Chapter 96. Off to brawl again. Slap. A loud reverberation was felt across the room. The mistress and Ashton had just gotten back to his room from the trial room, and without wasting a second, the mistress expressed her displeasure over the situation. All the while, Ashton just stood there like a statue. The mistress had slapped him hard, but he didn't even flinch, despite knowing the attack was coming. However, one slap was not enough to quell the mistress' anger. She kept slapping him until his cheeks turned black and started to bleed a bit. All the while, not a single squeal came out of Ashton's mouth. He was expecting something even worse to happen to him, but the mistress stopped punishing him. Even though she defended Ashton in public, she knew Ashton well enough to realize he would not have called for her help had he been truly innocent. Either he had attacked that Grunta bastard himself or made someone else do it. She was sure he had some kind of involvement in that matter, and she was not happy about it. While Ashton stood there in the middle of the room, the mistress went to wash her hand with the bowl of water Daniela had brought in. She still looked pissed but was composed enough to converse with Ashton without beating the shit out of him. I don't care how and why you did what you did. But you will never do anything like that again. She ordered Ashton in a stern tone. I will not have my plans get derailed just because of some stupid farce between two brats. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am. Ashton responded while his nails dug deeper and deeper into his palm. Just because he knew this would happen and was concealing his emotions didn't mean he wasn't raging inside. The blood oozing out of his palms were evidence of how enraged he was. But he had to remain calm as usual. He had to act like a docile pet for now so that he could bite that bitch's head off later. Hearing his voice made the mistress sigh heavily. She had been treating him like a grown-up, but at the end of the day he was just a 16-year-old brat. Dumping too many responsibilities on him would not solve anything, and would make him act out even more. Also, she might have accidentally taken out a lot of pent-up frustration on him, even though he did nothing to deserve it. Come sit here. The mistress gestured him to sit beside her on the bed. Daniela, get me a first aid kit. Listen, Ashton, I lost control for a bit because too many things seem to be happening around me all of a sudden. Things that can even overwhelm someone like me. I understand, Ashton replied without looking in her direction. No, you don't. You don't understand how bad things are in Madden Creek. She mumbled before laying down on the bed. A lot of people have betrayed my trust recently. People whom I would have trusted my life to, like Donovan. Ashton turned to face her. The news was too shocking for him not to react. Donovan, the mistress' most loyal servant or mate or whatever, had betrayed her? This news was something Ashton could not ignore. You're shocked too, huh? The mistress smiled wanly, but yes. He had betrayed me and joined my father's side. Even though he hated him just as much as I did. But he wasn't alone. Disha went along with him, and to be honest, I'm not surprised. After all, whenever she saw him, her eyes got all lovey-dovey. Infatuation is a bitch. But when did all of this happen? They were on your side just a few days ago, right? Ashton tried to pry out some more information out of her. Also, since you were their alpha, couldn't you stop them using your abilities? Let's just say I trusted them too much and paid the price for it. Thankfully, I had a habit of not giving anyone a complete plan of my next move. So they can't harm me from a strategic point of view. The mistress sighed again before sitting up. That being said, I don't trust anyone now. Especially not you. Considering you have been meeting a lot of professors these days. Ashton looked at Duncan as mistress said that. It was just an act to show that he didn't know about it beforehand. I was just trying to get them on my side, Ashton said while his eyes were still fixated on Duncan. After all, you saw what happened today. Something much worse would have happened if I didn't have some other professors on my side. The mistress nodded. At the same time, Daniela returned with the first aid kit. The mistress took it from her and poured some iodine tincture on a piece of cotton before gently rubbing it on Ashton's bloodied cheeks. I'm sure you had no ill intentions, unlike Donovan. Still, I will recommend you to do what I have told you to and nothing more. She continued, there's no need for you to get involved with anyone, let it be a professor or a student. As long as you keep focusing on the tasks I give you, you will have no problems through my side. Yes, ma'am. I will try my best not to get involved in anything that I should not be concerned about. Ashton nodded along, but his gaze was still on Duncan, who slowly started to get a bit uncomfortable. Very well then. As long as you keep that in mind, I won't have any reason not to trust you. She mumbled while applying the tincture on the other cheek. It would be a shame to waste all that potential you have, wouldn't it? After that, the mistress stayed there for an hour or so to talk some things out, and left after warning Ashton to not do anything stupid ever again. Little did she know he was going to do something stupid as soon as she walked out of there. Duncan. I'm feeling like my movements have rusted a bit after sitting all day. Ashton said with a sinister smile on his face. Would you mind if we spar for a bit? Chapter 97 off to brawl again too. Huff, huff, come on get up. We're not done yet. Ashton instructed Duncan before cracking his knuckles. I told you I was feeling a bit rusted. I need to freely move my joints, you know. Duncan was on his knees, covered in blood all over, and it was no coincidence that he ended up like that. After all, Ashton's fists were covered in his blood. The rules of the academy might have protected the students, but he was the only one who could have protected his servants. In other words, he could have done whatever he pleased with them and no one would bat an eye. Because frankly, no one cared about humans either way. Ashton knew these bastards were spying on him, but he left them to go unpunished because he had a soft spot for humans. He could have punished them from the beginning if he wanted to, but there was something he needed before making his move or his plan could have backfired. Now that he had the things he required thanks to Rose, he could have easily gotten rid of them. But now he had realized that waiting was a mistake. Initially, it was his plan to win their trust over with patience, but now he did not have any left. He needed to make sure they were loyal to him and only him, no matter what he had to do. It was a tough pill he had to swallow, but in the last couple of days Ashton had realized something. In the world they were living in, being good to somebody won't do shit. If he wanted to get something, he would have to be prepared to snatch it away from others, through violence or wit or a combination of both. Chum, looks like you. Ashton squatted down to take a good look at Duncan. Guess I'll have to switch opponents. Since there isn't anyone else here, I'm afraid I will have to ask Daniela to help me while you recover. Saying so, he got up and started walking towards Daniela, who had been watching Ashton beat the living crap out of her husband. She wanted to help Duncan out, but she was too scared to make a move. But now that Ashton was headed her way, her legs suddenly found their strength back as she hastily moved away from him. Leave her alone. Duncan barely managed to mumble before choking on his own blood. Sure, I'll leave her alone if you get up first. Ashton smiled and sat down right then and there. The mistress will kill you if she got to know about this. Suddenly Daniela found her voice and yelled at him. As soon as Ashton heard what Daniela said, he started laughing like a maniac. It was the first time they had seen him behaving like this, and even though he was just a teenager, his laugh sent shivers down their spines. Kill me? How delusional can you morons be? Ashton said between his fits of laughter. I'm way too important for the mistress for her to kill me. You, on the other hand, are simply disposable resources, and believe me, once she doesn't have a use for you, you are going straight into her enclosure to spend rest of your miserable life. Ashton walked back to Duncan and kicked him right in the face while he struggled to get back to his feet. Ashton was no longer pulling his strikes back. He wasn't using his entire strength either, but it was enough to break Duncan's bones with ease. If I kill you, then sure, she would be pissed and discipline me again. But we all know how well that goes, don't we? Ashton then took Duncan's spear and stabbed his leg. Come on, Duncan. You can stand up. After all, if you don't, then God knows what will happen to your wife. Pardon. Ashton drew the spear back and stabbed him again and again, till his legs were filled with wounds. Forget about standing, it would be a miracle if he was even able to crawl at this point. But that didn't stop him from trying and failing miserably. It's a shame you can't move, I wonder why? Well, you should rest up, maybe that'll help. In the meantime, I'll play with your wife instead. Ashton aimed the spear right at Daniela's bloated belly when Duncan finally gave up. At that moment he would have done anything to save his wife and their unborn child. Even if it meant betraying the mistress. Please don't. I'll do whatever you want, just don't hurt them. I beg you. Anything. Duncan nodded as tears streamed down Daniela's face. She could have never thought a child would be so frightening as well as capable of doing something Ashton just did. He's no child. He's a monster. Even worse than the werewolves. She wanted to say those words aloud, but her mouth was sealed shut. As if her body was trying to take control over her actions to ensure her survival. Fine, you wouldn't need to do anything extraordinary either. Ashton placed the spear inside his inventory and pulled some kind of paper out of there. You'll just need to become my slaves in the true sense of the word. I'll be the only master the two of you will recognize and no one else. Do you accept this? Yet. Alright then, he threw the paper in front of Duncan. I suppose you know how to use this? A slave contract? The hell are you acting all surprised for? Ashton scoffed. You don't expect me to believe you just based on your words, do you? Just put your blood on the sheet and get it over with. It's not like you need to prick your finger or anything to get your blood out, it's already everywhere. Duncan gritted his teeth in fury. He thought he would be able to trick a kid, but this kid had already prepared everything. On one hand, if he signed the contract, would have to do absolutely everything Ashton asked. If he didn't, then he would be burned to crisp. thanks to the betrayal clause mentioned in the contract. And on the other hand, if he didn't, then he and his wife both will get killed. He had no choice, he had to sign the contract. Thus, he soaked his palm with his blood and placed it on the paper. As he did that, a notification appeared in front of Ashton. You have acquired a new slave. Number of slaves in possession, 1. You can view their details under Slaves tab. Great, now let's get your handprint as well. Ashton smiled and threw another contract towards Daniela. Sign it and live peacefully, with your husband and the child, or don't and die. Chapter 98. Off to brawl again. 3. A slave contract wasn't a simple sheet of paper. The terms and conditions listed on it would decide the future of the one signing it. But it was more like some sort of trade, in which the humans willingly gave away their loyalty in hopes of getting food and shelter. Strangely enough, the invention of the contract wasn't done by the werewolves or any other factions, but by humans themselves. Why would they do it, you ask? Well, simply because in the past, their treatment was much worse than they usually suffered through nowadays. The evolved beings were able to use their strength to dominate them, and make the lives of humans a living hell. Thus, the humans came to an agreement with the werewolves. They will willingly give away their loyalty to them, in exchange for certain things like food. This helped the humans secure a source of food and shelter along with a plethora of different things. While for werewolves, it ensured that none of the slaves would act up no matter what they made them do. After all, revolting was in the nature of humans and the contract would prevent them from doing that. It was a win-win situation with both parties. While the lifestyle of the slaves didn't improve much, at least they were able to get something out of slaying away unlike before. Thanks to the terms of the contract. As soon as the contract was signed, a tattoo resembling a chain would appear across the neck of the human, while a similar tattoo would appear on the wrist of the master. This symbolized successful bond formation between the slave and the master, and also served as a way to punish them. If either the slave or the master violated the terms, they will be punished. While in the case of the slaves, the tattoo would either tighten itself around their neck and choke them to death, or it would burn them alive. While in the case of the owner violating any terms, they would not be allowed to have any slave for a month. It wasn't surprising that the punishment for the masters was so lenient. After all, even though it was the human who came up with the idea of willful slavery, still it was the werewolves who incorporated it on a large scale through various resources. This idea was such a hit that even the vampires and undead, at least those who had enough intelligence, immediately adopted this idea of turning slavery into a way of commerce. However, these contracts only worked against humans and not with those possessing other genes. Ashton didn't know whether it was because the werewolves were afraid of tables being turned on them or for some other reason altogether. But according to Rose, there was no record of such a slave contract ever existing. As for Ashton, he did not allow Duncan and Daniela to have any rights. They were literally his slaves and would get food and shelter based on his generosity, but nothing more. He knew it wasn't fair, and he initially wanted to give them some more benefits and willingly make them sign the contract. But after what they did, in his eyes they didn't deserve it. However, in future, if they did a good job and Ashton felt like he could trust them, he would reevaluate the terms and give them more benefits. But nothing was set in stone just yet. Also, there was one term he did put on the contract. Upon signing the contract, Duncan and Daniela no longer had freedom of speech, which essentially meant their vocabulary was very limited. Ashton did so to ensure that they will never be able to talk or write about anything that they should not have, like him leaving the dorm room at night to hunt or to go and fight underground battles. This made Ashton's life a lot easier. He no longer needed to hide and sneak away from them. He could do whatever he wanted, and Duncan and Daniela would not be able to do anything to hinder him. If they tried to do something, they'll die immediately. But having just the two of them sign the contract would not have been enough. Ashton thought before pouring a healing potion on Duncan's wounds. The child Daniela is carrying could be a hindrance to me. You have acquired a new slave. Number of slaves in possession, 3. You can view their details under Slaves tab. Even though Ashton wasn't sure whether Daniela would somehow be able to use her child to escape the loop. Thus, he wasn't willing to take a risk. As a result, he even included the unborn child in Daniela's slave contract. For that reason, it was showing that Ashton had 3 slaves instead of 2. There you go. All healed up. Ashton stored the empty bottle back inside his inventory before turning towards Daniela. Clean this place up while I go out for a walk. Yes, master. To her surprise, the words forcefully came out of Daniela's mouth. I can get used to this. Ashton smiled and left the room. He wanted to get a bit more EXP for his werewolf genes, to make sure no one surpassed him in his class. And the best way to do that was to head towards the black market. Although it was a bit dangerous for him to roam around the streets at night, thanks to the curfew, still it was alright to head out during the day. However, as he made his way towards the main gate, he saw a couple of weirdly dressed people there. It felt as if they were part of some kind of elite police force or something. While one of them was an adult, there was a girl about his age accompanying him. It only took a glance for Ashton to realize that the girl was in love with pink. Everything, from her hair to her bow and arrows, was pink. As for the man next to her, He was a walking brochure of a tattoo artist and had numerous knives strapped on his bulky body. They appeared to be busy conversing with the director. Interesting. Should I try listening and never mind, they are leaving already. Ashton continued walking towards them when the girl turned around and looked him straight in the eyes. He didn't know why, but the moment she looked at him, Ashton felt vulnerable. As if he was being interrogated or something. It was an awkward feeling, but it disappeared as soon as the girl left. The hell was that? Chapter 99 off to brawl again for. There was something off about that girl. Ashton's instincts were screaming at him. The look she gave him left a weird taste in his mouth. But before jumping to any conclusion regarding the girl or the man who was with her, he needed to get some information about them. It could be that they were friendlies or a neutral party. Or it could be that the Gruntas were still not going to let the matter go and hired these people to cause a ruckus in his life. Given all the money they had, it wouldn't surprise him if they actually did something like that. After all, a noble's ego was something once hurt would take a lot of effort and revenge to mend. As much as Ashton wanted to leave for the black market, he decided it was not the right time to do so. He better postpone it for a few hours. What am I even thinking? He vigorously shook his head. This is the best opportunity to leave. I wouldn't change my plans just because a couple of random people showed up out of nowhere. Ashton convinced himself he was simply overthinking things and made his way out of the academy. The director was still near the gate when Ashton headed outside, but she did not acknowledge him in any way. It appeared that her friendly persona was long gone. At least that's how it looked to Ashton. Either way, it wasn't like he desperately wanted to talk to her either. While he appreciated allies and helpers, he wasn't going to let anyone bend him to their will. Not if he could help it, obviously. It took a while for Ashton to reach the black market. Basically, because he was stopped by the city guards at every f***ing square he had to cross. Of course, the officers only had one intention in doing so. To pester a kid who was walking the streets by himself. However, that changed the moment Ashton showed them his academy ID. When the officers saw his ranking, they immediately let him pass. They didn't do so because he was an S ranker, but because they were worried about the backing the kid must have had. Had they known he did not have any backing, their reaction would have been very different. On top of that, since Ashton was roaming the streets by himself, they assumed he was being guarded by the shadows. It was a term used by the commoners to depict the possibility of nobles being protected by bodyguards and mercenaries who were hiding from plain sight. Guarded by the shadows, my ass. Ashton thought to himself before augmenting his face, away from everyone's eyes. If it wasn't for their presumptuous nature, they would have delayed me even more. After he was finished preparing, he entered the black market. Even though it was daytime, the place was hustling and bustling like never before. Probably because most of these people would have wanted to get out of there before sunset. Ashton had a feeling no one would want to wait there while there were terrorists on the loose. Ashton knew there were no terrorists in contingent. After all, he was the one because of whom all this crap started in the first place. Without wasting any more of his precious time, he walked straight towards the counter to get himself registered for a fight. But there was an issue. Since he wanted to level up his werewolf genes, he had to fight as a werewolf. That meant he could not use his alias as Mr. Virgin this time, who was a vampire. Nor could he use the mask of vampirism, or his twin blades as they were times used by vampires. In the end, he had to create a new identity for himself, which was a good thing, considering it was something he needed to do in order to level up alteration. Nimvins. Class. Classless. Type brawler. Ashton registered himself as a brawler because, well, he could not have used either of his two weapons. The twin blades were the weapons of Mr. Virgin, while the bone whip was something Ashton used, and using the weapon here might out his real identity. So he decided to go fight with his transformed fists. After all, that was the way werewolves fought most of the time after transforming. As for the matches, he was lucky as one of the fighters from the next scheduled match had walked out, and they had a free spot available. Ashton took the spot without any hesitation and placed a 2,000 blue units bet on himself. After all, he was confident in winning. But when he asked about his opponent and why did the other guy ran away, he got no answer from the counter. Well, whatever. Guess I'll have to figure it out myself. Ashton thought before heading towards the ring. Unlike the previous time Ashton fought there, the ring, or arena as some called it, wasn't covered by a cage, which meant basic arena rules were applied to the match. 2 ways to win. Either knock your opponent out or push them off the arena. Pretty simple. Ashton felt a bit relieved upon finding out the rules. He was there to fight and gain EXP. But just in case things started going south, he should be able to win the match by pulling off something like he did with Donovan. A moment later, the announcer started doing the introductions as usual. In this corner, we have some newfound talent going by the lame name Vince. The announcer found a way to screw Ashton's alias once again, and on the opposite corner we have the man who can never have enough toys in his arsenal, the masturbator. The hell? What kind of bullshit name is that? Ashton instinctively spoke. A name that's much better than yours, lame name Vince. The announcer taunted Ashton before hurriedly scurrying away. Just then Masturbator entered the stage. He wasn't very tall, only about 54, and was carrying a large sack on his back. He did not have a single strand of hair on his head, face, or shirtless body. Also, his eyes were covered with huge black goggles that made him look like some mad scientist. Great. I enrolled in a fight with the Joker. Ashton shook his head. No wonder the other guy backed out. The odds of winning the match would be leaning overwhelmingly towards him. Thus he would not have made much money despite winning the match. I just hope this fool give me some EXP at least. Chapter 100. Oh shoot. As soon as the match started, Master Bader immediately ducked within the sack he had been carrying with him. Ashton didn't wait and lunged at him. With his claws drawn, he was about to punch the Bader into oblivion, when suddenly he was pushed back with an invisible force. The heck was that? Ashton looked back at his opponent, only to realize that the man was now covered in some kind of a weird-looking armor. From a glance, Ashton could say that the armor looked to be self-made from scrapped metal and other things, with wires sticking out of it from weird angles. The man looked more like a broken ancient robot than anything else. It would be rude of me to judge someone based on their appearance. Ashton snapped out of his arrogant way of thinking and started fighting for real, but first let's see what you got. Name Rico. Species: werewolf active. Status: werewolf. Class: creationist. Title: creator of scrap, one among 1,000. Age: 19 years. Gender: male. Grade: Ftire, evolution is possible. Affiliation: none. Level: werewolf level 15. Stats: HP 2200/2200. Damage 30. Armor 30. Stealth 30. Stamina 40. Agility 22. Intelligence 60. Nature: observant. Skill: a werewolf skills. Creation: a skill allowing the user to visualize blueprints of forgeable equipment inside their head and store them for later use. This skill can also be used to reverse engineer some basic pieces of equipment from unknown sources. The user will be able to store rarer blueprints as the level of this skill goes up. Grade low. Cooldown 1 day. Forge. This skill allows the user to forge a stored blueprint with ease. Once activated, the user's body will continue to forge the equipment in question, even while they sleep. This skill won't deactivate unless the user cancels it, or they run out of material to continue forging, or they successfully crafted the equipment they wanted to. The user will be able to forge more and more complex machines as the level of this skill goes up. Grade low. Cooldown 1 day. Refuse storage. Also known as the curse skill of the creationists. Upon accepting the creationist class, the user will no longer be able to use their inventory as they used to. They will only be able to store raw materials needed for creation inside their inventory. Intelligence dependence. Creationists are not allowed to use stat points as they see fit. Instead, all of their stats will depend on their intelligence. The higher the intelligence stat, the higher would be the rest of the stats. User's level is too low to view any more information, so that's why he was carrying the armor in a sack. Rather than using the inventory, Ashton thought while he analyzed the armor, man, it must be tough to not be able to use the inventory like it was made to be used. I can never see myself becoming a creationist, to be honest. Come whenever you please, I'm in no hurry. Bader taunted him. Ashton should have been pissed, but for some reason, he chuckled at his opponent's challenge. It was the first time Ashton was fighting someone like Bader, and even though they were yet to exchange a proper blow, Ashton felt a sense of sportsmanship. Fine by me. Ashton accepted his challenge and once again launched himself at Bader. However, this time he was alert. After all, he wasn't going to repeat the same mistake twice. A second prior to the collision, Ashton jumped over Bader's head and brought his transformed arm down on him like a cleaver. Ashton thought since he was more agile than his opponent, there was no way Bader would have been able to stop him. But he was wrong. Although he was indeed faster than his opponent, Ashton forgot to take one thing into account: the effects Bader would have imbued on his armor. In a flash, Bader raised both of his hands over his head. Ashton's blow was able to put a huge dent into the metal protecting Bader's hands, but apart from that, he wasn't able to do much. However, before Ashton could get himself away from Bader, the latter kicked him right in the chest. The next moment, Ashton was flung towards the edge of the arena. His momentum was too much. If he didn't do anything, he would have been thrown out of bounds. Ashton quickly racked his brain and dug all 4 of his claws deep within the arena, which saved him from falling off, but just by an inch. However, it didn't appear like Bader was done yet. With a loud bang, he shot himself in Ashton's direction. He never thought Ashton would do something like that to stop himself from getting thrown out. But since Ashton did that, he didn't leave any other choice for Bader. Ashton was quite literally going to push him out of the arena with his body. I knew you would do something like that. Ashton smiled at the last moment and jumped over Bader, who was charging at him like a raging bull. Considering how fast Bader was running, there was no way he would be able to balance himself in time. His disqualification was inevitable. Or so Ashton thought. Well, Ashton was correct in his assumption. There was no way Bader was going to save himself from his certain fall. But that didn't mean he was going to let Ashton win so easily either. Just before he would have fallen off the arena, Bader grabbed onto Ashton's legs. His plan was simple. If he was going to get eliminated, he was going to take his opponent with him. Meanwhile, the crowd awed and gasped with the constant shift of momentum amongst the fighters. However, the crowd wasn't going berserk on its own. The constant change in the odds of the bets was putting them on the edge as well. Damn it. Let me go. Ashton barked at Bader. Not unless you pull me up. Bader laughed but did not let go of Ashton's legs. You know what? Keep holding on if you'd like. Saying so, Ashton jumped out of the arena, leaving everyone stunned. Both of them fell on the ground below. The match had no winners, which essentially meant that no one won the bets either.